Welcome to the Electronic Dojo. I'm back. Back to spar with electronics. I feel like my volume's too loud. Hey there, buddy. Hey there, buddy. Buddy.
Oh, boy. Oh, how sweet it is.
Oh, that's a callback people older than me are gonna get, maybe. It's Jackie Gleason. That's right.
Oh, how sweet it is.
You have to be really old, or, in my case, have a dad who loved to do Jackie Gleason impressions. Not a lot of impressions. Actually, it was just that one joke, actually. You got a one-trick pony dad. No, he did a lot of funny impressions. Not very well, but, you know, I didn't know any better. I wasn't like, hey, that's a terrible Jackie Gleason, pa. I'm sorry, I got my back itches. Gotta use the old needle nose. Get back there. Ah. Better. And I probably have flux all over my back. Welcome in, everybody. God, there's so many here. We got Porphyry in here. We got Adam Fighter G123. Welcome in, by the way. Welcome in, mates. Looks like we have some action over there on YouTube as well. Welcome in, YouTube lurkers. I love you. Yeah, mates. Fucking A. I'm so glad to be back. I feel a lot better. I feel a lot better. I'll leave it at that. I'm not on the 100%, but I'm at like 85? Sounds right. If I can get it right, tempo, speed, it gets stuck in the frame, so it looks like I just have big giant lips, which is exactly what I was going for. Oh man. Oh God. Kelton's in the house as well. How you doing? Good to see everybody. I hope everyone's doing well. Hope they don't have any dental issues. Any dental stuff coming up. Really hope that upon you. And if you could just do the same back to me, that would be great. I'm not saying I did that because I wanted some sort of reciprocal anti-entropy. I don't think that's a real word, but it is now, and I invented it. Put it on the board. We don't have a board, but if we did, I would put it up on there. But it's like the back end of a microscope. Beep 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 beep. Scheisse. There we go. There we go. How you guys doing? I've had a shitty week. I think the last stream we had was like the Thursday before last. Things weren't too bad. Things were all right. I was tired. I was fucking sick of Texas, and I was like ready to come home, but I wasn't that bad. And then Saturday happened. I like Friday night. What did I do? I think I partied a little tiny bit. I think that's what happened. I don't remember exactly. It was so long ago. Like 8 or 9 days. But I went goofying around, and I only had like 3 beers and everything, so it wasn't like that was the catalyst. But Saturday, I got up, felt okay-ish, and then the client, like normally when you do these shows, they have like a coffee station for the crew, and then they got a coffee station for the the attendees and everything like that. And but the hotel we were at, the price that they wanted to do to drop a coffee, and this is like those like quick trip gas station big giant thermoses of coffee. It's not like was brewed within the year. It's like old fucking coffee they just heat up with some sterno or whatever. And they wanted like an outrageous amount of money for that, which is pretty typical of these hotels. So the client was like, well, fuck that. We'll just take our budget for coffee and just buy Starbucks every day. And so they asked me what I wanted, and I was like, you know what? I'll do the Frappuccino, or the caramel Frappuccino from Starbucks, which is like the only real thing I ever get from Starbucks. And if you haven't ever seen this or anything, it's basically diabetes in a cup. It's just a big cup of diabetes. And it's caramel flavored. It's pretty good. And so it's a lots and lots. The joke is that it's a shit ton of sugar. And I guess that was where things started to go really wrong. Because I was drinking mine. And then like this tooth started bugging me. And I was like, oh, must be the hangover a little bit. Let me eat a couple of ibuprofen. Well, I'm really low on that. Ugh, that's not good. Well, I'll be all right. Doesn't make any fucking difference, really. I mean, it maybe helps a little bit, but maybe not. I don't know. I just started feeling like dog vomit. And it was starting to get to me. And it wasn't like over the top painful where you're just like grabbing your face and like cursing God and man, but it really just did not feel good. It was really bugging me. And I remember at one point I was just like, I had to go and just sit down, and I just sat down at my desk and just sat there and was like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? This has to go away. I've got 8 more hours of work or whatever. So I muddled through the day, and I think I got some food. I tried to like drink it away a little bit. So I got like a beer and maybe 2 beers, and it just didn't help. And at like midnight, like the next day wasn't a busy day at all. Like Sunday was going to be like a really, I'm just getting paid to be alive day, which is nice. So at like midnight Saturday night, I was freaking out about my teeth, and I'm like, well, tomorrow's going to be the day to try to do something about it. So I found an emergency dentist place, and I called and left a message, and then at like, I think it was like 6 or 7:30 in the morning. I think, no, it's 7:30. I got a call, and they're like, oh, do you want to come in? And I'm like, yeah. Okay, come in at 9. And it's clear across town, so I just get dressed as quick as I can and get out the door and go to go and get an Uber and everything to the dentist. And yeah, he basically is like, hey man, you've got an infection in your mouth, and you got an infection on your tooth here. You're probably gonna need a root canal. Here's a bunch of antibiotics, and here's some super ibuprofen. And he sent me on my way. And I started taking it, and it's been a slow, like, that's working. Like yesterday was 100% fine. Today, it was like, it's still kind of messing with me right now. But I think when I take my other dose of antibiotics, I'll feel better. But it's not for another 5 hours. So, yeah. That was it. And after that, I even on the days I kind of had free, I just didn't want to do anything. And so I was pretty miserable. And then I flew back on Wednesday evening, and then Thursday morning I went and saw my dentist, and he's like, yeah, here's the referral. You go get I think I'm supposed to get a root canal on Monday, or they're doing a consultation. I don't know. I'm prepping myself that they're just going to do it when I get there, so let's just do it, get it over with. And not to get too much into my medical history or anything, because I'm sure you don't give a shit, but like I have these are all crowns on my front teeth. I know, big shocker there. Pretty obvious. And they're old, and since we're gonna have to do something about one of them, we're just going to go ahead and replace the 4, and sometime, within the next month or so, once I'm all healed up and everything up here, I think that's the plan. I don't know exactly. So I got that going for me. And then, but I will say the nice thing is that the dentist I changed dentists like about a year or so ago, because the other one was like real sus, and my wife was going, Mrs. Hearsey was going to the same dentist, and she's like, well, I'm gonna stay with him because I don't have any problems. And I'm like, okay, yeah, do you, baby? I'm not telling you what to do. But then they pulled a fucking, like, I don't know, it's not a scam, but it was definitely a setup, where they like try to scare you and then be like, oh no, we'll fix it for you. And it was, I don't know, either way, I don't trust that dentist at all. He was probably a good guy in the beginning, but I think time has corrupted him or something. So I'm seeing this new dentist, and like, when I went in Thursday, they took like a 3D X-ray and everything, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. But then the dude like sat down and explained everything to me. And I have a big dentist phobia thing. I don't really like this stuff. The dude is so good. I was into it. I was fascinated. He's like, look at this. So this is the tooth here, and see, like, okay, so we're just this, and it was like, full on 3D. They could just cut through like an MRI kind of style. So he's like, so we're just going to go through here, and you can see right here, Now look at your other tooth here. See how this is normal? This is healthy. Well, this one's got this. And I'm like, oh, that's fucked up. Yeah, it's real fucked up. So we're going to go into blah, blah, blah. He didn't talk like that, but he was really cool and like totally, I don't know. I was into it. I was for the first time ever, I was into it. And then I had fillings for yesterday, Friday, that were scheduled like a month ago. So I went in to do those. And he's like, well, since we're planning to do the crowns and everything and do that, let me take some photos and everything. And so he takes, the photos of your teeth and all this stuff. And then he sits down and talks to me about why I have my headaches, my jaw headaches and so forth, why I have this, why this is this way. He asked me like, what was this about your teeth? When you got your crowns, was there something you didn't like? And I'm going through all my laundry list of issues, and he explains why that is. The old dentist, when I did the same thing, he's like, you'll get used to it. He was like a total fuck. I fucking hate that guy now. The more I think about it, I'm like, what a fucking bitch. Ugh. Someone should let the air out of his tires. So, yeah, I'm not happy about this whole thing, obviously. No one likes any medical shit. If you do, you're weird. I mean, well, like having medical stuff, you're weird, man. No, I'm just telling you, that's weird. So nobody likes that, but I'm way more comfortable. I feel better about it. My anxiety it's still there, but it's lower. And like they keep really doing stuff that I keep going like, wow, this is cool. I'll give you a quick hey, Fragile, welcome in. Yeah, I'll give you an example. So one of the reasons I left my old dentist, which was out of nowhere, he's like, we need to replace all your crowns and veneers and everything. And I was like, okay, because they're getting old. And I'm like, okay. Quotes me $13,000. I don't have $13K for fucking that shit. Fuck no. So I try to work with them over and over and over to let me bump out that since the Siri bot does it. So I don't have, I try to work with them. I'm like, hey, can we do this? We do this. And the finance lady, she just is like, for one, I think she thinks I'm an idiot or something because she keeps like playing dumb on stuff. I'll give you an example. The whole procedure was going to take like 3 visits, and different things were going to happen in those. And I looked at it and I was like, oh, well, can I just pay for the services rendered instead of having to pay the $13,000 up front? And I think it was going to be like $11,000 after insurance or something like that. But still, it's an asinine amount of money. And she's like, I was like, can I just pay for it when I came in? And she's like, what do you mean? I mean, like, so I'm coming in for this and this, right? And like how you have it itemized here, that's going to be about this much money. So how about I just pay that before I come, before we do it and everything, I'll just pay that amount and then I'll go in and get it done. And then in like 2 weeks or whatever, when I come back for the next thing, we can blah, 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 and I'll pay for that. And she like goes, I don't understand. I don't know what you mean. And I'm like, pay for service. That's literally on the front of the door. Customers must pay for services rent. Okay. She goes, well, I think I can fix it. So she comes back and she gives me the exact same quote and fix it up so all the procedures will happen in one day, which is fucking sane. You might as well just shoot a cannonball into my face because that's about as much trauma as my mouth is gonna get. And And that's when I was like, I'm out of here. I gotta find another dentist. These people are fucking shysters. This is bullshit. So, found this new dentist and haven't looked back. Haven't looked back at all. And they did not the same thing, but they did another kind of crusty thing with the missus too. So, like I mentioned, I won't go into that one because that's like her fucking story to tell. But it was shady shit like that, and I don't understand it. I don't know why. I brought it up to the new dentist and I was like, well, I just didn't like what they were doing, and I really, they weren't working with me, and I really felt like I was being bamboozled. I felt like I was being taken advantage of, and I figured, hey, there's more than one dentist in town. Let me just go get a second opinion. And I told the doctors, like, if you agree with what they said, that's fine. I'm going to stick with you, but I just need another opinion. I need a second thought, a different deal. And he was like, oh yeah, we don't need to do that. I mean, we will, but we could do it in piecemeal, in sections. We could do it, in deals. If it's too expensive, we could work out something to where we could do what you could afford, and then we could come back. Conversely, like the old dentist, when I told that lady, I was like, I don't have that much money. I can't really spend that. She then referred me to this company, which is very popular too, but they are the literal textbook definition of a predatory lender. But they deal with medical and pet stuff. They're fucking awful. I don't want to get in trouble or anything, but if you ever, like big companies, they all refer you to these things. And I looked up that company and I did a bunch of research, and I was like, this is a predatory lender. This isn't like you'd be better off going to your bank and getting a loan from them than going through these fuckheads. So, yeah. Anyways, that was a little rant. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to start off the stream with a rant. I was trying to get my story across. My story. I've had similar things happen as far as suggestions that don't fix issues I presented. Yeah, there was stuff like that too. Oh! Whoa!
WMR Red Scale, WMR Red Scale, WMR Red Scale, WMR Red Scale, WMR Red Scale.
Mr. X, can you give us some of that tasty Donnie Benet emotes in the chat? Someone asked earlier, why doesn't Twitch have a Donnie Benet emote? And I was like, oh, it does. It's just not Twitch's. Yeah, look at that badass stash. You think I should start growing mine down? I don't want to be too unprofessional, but I also want to be sexy. Oh my god, all you can see is my stash. Uh-oh! Well, as soon as this gets over, in the words of DJ Kali, and another one. We gotta wait. There it is! Mr. X with the 57 months. Thank you so much. And then Angie Pants with the, hold on, checks notes. Holy moly. Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you so fucking much for the 57 months, the 53 months. It really, I say it, I know I say that, but it really means a lot. That's almost 5 goddamn years. Do you realize that? We're creeping up on 5 fucking years. That's insane. 5 years of tier 1 sub love. Big heart, big heart. Thank you very, very much, guys. And Mr. X, I think you misspelled back. I think it's B-A-C-H, Bach. That's how Austrians say it, though, isn't it? You're not Austrian. That's insulting, isn't it? Mr. X, you said you bought 21 bottles of wine? One for each love. One bottle of wine for the girl named Ginger. One bottle of wine for the woman named... Shit, nothing rhymes with ginger. I fucked it up already. Ah, well, you know, it's gonna be a good song if I wrote it. Well, welcome back from vacation, Mr. X. I saw that you were on, and you messaged me a little bit. I'm you needed it, buddy. Is that typical? I seem to remember that. I thought it was later, like in the year, like January, that Germans usually go on holiday. But maybe that was in 1999. Maybe things have changed since then. Oh, sorry, Angie Pants. Thank you so much to my pleasure. You bet. Oh, really? Really? When I lived in Malta, which is a big kind of holiday spot for Europeans, I remembered that, like, there was this odd thing of, like, oh, well, it was seasonal, you know, like, this time of the year, the Italians visit, this time of the year, the Germans visit, and you know, French or what, you know, different regions would visit Malta. But again, that was like 25 goddamn years ago, so obviously, possibly, remotely, that was not true. Because to be fair, well, you know, though, when we were there were a lot of Germans, and we had this neighbor friend of ours. He was a really nice guy. Leo. Was it Leo? Yeah. And he would, he had all these jokes. And he had, like, some silly joke. I don't even remember it because it was so weird, but he would try to get the German person to say, Fledermaus, or something like that, with bat. And, but I think the joke was like Batman or something, and then he's like, you would eat Batman? Oh, you Germans will eat anything. It was a really dumb joke. I never even got why it was funny, because I'm like, was that a stereotype about Germans? I don't nope, that doesn't really track. But either way, that was not a story I should have shared. I should have kept that one to myself. Damn it. Well, good to see you guys. Thank you again for the tier 1 sub love. Hope you guys are doing well. I'm doing better since I'm not in Texas. I know I'm gonna get some shit for this, and I get it. But let me state this as clearly as I can. I do not like Texas. I do not like that whole fucking state. I really don't care for San Antonio too much. I have 0 good memories of Texas. Period. And I've been there a lot. and I have nothing like, oh, you know what's cool in Texas? Leaving it. That's like the only thing I can think of. There's not a single thing I can recommend. And then like San Antonio, I never want to go back there. That is not, I don't know why you would want to go there. Like, I felt like all of San Antonio was just broken chain link fences and dead, overgrown grass. That's my impression of San Antonio. And I know there's the Riverwalk and all that. There's the touristy area. Yeah, that little tiny area is like the only part that they fucking like made nice. If you go outside of that even 2 blocks, you go into, what the fuck happened here? What the fuck is this? What the shit, man? Like, if so like one side of it I was on, it was actually kind of the nice side, and so I didn't really notice so much, but I did, I could notice the gentrified BS thing where you have the upper class areas, the nice schools and nice houses and stuff, and there's all these shops and everything, but those people don't work in those shops. There's a whole other middle class and lower income and so forth that are going to those shops and everything that run it. So I kind of saw through that, but that wasn't a big deal. But till I got to like further in, I remember I had to go do laundry, and I find a laundry place and it looks fine, good reviews, and I get in, an Uber, Lyft, whatever out there, and like I pull up and it's just this rundown shit shack. Like this place is just, the parking lot's got big potholes and everything's just fucked. But I'm like, whatever, it is what it is. As long as the laundromat works. Oh yeah, it didn't really work. I had to wash my clothes twice because it wouldn't get the suds out the first time. And then I went to, and I left everything. And then like another day, I kept trying to find good barbecue. Never did. And I walked like to this one place, and it was in a fucking neighborhood. Like there was a restaurant and there were houses like next to it. It was the weirdest zoning I've ever seen in my life. And that's where I get to like, oh yeah, that's kind of that whole state is just, the whole zoning board is ran by corrupt fucking idiots or something. And I left there to go to like a coffee shop, and this coffee shop pinball place, and I took an Uber, and we're going through this neighborhood, and it's just like a rundown. There's like a mattress in the middle of the fucking street. There's a bunch of people walking around that are like, I don't know, whatever. Either way, I was just like, huh. Oh, okay, whatever. And then we get to the coffee place, and it's more of like, wow, do you guys not like do asphalt? It's just everything like a gravel pour, and then someone comes around and pushes it out. It's like every parking lot made of gravel. This is weird. And the barcade place was so-so. It wasn't even a barcade, it was a coffee shop pinball place. And it was so-so. There were some unique games. And if we have time, I'll show you a couple of those. But it was just like, what the fuck? And then when I had to do the tooth thing, I went to the dentist and just shitted out. And just everywhere I went just looked like a completely neglected part of town. Like, they took all the tax dollars that could have helped the town and all those areas and dumped it into putting a mall and all this tourist shit and this Riverwalk shit into downtown San Antonio. That was the impression I got. Like, over and over, it's like, oh, wow. So all these poor fucks get to pay for that shit? That's cool, and they don't get it? That's great. That's great. This is fucking great. And I know I'm probably getting it wrong, and someone's going to tell me later, like, no, it's not, it's it, it's this. That's fine. It's just my impression, not fact. But, oh, I never want to go back there. It was so dumb. It was such a stupid fucking place. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, the Alamo, my mom reminded me that I already went to the Alamo when I was like 12 or 13. She's like, it's pretty forgettable. It's just a big room. I'm like, yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, I'm not fucking going to see a room and then read a bunch of placards. I don't care. I watched the episode of Drunk History where they tell the story of the Alamo, and I feel pretty well educated. Yeah. Well, either way, I do not recommend Texas. I do not care for it. I do like Arizona, and I still currently love living here, and I really do like this state. Not so much any state pride or anything like that, just like out of all the places I could live in the U.S., I'm pretty happy with Phoenix, Arizona. No place like home, right? One star, yeah. Lone Star. That's maybe where it gets it, the Lone Star State. Yeah, you know why they call it the Lone Star State? Because everything gets one fucking star. That's a good bit. We should write more comedy together. Yeah, but either way, I'm home. And I did not prepare anything for us. Yesterday, I have this other project that I'm working on for a client. And it's it is basically making a PCB panel, a front panel. But when I tell you that it was insanely complex, I'm not even scratching the surface. To take the first off, the graphic designer did it, but the guy like didn't use a grid or anything, so like there was all these like labels above knobs and stuff that were like one height for some and another height for others. So I had to go in and like fix all of that in Inkscape, and then like things weren't scaled correctly to like make room for the nut or the knob or anything. So I had to redo all that, and then once I got those things, I had to bring them into KiCad, KiCad, and then like specify, hey, this is this. But there was no easy way to do that, so I had to zoom in, choose ungroup or intergroup, and then click on the thing, have it highlight, and then hit E, and then go to the drop down and specify what layer that's supposed to be, and then enter. And the graphic designer that did it, it's kind of like a black metal album, you know, where it's just a bunch of squiggly lines that say the name of the band. That was kind of the artwork style. So there's tons of, you'll click on something, it'll highlight, and then you'll change it, and then there'll be all this leftover shit that you have to individually click on and do. I started watching movies to work on it because I was like, I'll just put movies on, and that also helped me gauge how long it was. I finished it. I'm pretty sure I got it right, but I have to make like 3 or 4 more of them, like the same thing. But I have to go in and go, well, instead of this, it's this, and I think it's going to take me about 5 to 7 hours, somewhere around that. So I'm excited because I get to watch more movies. I'm really looking forward to that. I take Arizona over here too. Are you? But Virgilia, are you in Texas? I thought you were in not Texas. I don't want to say the place. Protect your anonymity. It's important. Yeah. You are up in the Great White North. I bet you hate that. Anyways, but instead of 9 months of winter, you get 9 months of summer. Like it's 80 degrees in here. 30 C, well, just shy of 27 C. And right now it's like cool at night, so we open up all the doors and just turn the fans on and chill the house out. And then and get it as cold as we can so that in the daytime when it heats up, it doesn't get too warm. We don't have to turn on the AC. And our house is facing east-west, so we kind of open up one door that's facing the, away from the sun, and then when that changes, we open up the other door and flip-flop. It's not too bad. Yeah, Arizona, I like it here. Honestly, if you want to have colder weather, you can head up into the mountains because we're the bottom of the Rockies. So there's skiing and shit up there. There's snowfall, but it's not insane. It's pretty reasonable. The mountains kind of break up a lot of how heavy it hits, the moisture. But you could live up in the mountains and you'll probably have near perfect weather, like year round, I would say. And that's kind of my long-term goal at some point, is maybe just to move up into the mountains. Blue, mate, good morning to you. It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic. I sent you a message not too long ago, a whisper on the Twitch, hoping you were doing well and fantastic. And I tell you, mate, anytime I see you in the chat, I know it's every now and then, it really makes me happy. Makes me happy to see you, mate. I hope you're staying guile, keeping it guile. And shit, it's got to be summer over there, isn't it? Ugh. Getting warm. But anyways, good to see everybody. I don't have anything planned for today. I didn't get any of the things done that I was going to. And then the damn tooth thing kicked in, and my give a fucks just went to zero. And so and when I get that way, I just don't want to do shit. And like all my obligations are like, who cares? So luckily we have shit to solder. Oh, I did get something for a project that we were working on, or we were thinking about working on. I went ahead and found it because someone pointed out that I could get these FETs, these transistor FETs, and on eBay, I think it was Porphyry brought them up, and so I went ahead, I looked at it, and I put it in my watch list, and then like a few days later, you know how eBay will give you like, the seller offered you a deal, and they knocked like $3 or $4 off of it, and it was like $30. I'm like, shit, I'm gonna get 10 of these for like $25. Yeah, I'll fucking sell them if I don't use them. And they came a couple days ago. It's been a while. Nice to see the familiar name for sure. Had another hard. Mate, get well. Get well. Damn. That's well, convalesce, and no more of that. No more of that. No more heart attacks. That's another thing too. As you noticed, the Dab Master is not on there. When I went to Phoenix, when I went to Texas, I brought cartridges, so I could, smoke. And when I got there, my battery didn't work. So like a day or so later, I got time and I went and got a battery. And, I'm waiting for my ride back. And I take a couple of rips and I get up to my room and I'm just like gross, so I'm like, I want to take a shower. Right when I'm walking in the shower, I have an SVT, which is like a weird heart thing where your heart goes at like this ridiculously high rate. Mine is somewhere at least 210 beats per minute. We had an instance on the stream and like a few months ago, and all these things kind of correlated with, well, I smoked this cartridge, and I've come to the conclusion that there's something in these carts. It's not all of them, it's just some of them, and I'm not gonna fucking figure out which is what, that tends to aggravate it or cause the SVT. And I don't want those. They're terrifying, they're uncomfortable, and that, you know, why would anyone want that? That's like, you know, if something gives you heartburn, you know, and there's nothing you can do about it, then you just avoid that thing that gives you heartburn. I don't know why I chose heartburn. Indigestion, whatever, you know. Explosive diarrhea, you know, you're just going to avoid that dish from here on out. And so I haven't smoked the entire time I was there. And I got home, and it's like one of those things where you're like, well, I made it this far. I mean, how far could I go? What would it be like? Because I haven't had any. I've had some weird side effects, but they've been kind of interesting. Let me catch up on chat. I did get a good deal on those. I think I paid like $27, something like that after shipping, and I think shipping was free, but I got a good deal. I can rip the pack open and we can take a look at them later. I haven't even put eyes on them yet. I'm not even 100% sure they're the right packages. I just, I was like, oh, whatever. We'll make a footprint for it. I forgot I'm not 18, and my old ticker reminds me. Yeah, I hear that, mate. I hear that. A little over 18, right? But I've had these interesting side effects from not smoking. One is dreams. I've had the most lucid dreams. Or not lucid, I'm sorry, not lucid. Those are when you are aware of your dreaming. No, they were vivid dreams. And up until like the last couple of nights, they've been so much fun. Like so fucking entertaining. Like there's been so many times. Like a lot of them are me and the missus like getting into adventures and stuff. Like so much fucking fun. Like there was one where we were in the Minecraft universe. That's the only way I can really describe it. Like it wasn't an animated, it wasn't CG or anything, but nothing had detail. Like the floor was just a flat single color deal, but it was real. And the walls were just flat single colors, and everything was very minimalist. And it had the same game mechanics in Minecraft where there's a day-night cycle, and at night is darkness is where the monsters will spawn. So we had to get shelter beforehand, but at one point we couldn't, and like a monster attacked us, and we fought the monster and we won. And I was just like, this is so fucking cool. I like woke up and I'm like, oh my God, I gotta go back to sleep. That was so fucking cool. Come on, remember this, like trying to get myself back into that dream world. And I could a couple of times. So that was a blast. And then I started experiencing, for the first time ever in my life, straight up insomnia. Like I would just wake up at, 2 hours into sleeping, an hour and a half into sleeping, and like could not fall back asleep. Like just straight up, I'm too hot, I'm too cold. Blue! Thank you for the 500 bits, my mate. Oh. Coffee time. Yeah, you know what? I forgot to clean my little coffee pot. Otherwise, I'd have some coffee with you. Yeah, no, Baloo, it's not heartburn. I was just, I was trying to think of something, some sort of example. But the SVT does feel like that. Like that's how I knew the vape pens are causing it, because I'd just get like a indigestional burp, but then I would look at my heart rate on my watch and it would be like really high, like 130, 140, and I'm sitting and I'm like, that ain't right. So yeah, I've quit vape pens and I haven't smoked since I got home. I've been kind of thinking about it though, because I have this fucking insomnia now, and like the first night I slept at home, I slept like the dead. It was pretty good, and then but then the last 2 nights I don't sleep. I sleep for like 20 minutes and then I wake up, like over and over and over, and I'm uncomfortable and I can't, it's like over and over and over. I'll get up and I'll drink water, I'll go pee, I'll try to do something to kind of reset the brain, like, hey, let's go to bed. And it works, but for that 20, 30 minutes or so, and then I wake back up and I'm like, fuck. So I'm and there's like a little, I don't know, like a little tinge of anxiety as well that's kind of haunts me because of the insomnia. And so I've been thinking, I'm like, well, that was a fun experiment. Let's go back. Maybe we'll smoke a little tiny bit. And we don't smoke as crazy as we did. Maybe a little less smoke. Maybe a little tinier smoke. Because I gotta sleep. What's weird is like I'm not tired. Like I wake up, I have set an alarm that was for like yesterday, and it went off and I was like, yeah, let's get up. And I'm not tired or anything. So it's like yesterday I expected to take a nap because I didn't really get any sleep. I was in bed for like 7 hours and I did not sleep through the whole 7. But no, I just worked all day yesterday on that stupid goddamn panel. And so I don't get it. I don't know. We're seeing the body. It's a mystery. I've had that experience with. Now, for Jilly, are you talking about you've had the experience of insomnia or the lucid dreaming, or not lucid? I keep saying that, vivid dreaming, or is it both? Or because this is the first time I've ever quit smoking for longer than like a day, and because it's been like like 2.5 weeks now, probably more than that, and I don't know, it's weird. And I was gonna have some drinks, I was like, well, maybe just a little nip of the tequila, or maybe a couple beers might be good. But then I looked up and I'm taking antibiotics for the root infection in my tooth, and while my Apple thing says that there's no worry about drug interaction with alcohol and this particular antibiotic, my other research said that you shouldn't drink at all with antibiotics because they can affect them, and usually it's to make them not as powerful. Like they're not going to work, they're not going to be as effective. And I'm like, oh no, I want this to be, I wish I could take more. So this could be more taken out. So I haven't been able to drink. I had coffee like the other day because I was just like, I need some sort of drug. I need something. I just feel like I need some vice. And so I was like, I'll make some coffee. And I drank it, and it was nothing. Nothing happened. I was like, ugh, forgot I'm immune to caffeine. They're planning to ban vapes. I don't know if that's such a good thing. Like marijuana vapes or tobacco vapes. I don't know if that's such a good thing. There's a lot of people that quit smoking. And I know that like vapes aren't exactly the best alternative to not smoking cigarettes and so forth, but it's a little bit better. it's a step in that direction. And some people like outright quit smoking and they use the vapes to do that. Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't think marijuana was legal in Australia. That's what you guys need to do over there. Oh, look at me telling a Australian citizen that. Oh yeah, I'll get right on that. Thanks, Sid. It's worked out great over here. Back for artificial lighting, it was pretty natural to sleep for a few hours, get up in the middle of the night, and for an hour or two, and then go back. Yeah, I've read that it was really common. Like usually people would rest or sit by the fire or stuff like that. If it was winter time or time for a fire. And that they would kind of get into meditative states and so forth, because there's not that much. Your body needs less sleep than there is lack of sunlight, and that also is like one of the precursors to like people getting up at like really early hours of the morning before dawn. As well, not precursor, but that was one of the causes. You know what? I'm fucking gonna quit talking like I know what I'm talking about. Going from never dreaming to very vivid dreams every night for a while after stopping, hard time sleeping, waking up early, restless. Yeah, I got the whole restlessness. It's fucking annoying. I don't know. I'm like, I should use this time I'm not smoking to like go get a life insurance policy or something, because usually they make you have to pee clean or something. But I don't think I have enough in me to wait the months and months for that to happen. I remember one time I had a really good friend of mine. He's probably the biggest stoner I know, and he got busted and he had to quit smoking, and it was like for 90 days or whatever. And I remembered thinking, well, if this guy can quit smoking and he really doesn't have any, nothing's happening, he's just like, it's just boring, it's just stupid, then I'll be all right. And so I keep thinking that in my head. But yeah, I really would like to, I really liked how I could just fall asleep and be out until the alarm went off. They ban all the good stuff. Yeah, that's too bad. I always think of Australia kind of being, I don't know. It's a strange country. They don't talk the same as we do. No. Anyway, I'm being silly. Yeah. That's all I got. That's all the good stuff. You get 100. Oh, for 35? That's fucking weird. Who's doing the math over there? Hey, Mornax, welcome in. I abstained from the herb a few weeks ago, and nearly every night it's been one vivid dream after another, sometimes double features. REM. Yeah. Well, now my dreams, actually, so these dreams I had last night, they weren't fun. They were like, I didn't like them at all. One was like a dream, and it was like this ex-girlfriend of mine from when I was in like high school, in my early 20s, like 21, 22. And it was her or something, but it's like, I think the time was now or whatever, and I like broke something of hers, and I was trying to like not get blamed for it, but I was like mad. I was like, it's so petty and stupid. And I kind of woke up like, what the fuck was that? Why do I have dreams about that jack of shit? That was a million fucking years ago. Oh, don't tell me my psychology's not over it. Ah, fuck this. So I go back to sleep, and then I have a dumber dream where I'm at a party, and it's like all these, I want to say it's like these big streamers. Like the only one I remembered thinking was like this YouTuber, I'm sure some of you know of, Penguin Zero Charlie. It was supposed to be his place or something, but I was bored or whatever, and I just started stealing. Like, nothing good, like board games. Oh!
It's the Synth.
Mr. Chainsaw coming in with that 7 months of Tier 1 love. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. 80% on taxes, but Polly gets a tax. That's weird. Hey there, did not see you in a while. Yeah, I was in Tejas for 15 days of my life I'll never get back. I'm getting reimbursed financially for them, but still, it's hardly works. But yeah, so I'm at this party in the dream, and I just start stealing stuff. Nothing big. Like, I remembered I stole some board games, and like I don't remember. It was like a board game, and then like silverware or something. And then like halfway through, I regret it. And so I'm trying to put the stuff back where I stole it, but I can't remember where I stole it from. And then I run into this woman that I used to work with, like this older lady. I don't even know, now that I think about it, I don't even know if she's still around. And that I used to, she used to, when I worked at this art gallery thing, she used to hang out all the time, and she was there for some fucking reason. And she's like, hey, Sid, how's it going? And I'm like, got like 2 stolen things in my hand, and I'm in like the kitchen trying to replace the silverware I stole, but I can't remember what drawer it's in. And I think she knows that I stole stuff or something. I don't know. It's like I like woke up before I could ever get resolved, and I was like, what a fucking... Okay, now I don't know if I want to keep having these dreams. Like, before it was cool. I was having adventures with the missus. We were fighting monsters and riding motorcycles, and it was awesome. And now I got these dumb dreams where I'm stealing from people I don't know for no fucking reason, or breaking shit from people I haven't spoken to in 20 years. 25, oh my God, yeah, it's been 25 years. Huh? So it's, I don't know, today I was just like, maybe today I start smoking again. I don't know. We'll see. But right now, the old dab master is off, because I'm pretty sure if I did a dab, I would just pass right the fuck out. I would be nothing. I would just be like, hey guys, one more minute. And like an hour had passed. It would be almost like a freak show. Come and watch the stoner. Watch as his brain is incapable of processing even the simplest things. Watch as the drool escapes his mouth at a snail's pace. Nah. That's going to be for the premium thing. We're going to have to put that on, like, pay to play. The natives get tax-free tobacco, and it's shit, but it's cheap, so some people buy it from them. Yeah, we have something kind of like that in the States here and there. Oh, I hope you saw the board game from Battlestar Galactica reboot. Solid game. No, I don't even remember what the games were. They weren't even like board games. I remember they were really small. So in recollection, it didn't make any fucking sense. Like, what board game is in something that's like half the size of a cigar box? No fucking clue here. How you doing, Aqua? So how clean or dirty is your big room? Well, no one's called it the big room in a while. Oh, wait, you're talking about the module. My bad. So how clean, dirty is your big room? I got mine built last night, but I don't understand the trimming. My complaint with the big room is that it's not very hot on the output side. Like it does distort pretty easily, but if I attenuate it on the input, it's not too bad. And I found I have to attenuate it. Like I go into the, I send a bunch of shit into it, so I go into the mix, like the 4HP mix, and then I shoot it into there. As far as the trimmers, I don't remember. We'd have to look them up and see. Let me make sure I'm not going to open up a 50th NLC page. Yep, I was. Here, we'll just. Oh, that's right. It's the chips. I got the FETs for the buy-in tick filter because I absolutely must have that. I might make like a NLC looking one. I've kind of been thinking about that lately with all our CGS stuff. I've kind of been thinking about like, what if I made CGS modules and put them in the aesthetic of nonlinear circuit and like even use the logo, you know, the font and everything, but instead of NLC, just make it CGS. Maybe as a little tip of the hat, put a little Australian flag on the back of the PC, the panel, or something like that. But you know, tip my hat to Australia. Lurking and working. Lurking and working. Working and a lurking and I'm lurking, working, lurking. That's a fucking awful song I just invented. Let's see. Let me pull it up. Oh, fuck this. Big. Ah, what's wrong with my hands? Oh, audio-related question. I have a tube compressor where one channel compresses at a different amount with the same settings, and the input gain on both are matched. And the VU is calibrated. Tube swap to fix is possible. Bought some British Mollards. So, one easy thing you could do if you've got it's using two tubes, right? Is just see if the problem follows the tubes, like swap their sockets and see if the problem follows the tube or the socket if it stays in the same channel, because that'll tell you really quick what's going on. If it's a single tube, then yeah, you'll have to like try another one to see to do that. But if you've got two in there, like one for each discrete channel, that'd probably be the quickest, easiest solution. Oh, the pan is cool. So the pan is it's kind of the neat thing about it that personally. Here, let me punch this in. Give me 2 shakes of a lamb still. Look at that. Man, I'm kind of far over here. I should be over here. It kind of works. I just like threw shit together. I didn't really spend any time on. Wait, what? Oh. So the pan is a wet-dry mix. And so if you just come out of one output and you turn the pan like completely counterclockwise, it'll just be wet. But as you turn it towards the center, it'll be 50-50. And if you turn it all the way to the right, it'll just be dry. The inverse happens on the other one. It's up to you, Fragile. I mean, it's it's going to tell you if it's a tube problem or something within the unit itself. If you're leaning towards it's probably a tube problem, then yeah, why, just open it up once. But personally, if I were in your shoes, I'd probably go ahead and check it out to see. Because I don't want to buy a bunch of tubes, wait however long it takes to fucking get there, and then go to all that trouble, and it's, nothing changes. So he does talk about the trimmers somewhere in here. Trimmers are used to tweak the wet-dry signal. There you go. Okay, so I don't know why I'm reading this in my head. That was an asshole thing to do. The trim pots are used to tweak the wet-dry signal levels for each output. The two outer trim pots tweak the wet levels, inner ones dry. Keep in mind that reverb tanks respond better to some frequencies than others, so test with different signals. Generally, an oscilloscope is required for this, but ears are okay. Reverb is not going to be precise. Usually setting the trim pots around the middle position will be okay. Feed in a signal to the wet-dry input. Turn the in wet-dry and in wet pots to maximum. Feedback pots to 0. Turn the pan pot to 0 or 10. Monitor one output if it is dry and adjust the corresponding inner trim pots to set the level to be the same as the incoming signal, usually plus or minus 5 volts. Do the same for the other output. It will be wet if the first one is dry. Turn the pan pot full, lock that other way. Then adjust the appropriate trim pot to get the wet signal to approximate plus or minus 5. I like the wet signal to be a little hotter. The module is quite deep. Where's the trims? Oh, they are. Oh, yeah. So you're basically kind of balancing out the wet-dry on them. I remember now. I think I ended up just turning mine all to max. Yeah, I almost want to say that. That's what I ended up doing because for whatever, yeah. I ended up having to crank, I think, all of mine full bore for some stupid reason. My tank is kind of quiet on the return side, so I've been debating about coming in here and modding these op amps for the wet signal here, and like turning this into like, you know, oh, you know, you could mod it. Look at that, it's got an asterisk by it. So I might go back and do that, so I get more gas out of it. Oh man. Jet Pinky, welcome in. I'm concerned about how far off I might be on impedance because I use that little micro tank, which actually sounds pretty epic, but it's lower impedance than the one he recommends. That could be. What does he give, like an impedance? Does he give like a number? Oh, there you go. So, yeah, you might have to fuck with that drive resistor, 12K. Where's that in the big boy? Yeah, this guy. Is this an LM13700? Yeah, it is. There's the other one. Yeah, you might have to fuck with this. Yeah, I don't know what mine is. I bought mine a long time ago. It doesn't have anything written on it for me to ascertain. I don't think it does anyways. Let me look. No! I just have this ridiculously long cable. There are no words. There are like, oh, funny. So the look at this. This is interesting. So here's the, I think this is the output. Check again. Yes, the output. So look at these, here's the input. Look at these boards here. They're kind of multi-purpose. But there's these little pads here to ground it, I guess. To ground it out. That's the input. There's the output. So it's, the case is grounded out. It's kind of weird. Not the greatest soldering, really. And then you got your little these pots here. Or these transformers. There's more than meets the eye. You understand? Wait, is this suspended? That's crazy, man. Yeah, it's in that plastic piece. These little deals, yeah, these attach to the post for the springs, and then those reside in between the two forks. Oh, that's kind of cool. I never looked at this hard enough to tell what's going on. RZX, welcome in. Pops, what's cracking, Pops? Man, I'm just glad I'm sitting in my own chair, breathing my own delicious Arizona air. Hope you're doing super guile, though. The hotel I stayed at, I think I brought it up. Like, there was something wrong with the bathrooms. And, like, other people brought this up. So I didn't even bother trying to change rooms. Because I was like, I'm just going to go to all this work. It's going to be the same thing. So there's something wrong with the vent pipes in that hotel. In the bathroom. So that there's like a water closet room with the shower and the toilet, you know, and it has its own door, and then there's a sink that's just, you know, off of that, that's on, you know, on the other side of the door, the rest of it. And I just kept that door shut because that kept the disgusting stench in that room instead of getting into the rest of my room. But yeah, you kind of like open the door and you just get hit with this like gross stench. And I figured out it was a vent issue because like I run my sink and like I'd shut the water off and then like 20-30 seconds later I'd hear this bloop 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 bloop. And at first I thought it was water like dripping, but there's no water coming out, but it sounds like a and I was like, huh, what the hell is that? And then I noticed I can make that sound when I flush the toilet or after I took a shower. I would hear the coming from the sink, which was the highest point in that room. And I realized like, oh my God, there's the gas vents are clogged, or there's not enough pressure or whatever. And so it's just escaping through the shower floor and the shower drain and the sink. And the sink wasn't as bad, but the shower room, oh, it's so gross. And I brought this up to people I was working with, and they're like, oh yeah, my room too. I'm like, great. And then I was reminded I stayed at that hotel like 3 or 4 years ago, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? I remember this being a problem before too. So, great. Another reason I'm never going there again. Well, I don't know if I'm going to get that option. Yeah, I love my spring verb. I want to get another one. And I'd like to get a big giant tank for it. And I'm going to mount it on the inside of the case and name it George. Or Tina. I don't know yet. Anvar, welcome in. Yeah, Porphy was asking about the big room, which is a driver module for a spring verb. We were funking around with it. Because they had a little bit of issues with how it's distorting and so forth. Well, there's P-traps, but I don't think there's enough pressure for it to go out the vent, so it's just, you know, because there's like there's hundreds of other rooms like all around, so I don't think there's enough. Like the vent isn't big enough. I don't know, man. Plumbing is like the lowest of the lows on my skills of knowing anything about. I know really rudimentary shit about plumbing, and okay, good. I thought I was fucking having a hallucination. But yeah, that's what, I don't know, it's just gross, man. I was talking to my boss, and he's like, "Oh, well, my room smells like cigarette smoke," and I'm like, "I'd almost take that, man. It kind of remind me of visiting my parents' friends and stuff. They well, the wife chain smokes. I don't know if she still smokes. I hope she doesn't. Hope they're doing well. Not that you guys know what I'm talking about. Man, this other tooth that has nothing to do with these teeth feels sensitive. I think I'm just paranoid. Oh, yeah, you could. Well, is it a rheostat or a voltage divider? I don't know the difference. Yes, exactly. Don't want the smell of cigarettes or farts. What's weird, too, is the stench would not be... sometimes it wouldn't be there. So it was so fucking random. Like, I'd open that door and I'd be like, oh, it doesn't smell that bad. Other times I'd open the door and it was so bad, I would just like move. I'd hold my nose and just open and shut the door to like create a airflow to like try to dissipate that stench. God, that was awful. Yeah, that's a divider. I don't know why they're saying rheostat. Let me ask the internet. Oh, shit. Between a rheostat and a divider. Oh, they're the same goddamn thing. Rheostat is a variable resistor regulating current, whereas a voltage divider is for okay. Well, I'm down. Yeah, I mean, that might be the easiest thing to do because you could... oh, shit, it's already gone. Oh, wrong thing. This isn't working. Oh, because I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. It's been a minute. Forgot how this fucking rig works that I've built over the years. Yeah, if you were to variate this, then you could dial it in, and you could have a 10K or whatever be the bottom of it, so it wouldn't go any lower than that. And then, yeah, basically dial it between 10 and 20. You said a 10K, right? Yeah. So if you had it all the way to 1, it would be 20K total. You know, making this a 10, obviously. And then at minimum, it would be 10. It's doable. Yeah, this is like, what is it called? A Darlington transistor thingy. I don't know what it means. Just someone told me at one time, and I was like, "Oh, Darlington." Oh, I thought you were calling me a darling, and a ton of it too. Ah, there you go. There's your resistance 1475. Wow, damn, that's a lot. I wonder what can we measure it? we use science and tools to get the answers to our questions? Find out next time on... Huh? Okay, so I'm going to forget, but gray is out. Orange is in. I don't even have a mnemonic method for that. Gray out, orange in. Okay, there we go. Put an orange in your mouth and get the gray out of your hair. We'll do with that. Let's take our buddy, Mr. Multimeter. Put him up to the ohms load. And I think we can just dumbassly just measure it. It's having a hard time. We all have hard times, though. Let me try not sucking it. There you go. That is super goddamn low. Let's see if we get anything on this out. Interesting. I wonder if that's... I'm getting... I don't think this is right. That's like too big of a jump, isn't it? I just now noticed these springs are different. One has a... Or am I wrong? Let me see. We'll use a microscope. Da. The microscope is, how you say... Good. Yeah, that is different. Look at that. Bigger spread here. Not so big of a spread. Let's flip her around. See if we get the same action, Jackson. Oh. No. Ooh. Get a little frame rate there. I like that. Hey, you know what? Yeah, that is spread out more. And that one's tighter. That's cool. Spring reverb input-output impedance is usually measured in 1 kilohertz. It's primarily inductive. Okay, so my measurement is stupid. It proves nothing. All it proves, I don't know what I'm doing. $13K, yeah. I mean, it'd kind of be nice if he had a trimmer for that control, right? Like built into the design, so you could just put. But I guess it'd be hard to. There's no like, kind of. I don't know. I guess you could figure it out. You're smart. So gray out. Oh, here. One more time. I want to look at this because this is neat. I didn't realize these were suspended. And the this like little tuning fork that goes through. Huh. Neat. Yeah, this one I can't find any markings on it. I bought it a long time ago, and I don't even remember where I got it from. Yeah, there's nothing to label this, unfortunately. Here, let me pull this up. This is a lot of words, mate. I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of words. All right, here's our DC. So we're over here. I think. I don't know. This has got like simple math. Oh my god, this is a lot of words. I was making a bit, but I'm eating my hat. Let me see something here. Let me search my let me do spring reverb. Let me search my email here. Oh, I gotta spell reverb right? That's fucking annoying. Oh, here it is. Oh, wait, did I order it from eBay? I did order it from eBay, and this is the model. Spring TP. I'm gonna get this model in. Oh, you bastard! Come on. Ah. Filthy shyster bastard. Oh my god, yeah, okay. Second here, let me bring it up. Amazon! Dun dun, dun dun, dun dun, dun dun. Oh, there you go. What's it supposed to be? What were we saying it was supposed to be? I don't know why I got that. Yeah, I'm a little off, aren't I? A little bit. So the output is bueno. And I could account for that. It needs to be a little spicier, but that's on me. But the input is no bueno. Needs to be spicier. It's a good reason. I'm gonna put it in my to read. I have like that and like a really good article. One of y'all in chat suggested for transistors. It's a read, but it's like it's a good one. Like it's layman level, you know. Grade school level math in there, nothing crazy, and practical application. All right. Well, I'll. This isn't where I got it. I got mine on eBay, but this is what came up when I was searching. Oh, look at that! It's Bluetooth capable. The fuck? Who was drunk and filled this out? It's not waterproof. I don't know if it weighs 350 grams, though. That seems a little low. That's hilarious. Wireless communication, Bluetooth. I've got a Bluetooth reverb tank. Suck it. It's electrical cord. It's got a power cord. Oh, there's your problem. You haven't plugged it into the wall. You got any other reverb tanks here on eBay? Or Amazon? Right, Anvar. It is susceptible to Bluetooth. Yeah, I could go to Tubes and more. They are down the road from me, too, which is super nice. Reverb tanks. Well, I know you're welcome.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Why Is My Screen.
Anonymous with the tier 1 gift sub love. Thank you. I don't know about the Why Is My Ass Screen. I'm not even sure what that's referencing. But I would definitely see a physician about it if it doesn't clear up in 6 weeks. Thanks so much, mate. Really appreciate that. Lawn decay. Jesus, only 8 ohms? I missed the long delay, by the way. We were streaming from the hotel. Every time it was that or any of the sound effects, I always be like, yeah, it's the right input. Good impedance output, but very, very, very low input. But how big is this bitch? That sounds as big as the one we have. Oh wait, 16 inches. Here. I have a little ruler on the side of my desk here that I use. Is that inches?
Found anything yet? We ain't found shit.
I should get that tank, yo. Look at that. That thing is gonna be twice the length of the other guy. Almost. Is there any bigger ones? I must go larger. Ash, welcome in! Oh, this is an Accutronics versus a mod. I see. Same specs. Yeah, I think we got the same kind of tank here. Well, these all say 8 ohms. What the fuck is that, like a bit? A bag for your reverb tank? Ooh, 3 springs. Now I want 3 springs, dog. I want that. I want that action. How big is this mother trucker? I bet it's 16. 16.75, baby. Oh, hey, look at that. That's like input impedance that we were expecting, 600. Oh, here we go. Now these are more in line with is the module looking for a lower number? Or a higher? I already forgot. It's looking for a much higher. It says 8 ohms. my god, there's a lot of tanks. Let's see if we can narrow it down to hello. What did you say? Like 14? Ah, here we go. Here we go. No 3 springs. Aw. What's the difference between these two? Like everything written about them is the same. Their price is the same. What is the difference between the A and the B? Oh, there's a big difference. Capacitance-driven reverb, such as the rocket reverb, tube-driven, and then this one. Oh no, wait, never mind. Oh yeah, I think you're right. I think it is a mounting hole issue. I don't give a dicks about mounting holes. Mounting holes mean nothing to me. 875. Let's look. Ah, shit, I don't remember which one I was looking at. 875. Oh, orientation. Okay. Oh, this is a D. This is. Oh, these are. I think I. Did I not grab that? Let me double check. I thought I threw it in the old. Oh. Okay. Fix this. I just realized I got that open. It's confusing. Ba 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 ba. So well, it's still, there we go, 14. So we're basically looking for the D1B. If we wanted it to be like a drop-in scenario. So this one. I might just go ahead and get this. I need to put an order in with Tubes and More for some other stuff. So yeah, you can see. So I'll go ahead and chuck this in. Yeah, I think the length is going to affect your decay time, or at least that's how they're marketing it. But that would make sense too, just like if you think about it. Oh my gosh. Take the bigger tank. Thanks. And there's one thing that being here always shows me is that things I find cool and things I'll use don't line up. I still want that 3-spring, mate. If I could get it closer to the match of the impedance. Like if we did eight bills. We could get away with this. We probably would have to increase that 12K to something like a little bump up so that it would give less gas into here so we get less distortion. Well, that's cool though. I appreciate that, Porphyry, because I just took it as is. I really didn't consider my tank's impedance, let alone what it was supposed to be and whatever, you know, all of that. I mean, we could always tweak with it. That's funny too, because that explains why I had to gain the shit out of everything on the on these trimmers, because it just wasn't matched up correctly, so it's just burp, burp. Tiger reverb tank? I'm not familiar with that. Yeah, mine does distort, but I don't hate that. But that's funny, it's an impedance issue, which makes sense more now. Because this is getting overdriven, or this part is... Well, I'd rather replace that tank than monkey with that value. If I can get a tank that's going to be the expected one for this, I'll listen to that, see how beautiful it sounds, and then from there on. But I still kind of want more, because I need more reverb anyways. There's just not enough reverb in Space Station. That is criminally insane. Oh, there you go. All right, we'll throw that in there. Yeah, you'd have to bump that 12 down to accommodate for that higher input impedance. Yeah, that 19 is closer than the 800. by quite a bit. So yeah, that's probably the better way to go. Well, we'll get both, and we'll just Pepsi challenge it, see which one's better. Oh wait, is it not the big giant 3 springs though? I thought it was. Oh, this is not. This is the same size as that other one, huh? Well, whatever. Like I said, I want more. Way more. And I love spring verb. It sounds so weird, like dub music and stuff uses spring verb, and I always enjoy that. Man, my other tooth is bothering me now. I cannot catch a fucking break. Just a second. I should go brush my teeth again or something. About $100 for the spring reverbs. All right, I threw all 3 in there. I'll maybe make some Sophie's choices later. Yeah, tell me what. Let me take a quick break here. Let me get something to drink that isn't sugar water, and yeah, I'll be back in just a minute. What time is it? Yeah. Give me 2 shakes, guys. I'll be right back. All right. I think that might have done the trick. At the worst, I'm wondering if it's just me talking so goddamn much. Beer class, welcome in, mate. Hello, goodbye. Hey, thanks for saying hi, mate. Always appreciated. Glad to stop by. Hope you're staying, Guile. Sorry I walked out there right when you stopped by, but you know, that's how shit happens sometimes. I didn't invent these rules. I merely play by them. And loathe them every day. Every moment. Every second. Yeah, honestly, I just went and switched with some Listerine. And I feel better. We'll see how long that lasts. Talking makes me hyper-focused on my teeth. It's weird. So I'm like constantly like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's weird. I don't know, mate. A lot of my tooth pain, I think, is in my head. Because I have such a high anxiety and so forth. And then, I don't know. It's just stupid. Anyways. Oh! I totally forgot to mention this little anecdote. I want to circle back to it really quick. Unless we're done. As long as we're done with the tank stuff. Tanks and thanks for that, by the way. Yesterday I had, I was watching movies, but I was trying to watch movies that I didn't need to care about. And, which, by the way, that's Jason Statham movies. I took a break at one point. This is after I'd already watched some other movies, and I was on TikTok or something, and it showed like a scene from one of his movies where he beats up a bunch of rednecks, or he's about to. And I was like, oh, what the hell is this movie? And I found it. It's called Homefront. Never fucking heard of this movie. Do not remember it coming out at all. And it's so, I think I'm a Jason Statham movie fan because the plots are so stupid. So, like this Homefront one. So Jason Statham plays a DEA agent who goes under, and this is before the movie starts, who was undercover with a meth cooking biker gang. And then, they lead to the big raid and the bust and whatever. But the whole time I'm like, no one's saying anything about his accent. Now his accent's not thick or anything. It's not like in Snatch, where he's like, well, you need protection from Tommy. It's the Germans. But it's still there. And it's hilarious. I'm just dying laughing the whole time. That part of it. But I watched that, and that was kind of cool. I was like, oh, that's a good movie. And then I was like, oh, internet, help me out. What is the most action-packed Jason Statham movie out there? And then it gave me like a few options, and one was the one that was put out last year, The Beekeeper. Very apt. You literally have to wait 10 minutes before another scene where a bunch of fucking things get blown up, guys get beaten up, or some crazy chaos. And it's all over the top. Like, it's hilarious and so cool. I love it. I'm now like a complete at the proctologist. Oh, it's I haven't even finished The Beekeeper. I got like more than halfway in, and then like Mrs. Hearsey came home, and we had all this other stuff we had to do, and I'm like, all right, I'll finish this later. But I can't wait. I can't wait. Very tense and seemingly endless, yes. Deep plot. Lots of fun characters. And Jeremy Irons is in it too. And if you're a Jeremy Irons fan like I am, it's great to see him in a quasi action comedy movie. I love Jeremy Irons. Could read the fucking phone book to me, and I'd be like, keep going, Jeremy. But yeah, the Homefront movie was just funny, and it like, I didn't even look at the deal for it. I was just like, waiting for the scene where he'd beat up some rednecks. And then like in the movie, I'm like, wait a minute, I hear this woman talking, and I thought it was the same actress, and later I realized like, oh, there's 2 female characters. That's okay. And she just said something, and I'm like, is that Winona Ryder? And then I look, and I'm like, oh my God, it is Winona Ryder. And she plays like a meth sex worker. I don't know what the hell. It's a weird shit. But yeah, I am looking forward to more Jason Statham time. I started like downloading everything I could from him. I'm like, I should just download his entire discography. And I did this like not years ago, but earlier this year, or 6 or 7 months back, I downloaded the Transporter movies. And I watched the first one and I liked it. I thought it was fun. And then, but I haven't watched the other ones. Hold on to your butts. Unclench your jaw. It'll make things easier. What are you talking about? I can't really do a Jason Statham and with any volume into my voice. Hold on a minute. Now you're telling me. I'd like to get a Jason Statham. Listen, I've eaten enough microchips to shit out a fucking computer. Nah, it's not a very good one. I gotta work on that. But, yeah, that was great. And then, but before that, and I ended up liking that so much that I was like, man, I shouldn't watch these. I should watch some Jason Statham instead. But I watched the second Hellraiser movie, which I've seen the first one like over a dozen times easily. It's one of my favorite movies. But I never seen the sequels because everyone always said they were really bad and they're what. But as the years have gone on, I've found out that like that degree of bad has changes like further in when you get and whatever. And now they have the new one, the series or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, you know what? I should just watch all the Hellraiser movies, good and bad. And I watched the second one, and that is really good. I'm mad that I waited so long in life to watch the second Hellraiser movie because it brings back, I can't remember her name, but the woman who helps Frank in the first one. So it brings her back. Frank comes back too. That you get to see Frank again. But the part that I fucking loved is that you got the origin of the Cenobites, like when they were human. Like you get to see Doug Bradley as like, I think it was like a World War II or something, it looked turn of the century or, early 20th century soldier or whatever. And then like Chatterbox and like all the different Cenobites that you get to see what their human form looked like, which was awesome. So cool. Such great lore. And then Leviathan is introduced, which I was like really excited about that because I was like, yeah, I always wondered about the concept or how that's supposed to fit or what that's supposed to be. I don't get that. So like, honestly, I feel like the second one, while not as original as the first, I feel like it's like right up there. I feel like it's just as good as the first movie. I don't think it deserves any crap. Now, again, I was working on stuff, so I didn't like get to sit and just focus on it. But I as a, you know, as someone who's read Hellbound Heart like a ton of times, I loved that all these concepts that are, you know, when they're introduced in the first movie and in the book, they're just like a sentence. There's nothing that really goes into the story, and you see the second movie and they explore it, and it's not bad. It's like, oh, that's really cool. And I loved that the female baddie, that she comes back, because I really loved that actress in the first one. I thought she just I don't, you know, I've never seen her in anything else, but she just radiated, you know, evil and cunning and you know, bad bitch energy, and I loved it. I thought it was so cool. So it was great to see her make a comeback in there and be like a primary character as well, and basically do all the shit that Frank did in the first one to the doctor guy. Like, I love that. Anyways, I'm trying to come back to watching movies, and I've discovered that I just need to lower my expectations and quit thinking I'm going to see something that's going to be as good as when I first saw Blade Runner or The Dark Crystal, or, you know, all these movies that when I was younger, I was like, this is the greatest piece of cinema ever made. This is incredible. Everything about this is engaging and amazing to me. I just kind of watch it again. Can we hit rewind? I got to quit that. Those days are behind me. Let's just enjoy it for what it is. And Jason Statham movies, it's just Jason Statham beating the shit out of people. Most of the time, they deserve it. 99% of the time, they deserve it. So you're just rooting for him. Like the whole Homefront thing, every time he beat up like a bunch of rednecks, they're bullies, I was like, fuck yeah, eat a bag of dicks. You know, I was all cheering at the TV, happy. See some, hey, Fortune, welcome in. Mate, I'm so glad to be back. No offense to Texas, but that state can go fuck itself. I know if you live there, you're going to be like, oh, but trust me, I don't like that place. It's not good. Jesus wept. Jason Statham and Nicolas Cage, that would be killer. I would watch the fuck out of that. And you know what? You bring up another point, Fragility. I should go watch some of the Nick Cage movies, because they're probably comical on plot. But I mean, you know what? Like, I was thinking about this. I kind of want that these days in my storytelling. I'm sick of it, like, this is what would happen if the burper, and it's modern day, and it's just like, okay. How about just go way over the top? As crazy as you can get. Just go there. There we go. That's like comic books. That's like a lot of the stuff that, you know, at least when I was a kid, that I really enjoyed, like these universes, these worlds that were just so far removed from reality. As an adult, it's kind of funny, but if you don't get upset that it's funny to you, you can really enjoy it. Dave, welcome in. A poor 1%, yeah, I don't know. I'm just a waiter. You're in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's all I can tell you. It's been quiet. Hey, mate. Welcome in. Yeah, I had a dental emergency come up last Saturday, and I'm still dealing with it. And I've got more to go. I have a root canal on Monday. Might have another one because this tooth is bugging me now, and it's not the one over here. And then I got a bunch more work that's going to have to be done. I'm not looking forward to it by damn sight, but I mean, you know, shit happens, right? It's not like anyone wants a flat tire on their car on the way to work or the movies or whatever. That shit just happens. Entropy. You think trauma? I don't know. Now, I got to give those a try too. Now that you mention it, but we'll see. I don't want to go full stupid B movie mode yet. I'm not against it. Just like right now, I gotta get. So I haven't watched a film and been entertained with it in ages. Like most movies I watch, I don't like. Like, what was the worst one? One movie, oh God, am I shouting? One movie I saw, yeah, I am shouting. Maybe that's why. Here, let me turn my mic up and that'll make me not shout. One movie I saw like on a plane. I saw 2 movies on a plane earlier this year, and one was so bad, I had to write notes about how much I disliked it. But oddly, I watched the Barbie movie, and it was okay. I liked it for there were scenes where they did a very 2D theatrical version, they wrote in these cardboard cutout type scenes and it's like theater type animation, and it was like movie theater, or not movie theater, like stage. And I liked that. I thought that was really cool, and there was some stuff of it that was enjoyable, but I mean, at the core of it, it was just this really stupid, boring, dumbass plot. Like, I really didn't think the plot was even remotely interesting at all. But the film and the aesthetics, I thought were neat. I thought it was interesting. I'll never watch the movie again. I didn't like it that much. And then, later on, I saw the Beetlejuice sequel, and I hated it. I took notes. Where is it? I gotta show you my notes. It's just because it's so long. Yeah, here we go. These are the notes for how much I hated Beetlejuice. These are the bads. That's the good. That's it. I'll read them off to you here. So many subplots, none of them really go anywhere. Winona Ryder can't seem to remember how to play Lydia Dietz. Her bangs are fucking ridiculous. Willem Dafoe's character seemed like a story from a totally different fucking movie. Willem Dafoe's makeup wasn't that great. The Deathsucker story could have been completely removed, and it wouldn't have affected the main story in any way, shape, or form. Like it was shoehorned in for some fucking reason. The Charles Dietz plot was so stupid and unnecessary, too. No shout out to Otho. What the fuck? No shout out to Juna, the caseworker. What the fuck? Bad pacing. The dead dad story was really poorly told, too. The evil teenager kid was just so weak, and the way they tied it up was just lazy writing. The lore of the dead was a bit contradictory to the first movie, where the servants in the afterlife were suicide victims. New movie, it's just anybody who dies violently. What the fuck? Really didn't explain what happened to Bob and Barbara. Yeah, they were completely, nothing was put onto that. All the music choices, was Danny Elfman too busy to rehash those riffs? Yeah, that was terrible. You didn't get all the classic riffs. Just not a very well-written story at all. What the fuck? Good things. Catherine O'Hara was fucking awesome. Like, she pretty much kept the whole fucking movie afloat. Bob and the Bobs was a really funny concept, and I enjoyed that a lot. I thought the whole Bobs things was really funny. I mean, it didn't make any sense, but it was still, like, seeing all those shrunken head dudes was funny. I thought that was comical. And great shout out to the wedding dress from the first movie. That's it. 3 good things, 25 what the hells. I'll never see that movie again. That was such a huge disappointment. And I can't believe no one at any point during the making of that went, excuse me. Yeah. Can we make this movie with a little less suck? Can we get the original writer? Oh, you wrote this originally? What happened, bro? Let me catch up on chat because you guys are... Oh no, Dave. Yeah. Root canal. I could... No, I understand why they didn't bring him back. I understand why they didn't bring back Charles Dietz. That's fine. But they could have just made a joke about it and be done with it. Instead, they just kept dragging it out, and it was dumb. It was stupid. Like, I didn't think it was funny or clever or like ha 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 or any of that. It was just like this constant thing, and like even the reuniting and everything. I was just like, this is dumb. Fuck that. Danny DeVito. I don't even remember Danny DeVito being in it. Yeah, I had to write notes because I knew I was going to forget that movie. It was so dumb. Maybe watch it 3 more times. The ball honk? I don't remember that part. That's right. That's right. He was the... That's right. He... Well, yeah, but I mean, to be fair, Danny DeVito is a national treasure. Like, he's such a smart actor, such a smart comedic actor, just like brilliant. And he's so good at just coming into a role and being as absurd as he needs to be. Nothing hold back, no shame, no, oh, is this gonna hurt my burp? No, he just goes all the way in. He's great. And honestly, like, I love Willem Dafoe a lot. But I just felt like and he delivered his lines fine, but I just felt like, I don't know, I just felt like it was a terrible movie. And I didn't understand what the hell was going on. I really got annoyed that they were like they were retconning the whole afterlife, the servants of the afterlife thing. I was like, why are you doing that? And like a bunch of other stuff was just completely taken out, and it just pissed me off. Penguin DeVito, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I remember it was a really short scene too for Danny DeVito. Yeah, exactly, for Julie. That's why I'm kind of done with movies. I've been so disappointed because every time I feel like sometimes I don't even finish them because I'm like, this is boring. I got other things to do. I was on a plane. I had nothing better to do. On the Barbie movie, every time they sang, I skipped through it because I don't like musicals very much. And I definitely didn't like any of those songs. They were dumb. Like the opening sequence, like some of them I could make it through, but eventually when they did the chorus a third time, I was like, all right, we can skip. There's no Morbius. Happy Gilmore 2? I never watched Happy Gilmore 1. I was never really a big fan. I think I saw it on TV, like, you know, network TV, where they edit the living shit out of it. And same with, like, the Austin Powers movies and stuff like that. There's a lot of those SNL movies or SNL actors that went on to get their own movies that I'm like, I know you say it's really good, and I'm sure I won't hate it, but I feel like I've got better things to do than sit through one of those movies. I'm probably wrong, but I'm cool with being wrong on that. I'm okay with it. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. With Aqua Teen, that's a totally different. That's where I'm starting to realize, like, my favorite movies that I watch are just absurd. They're just, you know, I like action movies. I like fighting movies, and, you know, I like those kind of movies. And that's why I'm like, oh, I like these Jason Statham movies. He's like doing all these really cool kung fu. That's why I liked the first John Wick movie, and then I saw the second one, and the story got so stupid, I was like, I can't watch the rest. I'm gonna try, but I really feel like that story, that whole series would have been cool if they just left it with the first movie and never did any sequels. I'm sure there's a lot of people that disagree. They really like other movies, and that I'm totally cool. But for me, my favorite part of that movie was that you had no idea who John worked for, what the Citadel was, what, you know, what's his face there? What are you doing, Jonathan? You know, what his story was. And then in the second one, it's what? The entire city of New York is a bunch of assassins pretending to work as buskies and stock traders and shit. Are you fucking kidding me? That's not absurd. That's insulting. That's just insulting to me. That doesn't make any fucking sense. It's, blech. Maybe the third and the fourth one brought it back home, but I just like the first one. Plus, what's her face? The baddie in that. I like that actress a lot. I always enjoy her. She's in the Orville, the Star Trek comedy, sort of comedy Star Trek. That's a good show too. Leprechaun 6. Oh yeah, there you go. So the feminine side, then you will appreciate Barbie. Once you get more in touch with your corporate consumerist feminist side, I was saying earlier, I don't know if you might have not been in the chat, but I didn't hate the Barbie movie. I thought it was kind of neat, like aesthetically, and the way they did a lot of scenes and the set. Like, it's just a cool set, and the costumes were cool, and like, you know, some of the things were, it was cool. It wasn't like, I didn't feel like I wasted my time watching that movie like I did Beetlejuice. I felt like that was a waste of my time. I could have just never seen that and been great. But the Barbie movie, I was like, I love those sets. I thought this was cool. I thought this was neat. But the rest, I'm like, fuck. Are they singing again? God damn it. Would have been cool is if what's his face, Ken, like pulled out a Blade Runner gun and was like, "It's a replicant." That would have been great. Oh shit! Oh, I hit the button. That's kind of funny now. Oh, I'm a little discolored because it's a different shade of green. It's like an old school. There'll be a Menace in South Carolina. That's right, you're over movies in to watch them. Yeah, I hear that. Well, I just saw both movies on an airplane. That was the only reason I watched them. I was like, I had a lot of flights to Orlando, which are like 3.5, 4-hour flights. So you got to find something to fucking do. And I was like, well, I'll watch these Barbie movies, or I'll watch this Beetlejuice movie. And they were kind of in the same pocket of time when I saw them. Barbie to turn into a natural born killer. Yeah. I don't know. I could go off on a tangent about that, like with Margot Robbie and everything. I don't know. Like I was saying, Barbie was like holistically, like storyline wise, pretty, you know, pretty low IQ. There we go. Just really, pretty low IQ fucking storyline. But the sets, a lot of the actors really were really funny. Kate McKinnon, is that her name? The gal from Saturday Night Live. And some of the other ones there too. I can't remember everybody, but she was funny. I liked her. I appreciated her performance. And I appreciated a bunch of other people's performances. I thought they were really cool considering like how abstract this acting challenge is. Like, I mean, you're supposed to play this, you know, or you're supposed to be that. And there's not really anything you could, you know, base it upon. And so I respected that, and I think the actors did a really good job with that. But I wouldn't recommend it. If someone asked me like, "Oh, do you think I should see the Barbie movie?" I'd be like, "If you got nothing better to do, you're like on a plane and you got a 4-hour flight and that's the only thing on the fucking free movie thing, yeah, I guess. I mean, if you can't find anything better, it can't be any worse. Don't see Beetlejuice though. That's just, especially if you like the first Beetlejuice movie, you're just going to be raging. Kind of like Katy Perry, good production, but not a lot else. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't care for Katy Perry that much. I mean, you know, she's easy on the eyes. I'll give her that. But, like, it just seems absurd now. Like, everything that she is now, it's like, I don't know. It just feels like some sort of dystopian story. I don't. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I don't want to get all socio-political whiny-o, bro. Oops. Uh-oh. Oh my God. Oh, you know, that reminds me. Porphyry asked earlier about my lighting. And I was like, oh yeah, I can explain my lighting because someone asked in the Discord about it. Yeah, it was Porphyry, and I was like, oh, my lighting is a little bit sophisticated. It's a little bit wild. Someone said I could get a light box, and I'm like, oh my God, no, a light box would never work for me. And I'd need like 4 of them. 3 or 4, well, I could probably get away with 3, but I'd still need more lighting support. What were you doing in Texas? I was fucking, not drugs, not having a good time. Drinking the same damn beer. I found this Hopadillo beer and I just drank it every day. And then later realized that was probably not a good idea because it interfered with the antibiotics. So my day job, Dave, is I'm a independent contractor, which I need to start just leaning with that so it makes more sense. And I'm an audio engineer, and I specialize in what's kind of referred to as corporate AV. And I do conferences, conventions, meetings, stuff like that. And in this particular scenario, the stars and the sun and Neptune all aligned to where I had 2 different shows with the same production company in the same town 3 days apart from each other. And the client and the asked me, like, do you want to fly home and then fly back? And I was like, no. He goes, I'll give you a little chunk of change for the day. You know, I can't pay you dark day rate, but I can give you, you know, I can make it worth your while. And, you know, if that's a problem, you're welcome to just fly back. And I was like, no, man, I don't want to fly that much. I'll do that. I'll stay. So I was there for 15 goddamn days. And I did one show on one side of town. And then I packed up and went to downtown where the Riverwalk and everything is. And was there for another week or so. And man, let me think. What were the clients even? What were the conferences? One was like, well, both of them were, what was the other? Oh yeah, one was like a regulatory board, but it was just the people that are like, not really managers, but heads of different areas or whatever. And for like, I think mineral research or something like that. And then the other one was a research, it was very similar to that. It was a research board, but it had more, it was more the nuts and bolts people attending, you know, people that actually do the research or whatever. And that was that meeting. Like I don't know how I can make it sound more boring, really. I could tell you that the speakers for all of these were just a bunch of, like, for the first one it was funny because it was nothing but keynote speakers. So they you know, they fly somebody in and they talk about, one guy talked about politics, you know, socio-political stuff going on that would affect their not industry, but their sector. But what was funny was, I remember this guy because I've done this show for years, and I remember this guy, and I remember what he said last time, and I remember that only about 60% of it is accurate. Like, he'll be like, oh, if this person gets in office, then this is going to happen, and this is going to happen, bah, 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 bah. And he says it with such authority. And then I come back the next year, and he's like, ah, bah, 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 bah. And I'm like, hey, bro, you're not going to address the fact that you were wrong about 40% of what you said last year? Seems kind of chicken shit to me. And then and then another guy was talking about AI, and I really hated that same guy because I go to mic him, and he makes me, he's like, I go to put the mic on the right side. So this, like, I go to put the mic, has the clip, and I clip it on like that, but he has a tie on. And he insists that I put it on the other side. And he even tries to take it away from me, and I take it back. I'm like, nah, man, let me do my job. And he's like, it was like some sort of dumb, he said something like, well, if I do it this way every time, they're right. And I tried to explain to him, but I was kind of like, Sid, this isn't the time to fight this guy. This isn't the person to fight. This guy's a fucking moron. Just let him fucking have his dumb shit. But I was going to explain to him the whole reason that we as in audio people, mic from that side is because we hide the wire in your shirt. Men's shirts button from the left. So the opening is always going to be here. So the wire can conveniently just slide from behind the tie and then go into there. If you do it on the other side, the wire has to come up and go around your shirt. And if you lay it flat, it'll work. But that doesn't always happen. If they tuck their shirt in, it might tighten the wire or whatever. So then it'll push your tie out and make you look like a fucking goober. And that's what that guy wanted to look like, so I let him do it. There weren't any cameras for the show or anything, so I was like, fuck him. But, sorry, that was a little tangent. That guy still gets on my nerves. Oh, let me tell you how I'm like, oh, fuck you, man. Been doing this longer than you've been fucking going around bullshitting people for $5,000 a show. I just fell asleep. Yeah, I know, right? Right. I had a question about doing such gigs. Is it just primarily setup, troubleshooting, and whatever else? I mean, compared to other live sound gigs. Yeah, it's all those things. So you very rarely have what's called a white glove or a suitcase gig. Some people do, but I feel like the real engineers and whatever, they refuse to suitcase it, to white glove it. And that's when someone else builds the setup for you and then you come in to operate it. I don't like that. I'd rather be the guy that operates it. Because one, it's an extra day or two of pay at your fucking rate. It's not a reduced rate or anything. And two, you know exactly how everything's set up. If something stops working, like you're mentioning the troubleshooting, you can go, well, I know that I ran this wire this way, so I'm going to go check on that. If you have someone else set it up, you're like, well, let's follow this wire and see where it goes. So I don't like that life. And then, yeah, once you set up, you'll operate it, you'll do the show, and then when you're done, I don't give a fuck about striking. If they want to kick me out for strike, that's fine. I don't care. That's called Luke Strikewalker. But most of the time you're not that lucky, and you have to tear it down too. But you know. You know what's funny? Well, if you ever want to pick my brain for Julie, feel free. Depending on if you want to do like corporate AV stuff, it's funny. Like you're gonna end up having to learn everything on site. Like I never went to school or anything, but I was always very deep into audio and learning about it. And even before I had the job, my buddy and I, we had like we worked at this art venue not an art, what's the word? Art gallery that also was a music venue. And so they have bands and stuff or slam poetry or DJs, like all kinds of different stuff, different things. And that's where I learned live audio. Because my buddy had been doing it for like 10 years. He was pretty good. So he taught me all the stuff that you would need to know for live audio, like how to mix monitors from front of house, how to ring out a mic, how to ring a room out, things like that. And then once, and that was like 10 years later, whatever, I started doing it. I lost my job doing IT. I got laid off. And so I used my unemployment to help subsidize my income while I was, waiting for gigs and taking gigs. And for the longest time, all the work I got for like a good year was just loading and unloading trucks, setting, hanging lights, just building. And I didn't mind that because in my mind, and I still think it's true, it's, I was like, well, this is how I'm going to learn this industry. I'll go do a gig where I'm building screens for a, for a general session or for a bunch of breakout rooms, meeting rooms, and I'm going to learn how these fucking screens work. I'm never going to use this in audio ever in my fucking life, but to know that these are the limitations and these are the things that sometimes that's going to overlap with my audio knowledge. And then, or when I'm having to, a situation, it's good to help. Same thing with lighting and other parts of the video world and things like that. I did that, and every now and then I'd get a gig where I'd run a little dinky mixer, and there'd be a guy on stage, and he'd be like, "Hello, ting ting ting. All right, blah 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 blah. All right, have a good party. Take it away, DJ." And I was the guy just turning the DJ down, turning the doofus's mic up, turning the doofus's mic down, turning the DJ back up. Made hundreds of dollars. And then those gigs got progressively more complex. I'd be stuck in more difficult situations. And a lot of it was just learning on site. Like, I had to learn how to use, when I first started, there's here, I'll show you guys. It's a pretty wild console. I had to learn the Yamaha M7. I actually ran across a photo from Facebook Memories of the M7. And I remembered like, oh wow, this was like a big turning point in my career. Because I had that console and I'd practiced, I'd spent time, but I never had to be on a real show where I was programmed the whole thing and ran it. And I killed that motherfucker. So this is the big one. And this console is fucking 20 years old now. But as you can see, it's nothing like a Behringer or a Mackie 1604. It's nothing like that. Absolutely nothing like that. Everything is in the box. And Yamaha even has their own kind of operating system. Operating system. So the program I'm in teaches the very basics of miking, music production, both analog and digital, live, on the set, post-production, film, gaming, sound design, most of the job. Yeah. And a lot of that is going to come into play because a lot of this is routing. You basically, once your gigs get more complicated and whatever, and you have records and you have multi-zone speaker systems, you've got foldbacks, you've got front fills, you've got, all these different places that you have to route these inputs. That's where it gets complicated. That's where you're like, you really start feeling like, okay, I'm an engineer. I'm actually having to construct this so it would work correctly. And, someone just can't come up and push a fader and then it works, right? You have to really go, okay, so these are my microphones, these are my wireless mics, these are my video inputs, and I'm going to go in and route them in here so that, these go this way, that goes that way. I don't want the video, a really important term to learn is, or a concept or whatever, is mix minus. That comes up a lot, and it's not terribly difficult, but I've seen it take a man's soul. Now, it can be really hard for some people to get their head around. And mix minus comes up a lot in this kind of shit. In any digital console or whatever when you're doing the routing and whatnot. But that's a really big thing. And then speaking to like learning, one of the big things for me was learning gain structure. And I'll give you this. I'll throw this tip out right now to everybody out there because it took me way too long to learn it. So a real common thing that you'll do, for anything like a complicated setup with an M7 or a, whatever, a CL4 or CL5, I mean, or any of these like big ass consoles, it's still going to be the same even if you have a dinky little 1604, is gain structuring. And what a lot of people will just automatically do, including myself, because that's what I saw people do, and I thought that's what you're supposed to do, is you go to the amps or the speakers and you put the volume at noon or 1 o'clock or 9 o'clock. You put them at these like almost arbitrary settings. Don't ever do that. What I've learned, if you really want to have a nice, clean, feedback-free show, is, and they tell you this, but you can easily cheat it and get almost the same results, but it's going to be worse, is at the console level, your microphones, they don't need to peg, but they really need to fill out that input side. So when you're checking a mic, you get really nice and loud so it doesn't red, and so you don't hit you don't hit the limit or the peak or anything, but it lives in yellow. And then maybe when you're, normal operation, it's kissing yellow, just popping in every now and then, depending on how they color the deal. And it depends on if you're doing digital or analog. If you're doing analog, 0 is unity, and you want it to kind of kiss unity. And then if they're really loud, as long as it doesn't get, hit your red, you're good. And not all mixers are that way, but like professional mixers are used that way. On digital, and they usually scale it this way, -12 is unity. So usually you want it to live in that -12 world, kissing that, 12, -11, -10, but never going all the way up to 0. And this is, like I said, some of them don't scale it this way, but I keep noticing that everything's scaled that way when it comes to digital. So, your mileage may vary, but if you get a professional console, it's always going to be that way. Even Behringer X32s and so forth, they're that same way. That's where you absolutely must start. And then as you're routing your signals in, you do all this, and the only time that you attenuate, aside from your channel attenuate, like say if you're mixing 3 people talking or singing or whatever, you don't need them all at 0, their faders all the way to the top. They're going to live whatever sounds good. Oh, this guy's kind of got a big baritone voice and he really cuts through. I don't need him that hot. Well, this guy's got a very kind of soft voice. I'm still hitting right, but I need to push that up a little bit. You'll mix like that, and you'll mix on that console there. And then the only time that you're going to do attenuation is one at the master fader, but even then, I say just leave that at unity for most of the time. There's one exception to that, but we'll just, for the time being, most of the time you'll have that sitting at unity. And then it's when you get to your amps, to your speakers. And the best thing I've learned to do is to turn them as low as you can. Check your mics. Hey, everything on my console says I should be loud and proud. Let's turn those speakers up a little bit. Tick, tick, tick. Tick, tick, tick. 3 ticks. Check, check, check. We're close. Let's go one more tick. Check, check, check. That sounds great. You're done. Everyone else, for the longest, including myself, did it the other way. We turned the speakers up to tick, 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 tick. And then we set our gains on our inputs so that it wouldn't fucking blow out or feedback or be too loud. That is the wrong way to do it. That's a terrible way to do it. You're going to have nothing but pain and suffering. If you do it the other way, what happens is that your mics will function correctly. You're not going to have them grabbing as much or trying to accommodate for that. And then the speakers aren't blasting onto those. Because like, even though you may have your microphones attenuated and your speakers nice and hot, way up hot, what happens is though the hotness bleeds into your mic, and now you have all these feedback, or it goes across the room. It's basically like what a buddy of mine started referring to the speaker output is the amount of energy that it delivers. And not necessarily SPLs, but the energy that's delivered. And once I started thinking that way, it really made the job easier to go, that's too much energy. We don't have enough. We need more. And once you start working in that manner, like you find your EQing when you ring a room, you barely have to do shit. You're like, beep, beep, done. And you're really just accommodating for the room and the speakers, failing points, maybe the microphone's natural tendencies, but you're really just accommodating for that when you ring it out and you carve your mics. Gain structure is an operating level. No, just literally I don't know. Well, maybe you asked that question before I finished, but no, the gain structure inside your console needs to be nice and hot. Not too hot, but it needs to be nice and hot. You don't need to be attenuating. Like a long time ago when I first started, I ran into these fucking idiots that would mix at the head amps. I'm going to tell you, if you want to just suck at life, mix at the head amps. Just keep that up. You should never touch your head amps unless something crazy happens where you got some guy just screaming into the mic and it starts pecking. Then yeah, grab your head amp. But otherwise, those should be something that's set and never touched again. Your fader is to do that. And the reason is because the gain structure of that input isn't just for that fader. You may have stuff that's pre-fader, like monitors, and those have a separate fader. So if you mess that up, it messes all your shit up. Your records, all those things are going to dip down because you're dipping there instead of just dipping what's sending out to here or what's sending out depending on how you have it routed. Man, I feel like I'm rambling like a crackhead. When I get a notification that you are streaming, I stop to say hello, even if I can't stay. Leo, I appreciate you coming by any old time. I'm glad you're getting those notifications. That means that YouTube hasn't shadow banned me yet for my controversial beliefs in audio. I hope you're doing well, mate. Well, that +4, -10, that's impedance. That's a totally different animal. That's a completely different animal. Personally, I like line level. I like running at line level as much as I can. Now, microphones, like plug-in microphones, wired mics, they're going to be at mic level, so you'll contend with that. But if you have like a wireless mic and it has a +4, -10 switch, put it on line, -10. Put it on that. And then gain your amp, because one, you're not going to have to use your head amp as much, so it's going to be a lot less noise. Because and this is not the way it is, but the way I think of it, line is a push, it pushes out, and mic level is a pull, it pulls in from the head amp. It has to pull the signal across. So if you can avoid pulling, because it pulls all this noise and all this shit, and rely on a line level that's pushing into your mixer, you're going to have a good time, because your head amps are going to have to be nearly as hot, and you'll have less noise floor. It's just easier to manage. Very good advice. Thanks, mate. I sometimes feel like I should make videos on this, but then I just go and look at Dave Ratt's channel, and he already fucking did it. And he did it way better than me, and he has the correct terms. And he's like, if you really want to know a lot about audio, Dave Ratt has a YouTube channel. He started around COVID, and there's a bunch of stuff in there. And he's pretty good about having it all up there. I know he has a Patreon. He tries to monetize it a little bit, but I think he's kind of given that up because I think he's gotten ad revenue, and he's like, oh, fuck this. And he's really, really good at explaining a lot of these concepts, much better than me. And I love watching his videos, and I always learn something I never fucking thought of. Like, holy shit, that's right. You could just do that. Yeah, and here's a little here's a Sid Heresy trick. A really mediocre sound guy taught me this, but he was dead on right, and I always appreciate it. Thank you, Teddy. Thank you, Teddy. So he said this one time, and I thought it was stupid, but I started doing it, and I was like, motherfucker, he's on to something. So when you're doing a big ballroom setup, I don't know if this works for live band. This doesn't really work for live bands. This works for like talking heads, presenter stuff that I do. The room's not full. They may not even have the tables out or anything. And also you're kind of coming from a completely, you don't have to deal with any ambient noise or anything. The room's dead, There's people working in it, setting up, but it's more or less a dead room. Your master fader, instead of putting it at unity like I was saying earlier, I let it sit at -10. -6, -10. Kind of depends on how big the room is, how many speakers I have, stuff like that. How, if it's a big line array, -10. If it's a bunch of little speakers, -6. And what I'll do, and the reason he says that is then you'll set up everything and you'll be happy with it. You'll be like, all right, this is perfect. Sounds great. And then the next day, the room fills up with all these ugly bags of mostly water. Kudos to anyone who knows that reference. And they just fucking eat up all your sound that you had, but was fine. So you end up pushing that fader up to 0 anyways. Now, if you started at 0 and you push up, you're not attenuating anymore, you're boosting, which sucks. Sometimes you do it, but I avoid it. And what I've learned is if I just pop it down when the room is empty, I find myself pushing that master up when the room is full. When there's all these people in there, I'm like, oh yeah, there we go. There's that podium. Yeah. Because that way you don't have to compensate by pushing the microphones hotter, because again, that's gain structure. You really don't want to boost. You want to try to cut. You're always cutting, never boosting. There are always exceptions, and I know a guy who boosts all over the place, but at the end of the day, you have to remember that if you're cutting here and raising here, you could just move the fader. It's like you pull this down and you push this up. It just creates a gain structure issue. But if you temper you have your expectation of like, oh, well, this isn't going to be loud enough once we get all these people in here. It's going to reduce the echo. It's going to reduce the energy because they're going to absorb it. Pop it up. Yeah, and it only really works for big rooms. If you're doing like a little meeting room or anything like that, it's not going to work. It's a waste of time. You should just start at 0, and you might have to push it up to like +1, +2. But most of the time, it's fine. But the bigger the room, if you've got seating for like 5,000 or 3,000 or 500 or whatever, that saves the day. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to start pushing your main levels up if you can avoid it. Man. Do you know how to ring a room yet? Have you learned about ringing out mics? Did they teach you that fancy school of yours? Man, it's getting warm in here. I think I'm going to have to turn the AC on. don't know. How hot is it outside? Oh, yeah, it's matched. Oh, shit. Stand by. I apologize. A friend of mine. Oh, it's my buddy asking me about my tooth. Give me just a second, guys. He's a good buddy of mine. I don't need to leave him on red. I'm doing better. All right, sorry about that, guys. He's an old buddy of mine. I've been wanting to bring him in on the stream several times. I've been trying to find a project for him and I to do together because he is absolutely one of the funniest people I know. And when you put us together, we're really fucking hilarious. And I'm like, we should show the world. Okay. Well, here I'll give you guys a real quick. Let me turn the AC on. I'm not gonna sit in the heat just to save $20. Although funny enough, maybe I just need to blow cold air into this room. All right. I know this is an electronic stream, not an audio stream. Well, it kind of is an audio stream, isn't it? So, I'll teach you guys a really cool trick on how to ring out a mic. So, let's see. I never thought about this as a curriculum. Because it's kind of just something you do absent-mindedly. It's kind of like how you set a gain on a mic. We'll do the mic like this. So this is a lavalier mic. Condenser. Got some gas on it. Pretty decent pickup pattern. Here, we'll do a pickup pattern deal. So there's the bullet. So you have a mic. Here, we'll do a little deal here. So you got your here we go. You got your speakers. Ooh. Speakers. And they're here. And here's your stage. There's your audience out here. Look at them. They're so excited to see you. And you got your mic. So your speakers ideally are not going to be blowing into this mic. Or at the very least, the mic's pickup pattern isn't going to be in the direct energy flow of it. Although you can do that too, but just let's keep it simple. We'll use the KISS method. So here's your mic. And you've got it nice and loud and proud. It feels good. And then you start how do we do this? There's a couple of different ways to do this, so I'm trying to think of the way to go into without getting really super deep. We'll just keep it simple. So let's say you got like a dumb little simple mixer. And you've got the mic and, you know, it's with the fader down, you're talking into it and you're measuring the input on it. And the input, that's what we were talking about earlier, -12, 0. You're setting that input gain at the head amp so that it's nice and warm. It's in there, and then you start pushing the fader up, and check, 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 and the speakers are good, but you get about so far. Or no, I'm sorry. Let me back that up, because that's the old way. That was the dumb way that I did it. So yeah, we'll do it this way. So you get up to unity and you talk, but you start to hear a little bit of feedback, like a little standing feedback and whatever. And we'll just assume that we set our speakers up correctly. I know I talked earlier about that whole thing, but let's just assume these are great. Let's say you walked into a venue. There you go. You walked into a fucking venue. This has already been set. You have to work with it. So you're checking your mic, but you're hearing. So what you'll do, or what I like to do, is I'll take the mic, and sometimes I'll have another, like usually I'm not on the stage to cause it, so I'll have another mic on me to kind of get it started, and I'll go like, ba, be, boo. I'll make these plosive noises that'll come out through there, and there'll be frequencies, and they'll bounce around in the venue, and they'll come back on this mic, and this mic might have like a natural propensity to that feedback, to that tone. And you'll hear it. You'll be like, boo, boo, and you'll just hear that. And a lot of the times what I'll do is, I don't have an example of one, but I'll have that fader, and I'll just be pushing that fader up past 0 into 1, +2, +3, +4, and then you'll just hear that ring, and it'll be whatever frequency. Now, as you get really good at this, you can count them. You can kind of get like an ear for it, and you'll be like, oh, well, that's 330 hertz, or that's 400 hertz. And but if you're not there yet, oh shit, we got ads. I'll wait for the ads here, because I know some people are living that ad life, not there at that ad-free life. I understand. Stream hasn't been too active this month, so gotta save your peanuts. So we'll wait real quick while that ad ends. I'm gonna get me refill my agua. By the way, that thing I did really helped that tooth, so maybe I should just make that part of my regiment. Honestly, I feel like this whole experience in San Antonio is going to be like the origin story for something that hopefully is like a better me. Like I'm like, oh, well, after that I quit eating sugars and I started lifting weights and now I'm swole or something, I don't think that's going to happen, but I have literally thought about like, what if I just use all this and like get swole? That'd be great. Yeah, well, that's how it is right now. Maestrin, welcome in, or Mistren. Maestrin? I always feel like I'm mispronouncing it. You need the perfect pitch to tell the frequency exactly, but you can tell the general ballpark with experience. So I joke that I have mediocre pitch, because I can call notes out, and I've actually worked with audio engineers where like one time I was doing this show. This guy's a rock and roll guy too, and the control room was a separate room from the good to see you, by the way, from where the stage was, and so they were ringing it, and this guy was like, and on a radio he goes, yeah, I'm hearing 330. Yep. Okay, keep going. It's gone. Okay. Oh, there you go. I'm hearing no. 420. You know, he would just call out the frequencies, and every time he was dead on. Are we back from the ads? Okay, we're back from the ads. We can get back to this. So, and this kind of goes to that story you're talking about. So a lot of the times what you'll have is just like, at least when I started, they always give you just a 31 band EQ. And those are fixed frequencies. So what you do is you just kind of memorize those frequencies, and you're able to just go like, oh, I'm going to turn 420 down, or is it 400? I think it's 400. I haven't used I don't like 31 bands, so I don't use them. But, you know, a lot of those cats, and especially in the beginning, would be like, oh, yeah, I hear that frequency. But, yeah, what you'll do is I'll keep pushing up the mic, and you'll start to hear another frequency, and then you'll go to that one and pull it down. If you have a 31 band, then what you will end up doing a lot of the times is just guessing and then just doing a tiny dip and running past them till you find the one where the sound goes away. And the most important thing that I think a lot of people screw up when they're doing ringing mics out is that they really overcut. Whoa!
I fucking love frequencies.
We all do, Screamin' Cheese. Screamin' Cheese, another veteran. Thank you for your service. 52 fucking months. That is so awesome, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope your desoldering braid is treating you as well as it treats us all. My sister has perfect pitch, and it's kind of funny because she can give you any note at any time, tune a violin exactly, whatever reference. I kind of have it. I can tune a guitar by ear, like, because I can hear E in my head, and then like you just like, because I know what E is, and I can go like, I remember what A is gonna be, and because I just tuned the guitars for so many times. And then as time went on, I was like, well, I can hear the bass note, and then I can hear 5 up or 5th up from it. So, you know, like how violins and cellos and stuff are tuned. So I just kind of, I always have a reference in my head, and then I can remember what, you know, however many steps up from that is. Mate, Screamin' Cheese, it's so good to be back. I don't know. I really want to retire from AV. I'm so done with this shit. When I was younger, when someone started singing a song from the wrong note, she'd complain, this is from D or yeah, I can adjust. And that's why I say it's not perfect. It's kind of so pitch, but like you know, if you give me a note, I can sing that note back, or I used to. I don't know if I can still do it. I've noticed my pipes are, as I get older. They used to be pretty bad ash, but now they're pretty meh ash. They're just ash. Yeah, exactly, Fajili. You're dealing with the microphone's propensity, because some mics are going to have like this propensity to go up. You're dealing with the speakers, flaws, and then you're dealing with the room. You're dealing with the phasing of the time it takes for it to come back and how that's going to affect it, because you're going to get like combing effects and so forth. But to get back to what I was saying, just real quick, you'll take the mic and you just keep pushing it up, and you hear the, and once you even get a glimpse of it, you'll just, you know, because you don't want it to get loud. And that's one of the cool things, is if you're on your fader, you're just barely pushing it, and you get that feedback slowly creeping in, and then you manage it. And then with your other hand, because you still have to ride that fader to kind of keep that feedback in check, you'll go and cut. And just a slight, tiniest cut until it's gone. Don't cut more, especially with the 31 band, because then you end up just turning everything down and I've seen that before. And then once that's gone, you'll push it up, and what will almost always happen is an octave difference. So if it was 300 hertz, you can almost guarantee 600 is going to come into play. And 9 and so on. So you'll keep pushing that fader up, and then maybe a little bit more if you need more room, and you'll hear like maybe something that fits in between those two. It's always kind of move around. Sometimes there'll be another harmonic structure. So instead of 300, 600 that you've already cut, 408 are going to start to ride in. And even though they're not related to the 3/6, they're just a different frequency, a different note that it's also having to compensate or deal with. And then you'll just cut them ever so slightly. The less is so much more. And here's a little dumb tip that they won't teach them in them schools, but it's my rule of thumb. If you're ringing a room and you have to cut more than 4 frequencies, you're doing it wrong. Now, there's always a little bit, like sometimes I'm not including if you use a high-pass filter to get rid of all that bass that you're not going to use on the mic. I'm not counting that. Just if you have to dip out more than 4 frequencies, reset it, start over. Turn your speakers down because they're too loud. And you're going to end up just turning the mic down at the EQ, which is asinine. It's not going to sound good because you're still going to have all this shit that gets by because it's subsonic, or not subsonic, but it's super high, and it sounds like dog shit. You really want the microphone to work the way it was intended, with the minimal amount of cutting that you can get away with. So a buddy told me that 4 frequencies, no more than that. Maybe, you can always cheat. You can put a 5th one in there if you have to, but most of the time, especially if you're dealing in a kind of a weird room or a weird problem, maybe the mains kind of blow onto the stage and that mic is almost getting direct energy from the end of the cone. Yeah, you might have to cut at a 5th frequency. But if you have to cut more than 4, reset, start over. Turn your amps down. Turn your make sure your gain at your mic is nice and hot where it's supposed to be, because something's wrong. Is what I've learned over and over and over and over. I stand by that firmly. That's a really good thing to keep in mind when you're ringing. Is like, oh, because I've seen guys. I have a picture somewhere. I don't know where it is. I saw this. And these are live. These are like music audio guys a lot of the time, like band sound guys. They're the worst, by the way. Most of them are the worst I've ever seen. They do not know how to do their job. And I saw one time go through a 31 band and dump almost every frequency. All, like, out of the 31 bands, 28 of them are on the ground, -12. And then, like, random frequencies are cut, like, a little bit, or they're at 0. You get the exact same thing by just turning the fader down. And that's all they're doing. They're turning the fader down by 12 dB, but they're doing it in like, surgical... They're not even surgical, but they're doing it at the whole frequency point, which annoys the hell out of me. Really, really stupid. You're living a lie. You get about 70%. Yeah, and fragility. The more that you have to ring mics, the more that skill develops. And nowadays, you don't even have to, because most consoles you're going to deal with have an RTA built in. So you don't even have to fuck with it. You just, and it's overlaid over the EQ. So you just take the EQ and go, like, it's a parametric, and you just go, narrow the bell as tight as you can and go, and then do this. Take a big drag off of your cigar and say, I love it when the plan comes together. Make sure you got a glove on. I might also want to do that. Wait a minute. Do is end up cutting any frequencies more than a few decibels, because sound doesn't. Yeah, exactly. Less is more. Absolutely. And like Dave Rapp brings this up too. Every time you engage an EQ or any DSP, you're taking shit. You're creating. You're taking shit out of phase, and there's no phase correction or anything like that. So once that EQ starts to cut, everything that's in that band has this mild amount of latency. It's very, very small, but it's gonna muddy up. It's gonna fuck up your sound. And if you're like me and you want it to just sound 1-to-1, like that's how I like to do it. I want everything. I want that snare to sound exactly like it is through the PA as it does with me standing right next to it. You know, I want to capture that as best as I can. You know, if I have to fix things, you have to fix things. But most of the time, it's the way those guys want it to sound. It's the way those guys and gals are, that's how they've been practicing, that's how they're rehearsing, that's how their album was recorded, everything, you know, that's how they want it to sound. And you're not, you know, you can do, you only fix stuff that sounds like dog shit, that's really messing things up. You know, if you have a snare that's just like got a really bad ring or something, that's the way they want it. There's not much you can do to get rid of that ring that's not going to start removing the original intent or whatever. And also, I mean, they're just bad, you know. They don't know how to tune their instruments. Yeah. I don't like to cut more than 6 dB on EQs and stuff. And now there is an exception if you're shaping, but that's when you're taking kind of broader EQs and like pulling this down or maybe pushing this up, and you're shaping the sound so that it's good. But that's separate from your ringing out EQ. Those, ideally you want 2 EQs, one for your microphones so that their sympathetic frequencies, all their ringing frequencies are cut correctly. And then each channel will have its own EQ where you can go in and like boost the lows or cut the highs or whatever you want to do to make it sound yummier. And I think a lot of people don't realize those are 2 separate things. It's the same tool, but it's doing 2 different jobs. Toy bands with large deviation from 0 quickly turn into much uglier responses. Fader. With parametric notices, you can make a bit more aggressive. But with this, exactly. So that's my thing. I don't like 31 bands because the bells are really fucking wide. So if you've ever looked at it through an RTA, like and you're running pink noise, it's not affecting just 400 hertz. It affects everything all the way to like 200 and 600. It's a curve down, but it's still cutting from those frequencies. And maybe that's not where the problem lives in those areas. Maybe it's just 400. And with a parametric, you can take your bell, sharpen the shit out of it, so it's just a little line that comes down. And then you can just take it, you know, just a surgical amount, remove that problematic frequency, and then, you know, like I said, take a big drag off your cigar and quote Hannibal. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's getting to that. That's just, I don't want to add as many effects as I can. I know a lot of guys that mix that way, and they're really good engineers, and they've got like all these fucking DSPs running and shit. That ain't your boy. I don't like to do that. I feel like that handicaps you a little bit, because now you're relying on the tools more than your skills. And then and sometimes they'll cover up your mistakes, and you should just fix the mistakes in the first place, not find something to cover it up. So, and you'll find a lot of other people as you get into the biz, you'll have a lot of other philosophies that are going to differ from what I'm talking about. And honestly, at the end of the day, dead ass, as the kids say, whatever's going to give you the results that work. Like what I'm saying, how to do stuff, you might find, well, you know, I kind of found if I did it this way, it works better. I like it. I think it sounds good. Go with it, baby. Do it. There's no wrong way. There are some things that will severely screw up your ability to get a good result, and I've kind of covered those. But, you know, like that -10 thing. Maybe you'll find that, you know what? I know what Sid said, but I kind of like it living at 0 at sound check, and then when the people get there, pushing it to 3. It's almost the equivalent of -10. I mean, what's the difference? It sounds good to me. No arguments there. You did it right. No arguments. If it gives you the results, go for it. So that's another thing. I don't feel like it's a super exact science. Man, I turned my iron on for the first time in ages, and it's, oh shit, we got to switch this tip out. I forgot. I'll let it cool down real quick. I forgot I wanted to switch that tip. In the studio, linear phase EQs is also a possibility, but that is with its own. Yeah, so they can do that, but it's a post-process DSP. I don't believe there's a way to do that in real time without some sort of latency introduced. But I know post-processing, like in mastering software, they'll have like phase linear EQs where there's not an issue, and yeah, but awesome stuff. Right, and depending, yeah, so in a studio, it's not so much of an issue because you have that separation from the stage volume and the booth, so to speak. But in live sound, obviously, you can't start to introduce all this latency into the signal because it's going to fuck everything up. You need a zero point and then delay down. Oh my God, we could go into delay. That's right, you do. I remember you telling me that. If it sounds good, yeah, exactly. I mean, there's more than one way to get it done. The basic principles that I'm talking about, that I've mentioned so far, those I honestly think you should stick with them. Those are pretty bedrock. Everybody I know does this that way. But once you get to certain parts of it, there is deviation. I'll give you an example. When you're mixing bands, specifically, I find this is necessary, but I don't know. So on your speakers, let's say you have left and right, but then you also have your subs. How do you attach your subs? Do you attach them to the master? Do you have the master do a sub mix of left and right to them? How do you do that? How are you going to approach that? What I do, and what a lot of the guys, or the guy that taught me and everything does it, and I think it's awesome, is you don't have the subs on your master fader. Ideally, you'll have them on a mix or an aux or something like that. So what you'll do, since you have it on an aux, here, let me get a mixer here. Audio mixer, let's see. Yeah, we'll just use this, is there a bigger picture of this? Can I get I'm just trying to get a mixer so I can, oh yeah, this is great. Can you fucking give me I just need a big, bloody picture of the, all right, we'll just do this. This is fine. So here's a good old run-of-the-mill console here. So you'll have your mains here. That's going to be your left and right big boy speakers. But then you got your subs, your ladies. And what I do is I put them on an aux. So I believe these are auxes. And so, and all these aux, on this aux, it's going to be post fader. And what I do is I'll set my output for the sub, that aux, to unity or whatever's going to work. Sometimes you dial it back because the subs are really, really hot, -6 or whatever. But for the sake of argument, we'll just say we turn this up to unity. And we turn up the auxes for the instruments, for the channels that need to go to the subs. So microphones, vocal mics, fuck that, no way. I'm not going to send that to the subs. What's the point? They're never going to live there. There's never going to be a sound, the poo, poo, and the thumping and all the noise from the stands. I don't want that amplified. I don't want that in the bass. I want to minimize that as much as possible. The kick, oh yeah, I want that. And this is where it comes in handy and why I prefer this, because then I can turn that kick up. And now I'm hearing it nice and heavy in the subs. And I can, and let's say that, you know, the band's playing, there's a bunch of people in there now, and I'm like, man, that kick is just not kicking me in the chest. So I can come over here and just turn up my little bass knob and just bump it up or bring it up or whatever, and it's just sending it to the subs. You know, it sounds fine. I'm hearing the snap and everything in the mains just fine. It's that chest hit. I'm not hearing it. It can turn up here. Same with the bass guitar. I can turn that up. Hey, you know what? The guitars, maybe just a little bit, just to color them, bring them into the bass, but you know, they're mostly going to live on those mains because they're never really going to dip down to sub 108 or sub 80 hertz. You know, that doesn't really happen in most guitars. And even if it does, like, oh, hey, the guitarist has brought out a baritone guitar, or they've got an 8-string. Well, then I can just run over here and turn that knob up, and now they're in the subs. I like that. Now, the argument the other way to tie it to here is that you can hit this high-pass filter switches, where there's a fixed, crappy, unlikable high-pass filter, and you press the button, and now it cuts everything at 80 with this dumb fucking swoop, which it always sucks, especially on these type of consoles. They're just, really, I hit them only to get rid of stand noise, like mic stand noise. And sometimes you'll hear like mechanical noise from like drum mics or whatever. Sometimes you'll do it there. And you know, like, again, gets down to, you know, if it works for you, it works for you. Some people love to use these to help color and manage some sound. I think that's not me. I don't like it at all, but that's the argument. And then you can push this fader up and it's fine. And even if you have an unfixed one, like you can swoop the high pass and bring it up to like from nothing to 240 hertz or whatever. Yeah, that's all well and good, but that's not a brick wall. It's still like, you know, I'm trying to think of the width, like a 12 dB curve. So there's going to be a lot of shit before you that creeps through before the 80 hits, and it's kind of, I don't know. I don't like it. To each his own, though. I know a couple of really good audio engineers that do it this way, where they have the master and the subs tied. Whatever floats your boat. I'll see you. Mackie 32 over 1-inch tape. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, it's 80 hertz, 12 octaves. Arguably, you would probably want the 80 hertz cut enabled on every channel other than the kick and or bass. So not sure what you'd be sending to the sub anyways from those channels. Yeah, well, that's my argument. Like, if you can turn those on to reduce mic noise and things like that. And I mean, you could turn them on, but if they're going to the mains will never produce anything in the range. So the only thing you could argue is that it creates destructive interference with the other frequencies. I get that. And, you know, that's a case-by-case thing where you kind of like judge what you're working with and if you want to engage those. And I always turn them on for all the mics. It's my default go-to button, like mic, mic, mic. But all the instruments, it's a case-by-case. I'm like, oh, you know, that tom isn't going anywhere below 150 hertz, but I kind of hear this like chunk sound. Engage. Hey, the chunk's gone. Cool. Yeah, I think so, because I prefer it, and I love it because when you're mixing bands in particular, you can really sweeten it up. You can really get a nice, thick, round sound that way by having control of like that bass guitarist, you know, pushing through the crowd, hitting you in the chest, and giving you that low end frequency. Because the mains are always gonna have like everything coming through it. It's gonna sound nice and loud, but that feeling of the bass, you know, physically rattling you, if you can have a knob that you can just turn that up or down, I don't know why you wouldn't. I don't get why you wouldn't. You know? But sometimes it's easier too. I think sometimes it's just like for corporate AV, my buddy is like, yeah, I don't do it that way because you know, it's not really a big deal. And I'm like, yeah, I hear that, but I just do it to do it. I like doing it that way because everything's going to be the way I want it. I don't want to have to switch between that and, oh, I'm mixing a band. I have to do it this way. I mean, the results are going to be nearly the same. Subs. Lower is better. Like, low is good. Because well, it kind of depends. Like, what ends up happening with a lot of PA speakers, like inexpensive sub speakers, is, like, once you get to, like, 100 or 120, it kind of just sounds, you know, you kind of get, you get that coming in. And you don't really want that. You want, like I'm talking about, that physicality of the air compressing and expanding really fast. You don't want to hear the subs so much as feel them. Because, you know, how acoustics is. That didn't make sense. That was a stupid sentence. Let me back up. Well, I don't know. Does that make sense? Am I talking dog shit now? I think I think so too. The people that have taught me to do it that way are really solid engineers. They're solid cats. They're not doing it because that's how that guy did it and that guy did it. They do it because, like I said, I feel like I have way more control. I can present to the audience a much better mix if I can be able to, because a lot of people love that bass. So if you can just like give that to them, they're going to be happy. They're not going to give a shit that the highs sound like crap. They're going to be like, well, I don't care. Every time that kick hit, my belly rumbled. They're going to like that. That's that experience. And sometimes you're mixing through shit PAs, and that's all you can do is just turn the bass up and be happy. But I prefer lower frequencies, like VRX subs. They have an 80 and a 120 switch, crossover switch on them. I put them at 80 every time. I think it sounds awful if they run at 120. They just honk. And the top boxes do fine in the lower frequency band. They can go down to these lower frequencies, but what happens is the energy output isn't as good. So then you have the subs kind of take over, and it almost crosses at like a great meeting, in my opinion. I mean, different speakers are going to be different. Like if you have dual loaded, like dual front loaded 18s or something like that, that are like really big cabs, you might have a different response. I thought I was going somewhere with that, but I'm realizing like I don't know what I was going to say. You might find that, you know what, these things live at 100. These are great. Let's have these at 100. But in my experience, lower tends to be a better place to start. An 80, 70, maybe 60. I don't know. I've never had to go down to 60. But 80 always feels really good for me. And, you know, just depending on what you're working with, too. Like, if you don't have that many subs, like you just got like a pair and you really could use 4 or 6, then, yeah, you might have to just turn that switch to 100 or 120 just to kind of get more air moving in the room. But I try not to, because I feel like that just makes the mix sound more muddy. And you've got like all this like kind of standing waves and so forth from that. Yeah. Wow, I can't believe we got this deep into audio today. I love it. My dentist was he's like, what do you do? And I told him, and he's like, oh, so you know a lot about this. And I was like, oh, bro, I could talk for a very long time, and I would enjoy every minute of it explaining to you cardioid subarrays, or is it cardioid subarrays. I would just talk on and on. It's one of my favorite topics in the whole wide world. And I love like trying to explain it, and it's still a bit of a mystery to me. And I always feel like every time I talk about it, I'm that much closer to fully grasping it. Usually when you're mixing, you pick one priority instruments or your really low frequencies, EQ, e.g. Ergo, pick either kick or bass, and then you shelve down to the other bits and avoid a lot of mud. Yeah, I agree with that. At least in live sound, for sure. That was one thing I've always been told, like at live you cut, in the studio you boost. And I think there's some truth to that. But that's not a hard-ass rule. Sometimes you have to change things. Dynamic low. Oh yeah. Yeah, now we're opening up a big bag of worms there with using like compressors, like multi-band compressors and so forth. That's something that I try to avoid if I can. Sometimes it's nice. Sometimes it makes a good result. But for me personally, and this is just me, I don't think anyone should necessarily subscribe to the way I do stuff with that. But I really like to do as little on the EQs as possible. As little compression, as little... like I hate gates. I almost never use fucking gates because I can hear them opening and closing, so that means the audience can too. I can't stand that. I hate it. Ugh. I mean, sometimes it works but I couldn't name you one of those times. A lot of those DSPs I try to avoid because especially for live or just talking people, people speaking, you're really just amplifying their original performance. And I feel like that's all you're supposed to be doing. You're not trying to like fix the kick to make it more snappier because you think it needs more snap. The kick is going to sound that way because the drummer doesn't have a ported kick, so you just have to put the mic in front of it and be glad with it. If you are lucky, you can throw a mic in there and aim it right at the beater inside, and then you might have another mic for just getting the ambience, or not the ambience, but the drum shell. That's all it's focused on, and then maybe even a sub kick or something crazy like that. Those are great, but I mean, a lot of the times you got one hand tied behind your back, and you just have to make do with it. And again, you're just amplifying that performance. And since it's not a ported sub, the kick snappiness of the beater isn't going to transmit out of it as well. And despite even if you, let me replace that. God damn, why am I talking like a stoner and I haven't smoked in weeks? It's weird. Latui, welcome in. Yeah, I don't like gates. I can never get them to work for me. Like, people put gates on drums, and I'm like, ugh. I don't know. Although I will say this. I will say this. I'm not very good at mixing drums. So it's not like my skill. Like, oh, I'm very good at mixing drums, so I should never put gates on them. Maybe that's the skill I need to learn, is how to fucking use gates on drums correctly. But I don't mix bands. I hardly ever mix bands, and I am perfectly happy with that. Gates are misused. I find Austin solve the issue causing things, but Band-Aid on the laceration. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true too. You can, some people I know will throw either what are those called? The subharmonic. We used to do that back in the day. We'd throw a subharmonic on our aux, and like a bass one. I can't remember the name of it. It was really popular back in like the late '90s. But you could put that on there, and that was kind of nice to have. And we also had a compressor on there as well. Yeah, I think it was the BBEs. I can't remember. Sonic maximizers. That's what they called them. But basically it was increasing harmonics in the sub frequency. If I remember correctly. I haven't touched one of those things in 20 years. So more than that, 20 years, sure. And yeah, I don't know. They're mock bass racks. Ooh. But anyways, man, this is a great conversation. I hope I haven't bored the shit out of people. I hope some of you cats came in and were like, oh, he's not soldering. The fuck? Is he just rambling on about fucking mixers? Well, I guess he does that. Oh, wait. We'll see where this goes. Yeah, I think that's the only reason I don't want to quit this business is I deep down, I just love this gig I did. I'll give you an example. I was sick, I had my tooth bothering me. I felt like crap, and I was like 12 days in, 10 or 12 days into being in fucking Texas. I was missing home. I was just missing Mrs. Heresy. I was just like, everything was just like, I don't fucking care. Let's just get this fucking over with. So I did what I would consider a very slapdash job at setting the room up and doing everything. I was like, this will work good enough. And let me tell you, the amount of pride, I guess you would say, that I had when I pushed that fader up, when the person had to talk, and it was loud. There's all these people were coming in there, blah, 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 blah. There's like, I think it was 800 people. There's 800 people in this room. They're all talking to each other. They're all sitting down. They're all blah, 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 blah. And there's even people with chairs over here, directing. There's ushers trying to get people further into the room. And the person goes up on the stage, and I push that mic up. And I don't even push it up all the way. Because I'm like, I don't want them to, be really loud and, So I push it up, like -10, -6. And they go, welcome, welcome. And it's loud. You can hear every syllable. It cuts through the room. The audience gets a little bit quieter, but it's not too loud. It's just like perfect. I'm telling you, I felt really good. And I kind of get addicted to that, like, holy shit, I know how to do this. Holy crap, I was right. That sense. I think that's the only reason I still like my job or like to do the job that I do, because it's like all these years and years of trial and error and chewing, the fat, or talking someone's ear out, picking their brains, or whatever. Just finding out the hard way, that's not the way to do it. All leads up to me with a toothache, fucking feeling like crap, throwing the speakers up, just like, who fucking cares, blah, blah, blah. And then when I had to go, you're damn right. I like that. And it's analogous to building these modules, all the times of trial and error of fucking up builds or zigging when I meant to zag. And then I put it together and we put it in the rack, or we put it, on the tester, we plug it in and everything lights up. All the sounds come through and it's cooler than I thought. That reward, that dopamine, or whatever you want to call it, I love, because it's I think it's just like a confirmation that you're growing. You are better than what you were, like you and you can keep overcoming these. Like, okay, well, next it's this. I've always had trouble with this. Let's try that. And then you overcome that. And then you consistently are just hitting the nail on the head. And then even if there's something doesn't land, you understand why. You're like, oh, I should have done it this way. And then you do it that way from there on out. And you, over and over. I think that's the only reason I still do that fucking job. And it took so long for me to learn all those things and to get there, that it's more, it's the sweeter the fruit kind of thing, Wow, we're getting like fucking crazy. What is this, like philosophical? It's also confirmation that your intuition was right, even when the territory that wasn't fully known. Yeah, exactly. Like intuition, I would say that too. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, I felt this was one of those situations, and I set myself up that it was going to be this type of situation, and I was right. Get on it. Let's go. High five. Yeah, it feels good indeed. I don't know. All right, maybe we should do some soldering. And then everyone leaves. Let me get some more water real quick. Man, look at me, drinking water, not drinking booze. Haven't had any booze in over a week. No ganja and like, I don't know, since the 8th or the 7th. So what is that? Today is the 25th, so 18 days? Should be more than that. Maybe I get my date. Whatever. That'll be the next, and then I'll be like, yeah, I started lifting weights. Started getting my swole on. I swear, if I kind of been thinking about doing that. I keep joking about it, but it has been in the back of my mind that I should not necessarily try to get, weightlifting or anything, but I'm like, you really should start like trying to build up a little bit of muscle and then like, getting it throughout your body just so that you're not regretting it 10, 15 years from now. Like I'm in my head, I'm like, if I have a little bit more muscle instead of a little bit more, I don't know. I'm kind of getting into my jiggly. I like my jiggle fat. I'll run and it'll all jiggle and I'll be like, this is kind of nice. I mean, maybe. But if I could, I feel like that's going to be healthier for me down the line. But I wouldn't do like, I wouldn't fuck with like protein shakes or any of that crap. I'd just be like, hey, this is what God intended, all right? God never said, take a bunch of protein. I'm kidding, of course. But you know what I mean? Like, just spend time maybe doing, X number of reps or whatever, and then something like that. I keep thinking, this might be my opportunity after all this dumb shit that's happened to me, that maybe I should do that, and I'll be rewarded in Valhalla. Yeah, Screaming Cheese. I had to take a break from ganja because I was in Texas. I brought cartridges with me, and I can't smoke cartridges anymore. They, whatever the fuck they're putting in them, and it's not every one of them. It's just some of them. It aggravates. Well, it not aggravates. It causes a heart problem with me, and my heart will go into an SVT, which is supraventricular tachycardia. And basically, my heart rate will go to 210 plus. I think my watch won't go higher than 210. And I don't want that. Whoa, Caldario! Willkommen! Buena vita. I don't think that's the right word. Hola. There we go. Hola! So I'd like to do cycling for Julie. I did cycling a lot, and it sucks cycling in Phoenix, because what ends up happening is like, the fall and winter, you're biking, it's great, and then when summer hits, you're like, okay, well, I'll just get up, I'll just bike really late at night, I'll bike at like 3 in the morning, or I'll get up really early and bike at 5 a.m. when it's cooler. But eventually, there's nothing you can fucking do. It's just gonna be unbelievably hot. And, when the winter time comes, you can layer up, and, it's not too bad. And like the cycling itself, the activity kind of helps pump that heat and keeps you warm. But there's nothing you can do in the summer. And so, like 3 or 4 years of this, I would just have to take a break. And I hated it, because then it was so hard to come back. And I think the last time there was this time when I was cycling, I would cycle with these, I was like the oldest dude there. It was so embarrassing. All these 20-somethings. And it was a fixed gear biking group. And we'd go to like different parts of the town. It was like usually like 20-mile round trip, like runs. But these kids would go as fast as they could. And the organizers even tried to tell people to stop doing that, but they would do it anyways. They'd turn it into a race. And so it forced me to go that fast. And it really put that bar up there of just, idly writing. And I remembered one day I was getting into bed and Mrs. Heresy noticed my legs. She's like, what the fuck? And they were ripped. Like my thighs were fucking, like I could see my muscles, the definition. And I was like, holy crap. That's insane. I didn't think I could ever get here. But then summer came and it went away super fast. And then I never could get it back. And I was so heartbroken. I was like, ugh. And I've even tried to get like a trainer, like the different, indoor options, but none of them work. I'll just put it that way. I spent like earlier this year trying to get something to work, and everyone was either outrageously expensive and took up too much space, or just flat out wasn't going to work for my type of bicycle. So I'd have to buy a totally different bike, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah, with winter. Yeah, I'm sure that at some point in winter, it's just got to be useless, to try to cycle when the roads are packed with snow. Yeah, that's the other thing. They're super loud. Yeah, they suck. It just doesn't work. And the one I saw that I basically the ones I saw were like the option I had was to get like a spin bike, like a stationary bike. And then it became like, well, what's the fucking point, man? And it takes up space too. And we are so low on space in our house right now that it's just not an option. So I don't know. I'm with you on the cycling. Another problem though, it's kind of kept me away, is I get this weird nerve problem in the back of my neck. And at first I thought it was like, a tag in my shirt was poking me. But then I like a couple times, I popped that top off, and I'd still have this like something poking me in the back of my neck. And I talked to different people, and they're like, oh, they gave me their dime store medical advice. And eventually I would just try to ride sitting up, because one, it's good for your abs. You're like constantly making adjustments with your stomach, so it's good for your core and your abs. And but that was the only solution. And still, when I had to go on my bars, that thing would take off again, and I'd be like, oh, this hurts. So I don't know. I just picked up an electronic drum kit for the winter months. Ooh, that's not the stupidest idea in the world. I like that one. That's smart. That's super smart. Well, whatever. I have some free weights here. Maybe while I'm watching the rest of the Hellraiser series, I can just do some curls. I knew a guy when I worked a long time ago when I worked at call centers. I remember one dude, that's what he did. He would just be on the phone, and he'd have like a 5-pound weight or something, and he'd just be doing curls, just different stuff. And I was like, yeah, that's really smart, but I never did it. I just use a guitar as drums. There you go. Do you do the Sonic Youth thing where you stuff a guitar stick under there and under the fretboards and then bang on the other one? Play some classics. I love her all the time. It's the only thing I can think of. Sonic Youth. Joking, but I've been practicing rhythm playing, and at times it feels like drumming. Yeah, I could see that. I could totally see that. I also use an under-the-table elliptical that I use as well. It's not terrible. It gives you enough. That's not a bad point, too. You know, we gave my father-in-law one of those. And I don't know if he ever still used that. Maybe I could ask him and see if I can borrow it or something. I don't know. I just, like I was saying, I just keep thinking, like, is this the origin story of how I got healthy? Went to Texas, couldn't smoke pot, got a tooth infection, had to quit drinking because it mixed with the antibiotics, and just started lifting weights. Started getting healthy. I wouldn't mind. Wouldn't mind. We'll see. I don't want to say anything here and then, like, someone call me out on it 6 months from now and go, no. I don't want that humility. You're probably healthier than me. I mean, unless you got a mustache, then I don't know. Well, I've talked about this before, but like the men in my family, they all have they other than my great grandfather, paternal, whatever it is. Other than a few exceptions, a lot of the men in my family didn't make it into their 60s. So and then the ones that did make it into their older age, they were pretty, what's the word I'm trying to say here? They had issues, you know, like they always had these problems and that problems. And I keep thinking like, hey, Sid, you can't end up like that. You have all the information here. You have all the data. Everything's here. If you do that, you know, it's your own fault. So, you know, like one of the things that's has helped me, I don't smoke cigarettes. My dad and his brother, they both smoked, and that was really bad for them. And it really caught up with them. And then, and I've tried to maintain a reasonable weight, and they didn't. They both had really big pot bellies, and I think that contributed to it as well. And then there were all these things that I felt like those are things that I have to avoid if I want to make it comfortably into my 60s. I could be totally wrong, and I'm just going to have a shitty old age life, no matter what. But, you know, it's like, if you know the problem's there, and you just like go, who cares, you know? What does that say? Are you about you? Anyways, I'm getting weird. I look healthy because I'm not fat, but I'm not. Well, yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's I have good blood pressure. My heart rate is pretty okay. You know, my heart and so forth, other than the SVT. But that's, again, I'm going to, you know, that's something none of them have ever had. Yeah, it takes one thing to carry the other. Yeah. I don't know. I'll put it this way. When I quit smoking, and this is ages and ages ago, I didn't realize it at the time. You know, I just quit because I wanted to quit. When I quit smoking cigarettes, by the way, so we're clear. But like, the props, you know, my mom and my grandma and you know and other people saying like, "Oh, that's so great, Sid. That's so good that you quit. Keep quitting. Don't ever start back. You're going to be destined for something better." Well, maybe they didn't use those words, but that was the gist. And I feel like I need to keep finding things like that, you know, where I want to, you know. I don't think I'm going to quit drinking, and I don't even drink very heavily. I kind of, right now, one thing I did notice from stop smoking weed, from me stopping, I don't have that problem where the next day I feel bad, like emotionally. I used to have that all the time. If I drank more than 2 beers, I'd get, you know, the next day I'd feel kind of crummy. And now that I'm smoking weed, I'm like, oh, so the 2 combined cause that problem. Ah, clever girl, clever girl. But I kind of was like, you know, it's a stupid thing anyways. And I started sipping tequila, and I found that, like, that doesn't have any real, well, for the most part, it doesn't have any, like, you know, problems the next day or anything like that. But I think it's mostly because I'm consuming it at such a slow pace that, you know, it's not like having 4 beers. You know, having a couple of, you know, 1 or 2 shots of tequila, or shots worth of tequila, but breaking them up into 4 little tiny sniffer glasses, I think is probably more of it than, I think it's quality deal. It's the little things in life, and that's what I try to convince my dates. It's the little things which are great. yeah, little things are nice. Hydrate and a stretch. Let's do that, mate. And then we'll get into this. I gotta stand up anyways. Gotta get our, looks like 2.2 megs, or what is that? Oh no, we get our caps in there. Oh, and that reminds me, I need to contact the owner of the DJX thing and tell them that we've got a bigger problem than I thought with the crossfader, and see if they want me to send the other, because they sent us 2 things, and I know they're missing them, so I'll remember that tonight, or I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, I'll be honest, I'm getting a transplant was because I'd had more of a reason to have to put more pressure on myself to change myself better. I can relate to that. I have to think about that too. Sometimes. I have to think about that too, yeah. I don't know. Life's a crazy thing, right? Tell you, though, spending 2 weeks in San Antonio really puts the screws on one's will to exist. You're like, oh my God, is this state just broken chain link fences and dead overgrown grass? Is that it? That's sucks. Anyways, let's do some soldering here. Do we want to do the, wait, that's 10, isn't it? Here, let me pull up the book. I gotta reset this. Oh, god damn. This is just like piecemeal. Here, we'll do the hundreds so we can get those out of the fucking way. At least 25 volts. Now, as you know, I live on the edge, and I use 16 volts. Oh, shit. Where's the thing? There it is. You're in school now at almost 40. Oh! Oh, man. The memory is coming back. Didn't we run out of 100 nanofarads, but I thought I bought a bunch, but I can't find them? That seems about right. Yeah. Yeah. Let me grab the big box. Let me make sure. These are all 6. I think this whole bag is just 603 shit. What is it? 603s. For 70. Oh. Well. Oh, wait. Here we go. 10 nanofarad. Ah, shit. 470. 0 ohms. Yeah, we are. For some reason, completely out of 100 nanofarad 805s. But I thought I bought some. Might be wrong. Somebody, yeah, that's my thought, is that if I can just work on just a little bit of exercise, I could better my my outcome and everything like that. All right, well, we'll skip the 100 nanofarad for right now. We can put them in as 603s. I'm pretty sure I have that. But let's do these dinky, these tiny little, the tiniest bullfrog. Do this kid right here. What's up, butt? Oh man, I forgot. I got the nicest little comment message the other day on YouTube. Someone was like, "Hey, I went and tried the bent conical tip that you're always using, and I fucking love it." They were like really happy with it. I was like, "Oh, good. It's definitely not for everybody, but you know, some people like it." And they said it was great. They were like, big game changer and all that. And it's very sweet, very thoughtful. Really appreciated that. Always love to hear success stories like that. Why exercise when you can work your circulatory system by taking acid? There you go. That was great. I'm the White Rabbit. Freaked out very, very badly. Freaked out on acid. Wait. Oh, nanofarad. Now I want to listen to that song. God damn it. Curse the internet for not allowing me to listen to any My Life with a Thrill Kill song I want at any time on any platform. Just ruined the fun of life. It's a great track, by the way. If you ever heard it. Yeah, if you ever we were talking about this a while back, and I think someone gave them a try, and they were like, holy crap, these are pretty cool. But My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult is this kind of industrial funk groove sort of thing. I don't know how to call it. Their earlier stuff is more, I like it personally. It's like all spooky, scary. There's kind of this I don't know if it's necessarily like fake Satanism or anything, but it's all this kind of occultish sort of themes and whatever. And I don't know, it's fun. I love that kind of stuff. I love the Halloween kind of music aspect of stuff like that. And then as they went on, they kind of got more like disco influenced. But their first 3 or 4 albums, like 13 Above the Night, Confessions of a Knife. Actually, both of those are my favorite records. I think Confessions, that has the song Daisy Chain for Satan. I think that's the song. That's the right song. I might have it off. Their titles are a bit confusing. But there's this whole like sample. It's from this documentary, and a lot of artists have sampled it. But it's this like this woman, I guess she's supposed to be like a hippie or whatever, and she's like, I live for drugs. It's great. I freaked out really, really badly. I freaked out on acid. And it's so corny and cheesy, but the track itself is just, it's got this fucking badass bass groove. The guy who plays bass, I can't remember his name, is probably one of the greatest bass players out there. Like, for just sheer groove. Oh, he's so good. Yeah, I was a fan of their earlier, more industrial stuff. A fan of God. Yeah, I like that kind of stuff. That always is fun for me. I like Jeffrey's Airplay, White Rabbit. Yeah. She. Well, yeah. That's basically, she was like, I'm the White Rabbit. I don't remember the rest of it. It's cut up, and it's moved around. There's like a Meat Beat Manifesto song that has like more of that interview, like a big chunk of the sample, and like I realized like, oh, you know, the Thrill Kill, they moved everything around, and I think I even watched a little bit of what it's from, but it's cool. It's got this whole spooky kind of stuff, but it's so tongue in cheek. Like what's the song? I can't remember the name of the song, but the chorus is Christian zombie vampires. And then the guy goes, I am the father of nothing. Back to the Christian zombie vampires. And then him go, I am the father of love. And then it has like crazy theremin and just the bass groove just carries the song the whole way. And it's a great bass line. In fact, why the fuck am I not learning those bass lines? Why am I not? That is asinine. That's probably a crime. And not that I'm gonna submit myself to the Justice League, but probably a crime. Dude. Yeah, I know. It's such a great sample. There's a bunch of other ones from that documentary, too, that I always forget about. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's from that fucking stupid... Enters dressed as a father of nothing. Ooh. Yeah, the day I die is because of you. Yeah, man, I don't want to stop soldering right now, but I haven't played the bass in months. Not months, weeks. Those are different than months, right? Months, weeks, year. Yeah, they are. Dude. What the fuck? Why aren't these coming out? What the hell? Are these glued in? The day of swine and roses. Yeah, now I want to listen to that so bad. Urgh. Curse you, internet, and your killjoys. Good to see you, Lusty Bar, by the way. Yeah, probably. I think it was during the wave and so forth. I mean, we were talking about Sonic Youth earlier. Like, my favorite Sonic Youth stuff was, like, really early, where they just fucking chanted these scary lines over and over and just made weird noises with their guitar. I was like, this is top notch. This is the best. How goes home life? Mate, I can't tell you how happy I am to be home. Like, I feel like so much better. And I'm not, but I am. I feel it, so, you know, it's what you feel. It's not how you are. Yeah, a lot of people get... I know. It's always so funny. I historically, like, looking back and, you know, Tipper Core and the PMRC and all that shit, like, oh my God. Look how irrelevant that shit is now. Look how stupid that shit looks now and dumb. But whatever, mate, you know. We're bound to keep doing stupid shit. That's the only thing that's clear. What is this? Is this... Let me heat this up. I feel like that's shame. It is. Okay. No, New York. No, I don't know that one. I'm not sure if I've mentioned it before. A compilation made by Brian Eno of the no wave scene in New York. Oh, yeah. Let me wait, what was it called again? I'm sorry. No, New York compilation. Okay, I've got that. I got a tab on it. I'll hit that up on after the stram. Oh, is that where? Nice. Well, I remember Sonic Youth had this song, Shaking Hell, and that's one of my favorites. Like, it's Kim Gordon just, like, saying this line over and over. I don't even remember what it was, because it just doesn't quite make sense. And then, like, the end is just them screaming, like, shake! Shake! And it's so weird and spooky and quite enjoyable. Ben Stiller had a no-wave band back when he was a teenager. It was called Capital Punishment. It was actually pretty good. You know what? I think I remember hearing that a long time ago. I totally forgot about that. Huh. Yeah, Revenge is like, yeah, I think I knew that too, but I don't know a tune. right, we'll solder these on, and then I'll do a little. Let me see if I can figure out the bass line to Swine and Roses. Or Daisy Chain. Do, do, do. That's probably easier to do. But I can't play the song, so I'm just going to have to go from memory. I wonder if I can remember the note, though. Bum, 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 bum. I think it's... Oh, scheisse. Do, 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 do. Na, na, na. Yeah. We'll find it. Do, 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 do. So here's a funny bit, like, this is probably like 10-ish years ago. I went and saw, so My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult was on tour, but it was like one of these specialty deals, which I wish bands would do some more of, because I really like it, where they just played like one of their classic albums from start to finish. And it was a really minimalist lineup. It was just Groovy Man and, the keyboard guy. I can't think of his name. And then the drummer was a session drummer. I'm forgetting his name, Justin, who plays with all these different bands. And he just had a stand-up kit with no kick drum or anything. The kick was pre-recorded, I think is how it worked, so he would be able to keep time. And a lot of it was pre-recorded. As I noticed, he'd hit keys on the keyboard, and then that sample would trigger, and then like he wouldn't hit the key, and the sample would trigger, and I was like, oh, he's just Milli Vanilling the keyboard bits, and I'm like, whatever, I don't care. He brought the energy. That's all oh, scheisse. Oh shit. That's all I care about. Blackbirds, are you ready? Go forever, forever, oh yeah. Blackbirds, black. But anyways, they I think it was Confessions, and they played from start to finish, and I got pretty loaded up right before. I had a couple drinks in me. And I got right to the front of the stage. It was this little tiny club. And I'm sure in hindsight, there was a moment I was self-aware enough to go, am I being a dick? And I said, who cares, man? I paid to be here. I'll do whatever, I'm not fucking hurting anybody. And I just sang the songs back to them as they were performing it the whole show. Like just blah, blah, like the whole time. And I think I do remember getting some stink eye from the band, but I was like, fuck you. I paid to be here. I'm not doing anything none of these fucks behind me are not doing as well. I'm just really loud. So, sorry. This is the voice God gave me. I didn't get a choice in it. And honestly, if I was given the choice, I'd say, do it again. Got me in trouble in school a lot. Who cares? You only YOLO once. Oh, you never heard that before? Milli Vanilli? Oh, yeah. For sure. Well, honestly, that's like 90% of performances these days. They're tracked. It's like they're just pretending to play a lot of these shows. It's kind of the other reason I don't even want to fuck with live sound anymore, because it's like you're just mixing their tracks and the vocal mics over it. And sometimes you're not even doing that. Sometimes the vocals are on their own channel and it's pre-recorded, and you're like, oh God, get some fucking talent. Just go home, get a bucket, rummage around, find some talent, put it in the bucket, then come to the show. and start performing. Otherwise, piss off. I can do this shit at home. We'll eventually go out to just see hollow shows. Exactly. It's just boring to me. It's I don't know. Personally, I feel you owe it to the fans, to the people showing up. You owe it to them to not only put on a show that they're going to talk about for years, but it might live in the back of your memory too. Remember when we went to Phoenix and that guy just kept screaming our songs back to us the whole fucking time? Remember that? That was special. I heard Al Jurgensen actually wants to re-record with Sympathy with a different take now that the rest of Ministry approached him. Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to. He destroyed the masters. And he did do a remake of Every Day is Halloween. It's pretty good. I like, honestly, and I know I'm going to get shit for this, I like the dubstep bass music remix of that song. It's got this really fun, like, what bass line going, and it just kind of works with the ba-da-da-da, you know, that whole, you know, syncopated, well, not syncopated, but just nursery rhyme kind of delivery. That guy was a nerd, exactly. Well, I think Al retired though, or he said he's retiring. We'll see how long that lasts. I mean, not that he's prone to saying, "Oh, I'm going to quit this," and then comes back and does it anyways, or anything like that. But you know, I mean, if you've been making music your whole fucking life, and you're so good at it, you know, I mean, and good at it in this, you know, you may not like every album that he's put out, but he's still a good musician. You know, he's still putting stuff together that's him. All right, I promised myself a treat. Let me make good on this. Oh wait, I may not be able to. Oh, let's see. Oh shit! In the face. In the face! Oh, I didn't scratch up my glasses. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I think we lived. Oh man, it's kind of hard to get to this thing though. We'll do daisy chain first, 'cause that's easy. Ah, you bastard. What the fuck is that? Fuck you. Pay me. No, my ibuprofen. A little pop. No, that didn't pop that bad. Oh, is the battery dead on this too? God bloody. Yeah, the battery's dead. Alright, we'll replace it. Uno momento, por favor. Mi amo Sid. That's probably not the right rough. I don't know any Spanish. I know, like, cinnamon chips, chili con carne. There it is. That is noisy. Oh, because that's turned up. All right, so you think it's in E? Why does it sound like crap? I gotta do this totally from memory because I can't play the song back for fear of being struck by the copyright demon. Here, I could just do ask the internet. Let's see, what's the name of it? TKK Daisy Chain for Satan. Baseline tablature. There we go. Wunderbar. Can we bring it up on the big screen? There we go. Hey, I was right. It is an E. Maybe? I don't know why this is so noisy. Alright, so wait. This is confusing, actually. Oh, there it is. Hey, that's totally playable. I can totally play that. That's awesome. Not very well. Not very well. But, you know, that comes later. With drugs. So it's so I was wrong. I had the wrong note. It's not E. It's whatever the fuck that is. D. Well, wait a minute. C sharp. I live for drugs. All right, now we gotta do Swine and Roses, because that's it. That's the bass line. It doesn't really. Oh, there's the ending. Oh wait, am I on the wrong notes? No. It's a 4-string. All right, so let's do, what's the other one? Swine and Roses. Yeah! Yeah! Wait, that is drop D. Fuck. You're kidding me. Well, luckily I have a 5-string, so I don't... Oh, shit. Lost my mic. Hey, there it is. All right. Oh, it's my stupid headphones. They're stupid. All right, so this is gonna be trickier because I'm not gonna drop my bass down. Oh, maybe I am. That sounds right. Here, maybe I can turn this part down. Oh! That was it. Oh, hold on. That was fun. I got to make sure that's the right note. Man, I don't like this thing slapping that much. How's that go? So this is hard to do because I have to slap and play. So it's dun dun dun. So dot 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 dot. Oh, and then the main verse is. Oh no, my bad. So it's 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 3. Okay, so. No. Damn it. This is tricky. This isn't jazz, this is funk. So it's So what's the chorus though? Where's the chorus? Dude, this is fucking nice. This is hard on the fingers though. I don't think I got that spread, baby. I'm gonna cheat and use the fifth. Oh wait, that's it. Towards the end during the riff, Levi will play. That's his name, Levi. I can't forget his last name. Levi will play a 3 on the G string at the end of the first and third measure. So it's. These are not that hard. I'm happy. So if we want to do D. Yeah, you could just cheat with the 5 string. All right. That is not very good, but it's the ground. Yeah, I wish we could play the music, but 9. Alright, so the daisy chain was. Alright. Man, now I already forgot the notes. Bloody hell. Bloody hell, let's see. Oh, and I did this the dumbest ass way I could, couldn't I? Stand by here. I'll just do... So... I live for drugs. Zio, welcome in. I didn't see you there. My view of chat like made your name. Well, whatever. It's a color code thing. So I just gotta remember this. That's great. I don't know any other ones. They just got Swine and Roses and... There you go. Yeah, that was too easy. Not very easy to get the rhythm right, but... let me see, is there any other... Oops. Let's do... My Life... The Thrill Kill Cult, Confessions of a Knife. What other songs are on that album? Oh yeah, Ride the Midway. How does that go? I don't remember the bass line in that. But every time I'm at Chicago Midway, this song is just playing in my mind, even though it's the Mind Way. I'm always like, we live our lives to land at Midway. Yeah, it has that Go Daddy Go. Man, I don't know, maybe I can... Let me see. Bass tab. What? I don't care. Oh shit, this is the fancy tablature. This is a fancy stuff here. Is this 5? Oh, hey, it's 5-string. Yeah! But I don't remember how the song goes. Hold on. I'm just gonna cheat real fast. That's not right, is it? That's right. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that's... Let's get that chorus. Dude. I hate this tablature. I like the other ones was like dumbed down for me. And apparently that's not going to happen. Oh, that's Mind Flow. Anyway, that's the wrong song. Oh, well, that makes more sense. Did I get the song name wrong? Am I like total doof? Yep. Oh, wait, this is... Oh, I may not have it. All right. Well, this might put an end to our really bad covers of yeah, that's not gonna happen. They don't have it on there. I'd have to figure it out. That's not gonna happen. What about 13 Above the Night? That's the name of that? Thrill, Kill, Cult. 13 Above the Night. It's got... Oh yeah, Blue Buddha, but I think we're stuck with that. I can only... Those are the only songs that are resonating in my head, so... Here, let's turn the bass down a little. Yeah. Alright, that was fun. Kind of. It was for me. I don't know about you guys. You guys probably hated it, which... That's fine. Should we end with something like a good... I don't know if I have any good bass lines, though. That's all right. Or we could do... Right, that's the wrong notes. Yeah, it goes... Yeah, it's terrible. I haven't played in so long. Weeks and weeks. The memory from my muscles is... Well, it's got some form of dementia. Good dementia. I like tonight after the stream, I'm gonna just crank up the Daisy Chain and just play that. Do 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 do. Freaked out very, very badly. Freaked out on acid. Oh yeah, and then the end of that, it's got that weird backwards part, and then that sample from that movie, Joan. Joan. There she is. I'm gonna find her. And I'm gonna kill her. Wow, scheisse. Maybe I should have moved this back a little bit. I bet I could. Let me follow through. Look at that. Just great. I'm gonna look that up some more. I feel like there's more to the bass line, but god fucking damn it. Who stores all this shit like... Oh, yeah, right. It's me. Oh, my God. Mrs. Hersey just reheated up her mac and cheese. And it smells divine. I just remember I gotta take my antibiotics so that I can be non-biotic. Oh, I'm sorry, Zio. No, I don't know when we're gonna do Jamtown soon. There's no room in this. I gotta get rid of this goddamn you can't even see it here. So behind here is like a mixer and there's like so much crap here. I have no room for Jamtown. I gotta get rid of it. But the owner of it, his warehouse got hit by this big storm, and I'm not exactly I ran into him at the airport, but I didn't want to bring it up. But I'm not entirely sure he has anywhere to put this right now. So I might be kind of screwed. Just a little bit. Tom's name is Bud. Yeah, today we're gonna do some circuit board. I'm honestly just kind of getting my toes back into the water because I've been on the road for way longer than I ever wanted to be. I'm never doing that again. That was like a bad idea in the history of bad ideas. Man, everybody's updating their privacy. Their terms of I don't like it. Hopefully it's EU related or something like that. And it's not that we are taking away the privacy that you enjoyed, replacing it with pumpkin spice. It's on top of mac and cheese going to be some magic. I know, right? I wonder why no other types of pasta caught on like mac and cheese. You know, bow tie pasta is pretty good when you got a pasta salad. They'll do like bow tie pasta a lot. I like that. I'll have that. Oh, look at that. Let's see. Are we? I think I have a crack now. Uh-oh. So that's why we had it there. All right, let me fix it. All right, are we good now? Yeah, there we go. Cool. Dead on time. Yeah, I know. I just saw that now. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, bow tie and cheese didn't work. Shells and cheese works. Good lord, why do I have so many Zeners? What's that about? Crafts, bow ties, and cheese. Oh, shit. All right, this just crapped out a bunch of yeah. We got one extra in case I need it. Man, now I want that mac and cheese. I should cook that up and it smells so fucking good. But they burnt it. We like ordered it from I don't remember, some fucking place, and we got it, and like they didn't put the bacon bits in that I asked, and then they burned like one of them really good. They burned both of them. I was like, oh man, why come you fuck up? I need a little icy Pez dispenser. That would be clutch. Oh, the where is it? Yeah. Talking about one of these rude boys. We have it, sir. Behold. Hello. You can have like a 96-day Aventus thing, you know, like, oh, on the first day, Mr. X heading out. So glad to see you. So happy to hang out with you in the stream. I can't remember the buttons. Man, it's been so long. Shout out to Mr. X. Go visit his channel if you want some good jams. If you don't want good jams, then, you know, good times. But Mr. X delivers. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. Have a super guy. Glad you're back from vacation. I'm glad you had a great vacation. 21 bottles of wine. You take one down, you drink it. 20 bottles of wine. How many resistors will fit in one of those chambers? I've been told, like, it's quite a bit. It's way more than you would expect. I mean, I guess I could do it with those diodes that just blew up. You know what I should do? So I have a lot of this BS, and it's really hard to, I mean, this doesn't work for the book, and I can't cut it in the middle, you know, and so maybe I might just start housing those. But I've been told you could, feasibly I would say at least 100, but I would think you could probably get away with like possibly 300. Just eyeballing it, not positive. Yeah, if you're allergic to great jams, definitely don't go to Mr. X's channel. Don't get that link in the Twitch chat. You'll have problems. Look at hives or whatever. It's called so there's a couple different ways that you can do it. There's a sub or cardioid subarray. I think it's CSA is the acronym for it. And a cardioid subarray is you'll need at least 3 subs. And it really doesn't matter how you divvy it up. I don't have 3 of anything, though, that I can do this example. I never do, as well. That's so fucking stupid. All right, we'll do it this way real fast. This is one of my favorite things in the whole, well, not the whole wide world, but pretty goddamn close. Cardioid subarray. So, you've got your 3 subs. We'll pretend like this is the same thing as those guys. But this one is going to fire backwards. These guys are firing forwards. Here's our audience or whatever. So, and or wherever the fuck. So you'll take your subs and they're going to fire. These 2 are going to fire this way. This one is going to be firing this way. Now, what happens is there's two DSP. Well, one's a DSP. The other one is just as a polarity thing. So what will happen is you'll send a signal that's going to be, we'll say, cone out for these. So if you shoot this, the drivers are going to push out, and then they'll retract back, and so on. They'll go on, but the initial hit is going to be pushing out. And I only bring that up because this guy is going to do the exact opposite. So your signal, your base comes in, it hits this guy first, literally. This fires first. And instead of pushing out, it pulls inward. And then there's a few milliseconds. It depends on the speaker depth, but it's basically the amount of time that it would take from the driver to these drivers. So the distance of how long it would take sound to travel from that point to that point is how much these are delayed. So this one pulls in, 1, 2, and then these fire out, and they converge. But you're just getting the ass end of this speaker. What happens is that instead of if you were to fire this normally, you would get this big wash of bass that would kind of go everywhere. But when you do the cardioid thing, what happens is it pulls the energy in from here and then directs it out, and it actually becomes, instead of this big ball, more of a cardioid pattern of like a beam. Not like a dead-on beam, but it's like, I wonder if I could find pictures of this. Cardioid subarray. I have some in the Discord, but it's like so far up. Wait a minute. Actually, it's not. I don't remember how to find it last time. Oh, I think I closed Discord because it was eating all my CPUs for some reason. And maybe that's over. Okay, give me just a second here. Let me see if I can find it in the Major General. Here, search. Yeah, here it is. You can't really tell. Oh, and that's not a cardioid subarray. That's an end firing. We'll get to that in a second. All right. Here we go. I think. This will work. So, yeah, here you go. Here's a picture of stupid VRXs or whatever. So what happens is normally a sub will produce this type of pattern where everything's kind of omnidirectional. But once you do a cardioid, you can actually remove that noise from the back and direct it forward. Kind of like that. Wish there was a better example. There's a couple of rules, like they have to physically couple. And you can actually do crazy stuff too. Like, so I did this one gig where these subs were way on the side, like way at the side of the of the house. And so what we did was that. We had the reverse fire on the side, and what happened is it directed the subs in this sort of direction. Instead of it just going forward, it kind of aimed it more in that kind of wash. You can look at it. It's well documented these days. Oh yeah, you can see this line array. So these are full boxes. It looks like two, but it's just the way they deal. And yeah, these are L-acoustic. So L-acoustic has it built in. You just tell the amp what speaker is what. But this would be a cardioid subarray where you have it firing backwards. Yeah, interference. Hey, Echo, welcome in, by the way. I saw you say hi earlier, and I meant to say something, but then I totally screwed it up again. Hope you're doing Guile. Gargoyle, welcome in. Grogoyle, I mean. God damn it. Got me again. Grogoyle, welcome in as well. I'm losing all right. I've used these the Yamahas at the back. Oh, so that's another one. That's called end firing. Give me just a second. So this is the final boss of end firing, in my opinion. Here, let me see if I can. There we go. So this is called end firing, where you'll have a bass, you'll have a one or however many speakers, and then you'll have it behind it. Now, I didn't know you could do a triple one. That's news to me. But it is a thing. Let me go back to the... Cardioid, sub, end firing. Is it end or end? Yeah. So this is the same principle here. I don't have like good visuals of what happens. If we go back to this one person mapped it out, although it's really kind of hard to read. And these two examples are an upward and a downward. And these are specific to the venue. Like this one, it's hung up really high. This one, I think the amphitheater kind of curves upwards, so you're trying to send the bass up towards the higher angled parts of the seating area. We use guys, yeah. Oh, I love flying subs. And keep in mind, those are the subs that are flown. There's still tons of shit on the ground. So here's how this works. This is a really cool thing. So same thing as before. We'll just use 2, because I didn't even know you could do 3 until recently. I've always done it with 2. So what you'll do is you'll have your 2 subs, and the audience is here, where you're trying to shoot it. And if you just put them side by side, you get that big bulbous with a bunch of noise back here. But if you do this one fires first, and then the amount of time it takes for air to travel from here to here is when this one fires. And it's pre-set up, or you can calculate yourself, or you can use a program like Smart or whatever to calculate that distance. It's however you want to do it. But what happens is the base travels, and then that one fires, and it basically, it creates this directionality to it. It lowers the noise here because you still have this, but because of the converging, it kind of moves it in more of a flow. When you go to this, it's really flowed. I love this too. This is so cool. So these cabinets are all facing forward. There's none that are reversed. It kind of looks like it in the light, but it's not. And you can tell by the rigging latches and so forth. But here's the funny part. I thought this was some crazy rigging piece, and then the forum I pulled this out of, the guy's like, I love it when someone just takes a piece of Schedule 40 pipe and truck latches. So these are just, truck clamps. Like in trucks they'll have the little, oh god damn it, what are those called? The J hooks. And you'll clack them in, and then you'll tighten the strap, and then that's what's holding these fuckers together. Is Schedule 40 pipe and truck latches. Echo. So I haven't played scary huge sound system like that, but from a performer point of view. So it keeps a lot of the bass and a lot of the noise off the floor. Here we can go to 2025 PA Dave Rat. See, I think it's in his. Well, this will work. Oh, that one doesn't. Actually, that's not going to show it. I might have to go to his fucking Instagram. Here, give me a second. So, let's see. He's really good at this, too. He's one of my favorites for system design. I know it's in here. Because we were looking at it after it happened. Would that be a good example? No, not really. Where the hell is it? Is that Coachella? I don't know, maybe. Well, you can't really tell. Like, he has them staggered, and it's like a really cool ass design. You can't really tell. Yeah, you can see that drop, but that just looks like a dead hang. That doesn't look like there's anything cool there. I feel like I'm going too far back in time. What's the date on this? Yeah, it's like 364 weeks ago. Okay, so let me go back to the top real fast. Yeah, this is a video. I don't want that. I don't know. Maybe I made that up. Maybe I don't remember this right. Or it's on a different page. I can't. I wish I could find it. So the Coachella, like, not this summer, but last year's, was a really, really cool design. Maybe I can find it. Coachella 2024. Dave Rat, PA. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I think this is going to be the money. Oh, it's a low res money, isn't it? Oh, we're just back to Instagram? Oh, because I was on the wrong bloody page. Oh, yeah, that one's cool. That's not what we're talking about, but look at that. You got your subs in a downfill, and then you've got... Oh, wait, are those subs or are those cave... I think those are cars. Man, you can't really see it. Ah! I think this is this year's Coachella. Let me see if I can find the old Coachellas. Because, like, the year before, the stage was really, really high. Joe Silva, welcome in. Ratchet straps. Thank you. Yes, there was the word. Damn it. If only I'd read in time. Such a goober. I feel like I'm not going to see Coachella stuff. Oh, wait. Is this it? I know that amp. Like, that's insane. What is the... I mean, you know, even though modern amps are incredibly efficient nowadays, still, like... Bro! That's a lot of hangs. Holy smokes. What the fuck is going on here? Look at that J, too. That is so steep. I never get to do those steep of J's. They won't trust me. Yeah, I'm quite wondering that myself. It looks like they're really close, and I don't like to do that. But it looks, I mean, you got to trust the man's methods. That doesn't look like Coachella. I don't know. How far back are we? I think I'm too far back. 414 weeks. Yeah, I went too far. All right, this kind of... it doesn't really give a good example. Like 2024 Coachella, I'm almost positive that's the one I'm thinking of. He even did like a really cool write-up on it. On, oh yeah, have you seen these amps racks that he has? That's like a whole bloody system of whatever that is. It's the rack 2s. So what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rack 2s. What? Oh, I guess 8. And then you've got power here. Straight 3-phase. Like with feeder, just straight feeder into these. Ugh! That's so crazy awesome. Yeah, here's a better picture. Power. All right, we're so all over the place today, aren't we? Sorry. And you all thought it was the ganja. Yeah. I don't know where I saw it. I mean, that's kind of... So you've got your subs back here, and then you got your mains. These are time-aligned to converge and everything, so there is that. But it's nothing wild. Like, he had some setup. And it was... It looked like he was doing that with mains. It almost looked like he had the mains on a, like, an end-firing setup. Whatever. Whatever. Don't matter. None of this frickin' matters. Ah, man. Now I really want to play with speakers. You know what's really fun about end-firing or reverse cardioid setups is actually experiencing them, because when you do, like, you know, like you do a CSA and you set it up in like a shop or whatever, you don't really, you know, oh, there's bass. That's all you really do. But then you walk around the subs and you instantly are like, what the fuck is going on? Because you can walk here and it's like really high SPL. And then you walk over here and it gets quieter. And then you walk behind here and you're listening to the noise of that room resonating back. You're not getting any direct energy or anything like that. Or at the very least, it's like a lot quieter. And it's trippy as fuck. Like, that's what's kept me from making any videos about this, because there's no real way to show it, like, without having it happen to you. I want to know how man EDAX those systems. How many? What do you mean EDAX? I don't know what that is. Yeah, it's a huge drop-off. The first time I did it in a shop, I just like was floored. And there was this company, Nexo. They made these subs that were built that way. They had two drivers inside, but one was designed to, it was basically a directionality thing. And it was kind of this cardioid end firing trick. I don't know. It was weird. And yeah, you could walk behind it and it would be really quiet. And you'd notice that most of what you were hearing was the room echoing back at you. And then when you'd walk next to it or in front of it, you'd be like, oh, there's that bass. Yeah, I haven't seen that PA anymore. I don't know if they got bought out or they're just not in my wheelhouse anymore. But I liked those. They were pretty cool for, like, I messed with their compact line arrays where their boxes were like, you know, maybe 18 inches wide or something. And they'd have like two mains and then like a horn driver. And like some of them you could change the beam focus by, like, they gave you different lenses. And they were like held on with neodymium magnets or whatever. So you just take the grill off the front and then pull the lens out and then put the one in. And they had some where it wasn't symmetrical. You could do asymmetrical lensing. So if you needed to you wanted them to fire forward, but you wanted to keep shit off the wall or whatever, you could put like, you could put those lenses in to do that. L Acoustic has that on their old, what is it, like the K, I don't know, these old giant, like huge speakers. I had on a gig one time. I was laughing. I'm like, why did they send these? These are for like fucking stadiums. We're in a stupid exhibit hall. I want some of those Yamaha DSRs I had were basically like the alphas, so they don't. Yeah, who knows? Yeah. Oh, interesting. Well, you could do it with the lenses and so forth. I've seen that, like with, like L Acoustic had one. You had these baffles inside, and you would like, they were like plexiglass baffles, and you would just grab like a little armature on it, and you'd slide it into these slots, and you were done. Like that set where the audio was going to get shot to. It's a cool idea. I have not enough experience to know if it's works very well or super practical or anything like that. Like when Nexos were around, I was still doing a lot of, I wasn't getting hired as A1. I was usually like an A2 or an assist or something like that. So I just got to put them together and go, wait, what's this? And a nice audio person would explain to me, the lead would usually explain to me, oh, these are bumpers. What was it, the MSL, Meyer MSL4s? They have the phase cones in them. Because the driver, like the cabinet is really deep, and the driver sits in the back of the cabinet, and then there's like this, like, I don't know how to describe it without going there, like dildo looking phase cone in front of it that was like pointed. I don't know if it was solid or what, but it would sit in front of the grill, and that was supposed to help directionality or whatever. I don't know, those things are loud as fuck, and I always, anytime I used them, it was in the completely wrong environment. I was like 4 feet away from them. To align the difference in the time. Yeah, exactly. A lot of those older ones are kind of like, you know, I'll take your word for it, kind of science-y stuff. But the stuff today with like we were talking about with the cardioid subarrays and stuff like that, that is absolutely 100% perceivable. I remember this is like 10 plus years ago. My buddy, he's the one that taught me how to do it and everything, and he was doing it, you know, it was still very, very new, and there was no software or anything. He would just take SMART out, which is SMAART, and measure it and figure out the time difference and line them up. And I remember we did it for this band, and all the band, so this was like a corporate gig. The band itself were all made of session players, but these guys were really fucking good. And I don't use that lightly at all. They were probably the most professional. And then they were playing for all these, they had all these singers, like they had the dude from Kansas, you know, Carry On My Wayward Son. That guy was there, and then a bunch of other old singers and so forth from, you know, 70s and 80s, and there was like 5 of them. So the band was really good. The singers were really good, and we set up. We just had stupid VRXs, and we had like 4 of them, and we flipped one of them around and did the cardioid thing, and they were just in front of the deck, you know, just lying in the front of the deck, and the band, we enabled it while they were rehearsing because we didn't have any sources or anything. So it's a long story. And so they were playing, and we kicked in the reverse sub, and they were like, "Oh, what happened to the subs?" And we're like, "Oh, it's there." And the bass player had a wireless pack, and he walks off the stage, and he's like, "Whoa, this is cool! Oh, this is incredible!" And they were like, "This is so nice, not living in a wall of ass, of just bass mud ass, and trying to like listen to the monitors or listen to the stage volume." And they were like, "This is incredible. This is great." I'm like, "Yeah, man." That was a funny show. I forgot about that one. The dude from Kansas, he was nice. Okay, I'm not trying to shit on the guy, but his vocal warm-ups, for one, were way too early. He was doing it like hours before even sound check, and they were so obnoxious. You'd just be like, we were outdoors, and he'd just be behind us, and there was some like shrubbery or whatever, and he'd just be like working, and then, whoa, 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 Jesus fuck, whoa, whoa, whoa. Does he have to do that here? Whoa. Is he gonna just do this the whole time? Is this our life now? Listening to the guy from Kansas do vocal warm-ups? Man, I think I chose the wrong career. I don't know. Or should I say, woo, woo, woo. It was so obnoxious. I know that you got to do it and it's blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, he had a hotel suite. He could just go to his fucking suite and do that, and not bug the fucking crew. But whatever. I mean, some people, not that self-aware. Musicians, probably the worst of them. Yeah, just do that. I'm like, when's he gonna go Susu Studio? That'd be nice. Again, he did hit the parts. He hit all the notes. A long time ago, I remember Michael McDonald, where we're going, what are we gonna do? So he was like the big performer, and his voice was gone. He just couldn't do it anymore. And so he'd be like, "Oh, one of them bad birds have a feather." And there's just nothing there. He'd like open his mouth, but there'd be no wee. It was weird. We can't find the larger LK connectors. Okay. Oh, wow. The link that broke the world. Oh, yeah. So, L Acoustic has their own K-Sound. I think it's called K-Sound, is that right? Or K-Connector. Yeah. So L Acoustic has their own. It looks like Sockapex, but it's not. And I wish we could get like an up close. It's a nice. It basically it's for speaker. Like you send your drive lines through it, so it's the equivalent of speaker wire, but it's in these nice little yummy connectors, and the amps even come with those connectors built in, and you can either get a fan out or you just go straight between that, and then you'll get, oh, actually, my buddy just posted this on Facebook like right before I streamed, and yeah, he built this. Here, let me do this. I want to keep people's privacy there, you know. So he built one of these. Speaker box. So you'd plug like a K-Connect into here, and then you get these other. They have a smaller breakout. These, I'm not 100%. This reminds me of the Whirlwind W4s, but I don't think it's a W4 because I thought a W4 had. You know, it might be 4. Because there's 2, 4, 6, 8, and then a ground for good measure. So yeah, these might be Whirlwind breakouts that I'm thinking of here. Whirlwind. Yeah, I thought that's what we were talking about too. I saw DAC and just assumed digital audio. D-subs, yeah, that's true. Yeah, those connectors aren't as common in my world, but I mean, it's just the world I've been in. Like, I know there was like this one band, this whole production company, and they would use those all the time. Repurpose it, nice. I made a promise to myself I was going to go to the bathroom as soon as I soldered these on. Got to make good on it. I'm also going to get a glass of agua, also known as water, and then we'll get back to this. We're nearly done. In case you gave a crap, which I know, I wouldn't either. We're working on the envelope follower for the machine. Oh my God, I didn't even notice there's a message back here. I forgot. Oh, whoa, there's like some gross fuzzies here. What is that, like fucking... Oh, that was ganja. That was like concentrate. Oh, that's great. So on the back of this panel, there's a little line here. It's hard to read, so I'm just going to read to you what it says. And this is a good one. And it also proves that Andrew over at NLC is a goat. And Apps is the goat. Whatever. Let me use my best speaking voice. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. There we go. I think what I do is positive. In its own way. G.G. Allen. He put a quote from G.G. Allen on the back. My man, I gotta go to Australia solely to hang out with that guy. Solely to hang out. I mean, I'm sure that the big rock and the beautiful countryside and the food and culture is really good too. And I mean, I have to go all the way to Perth, which is like not, West Australia is, it's like another world. But sure, why not? All right, guys, BRB while I go to the restroom and get some water so I can make more restroom. Oh! Woo woo woo. Tame quote. Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, they're not going to quote his lyrics. What's always funny to me is, you know, G.G. Allen is, you know, he's, you know, a historical person and everything. And I remembered learning about him when I was younger. And when I remembered hearing the stories about him, I always was like, well, that sounds fucking awful. And like everything, why would anyone want that? You know, it just like was so, it just seemed dumb. And this is like a 14, 15-year-old kid. And as an adult now, I'm like, man, 14, 15-year-old me was dead on. That is insane and stupid and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, I guess nowadays, instead of something like, you know, someone like G.G. Allen, you know, having a career career in that space, we have the modern day equivalent of like, you know, what's the line? Stop making stupid people famous or whatever like that or whatever. I think it's just, it never went away. It just changed form and whatnot. I don't know where I was going with that. That wasn't very prophetic or enlightening. It was just dumb. Yeah. My bad. Oh. Daisy chain for Satan. Oh no, wait, that's not that one. That's the other song. My bad. Oh, there's 41. There's a 4148 on here. No, there's two 4148s. Where are the 4148s? I'll guarantee. What should be a channel point redeem? Warm up your voice. God. Well, we have the metal whatever it is. I forgot what it's called. And then the synth wave. So those are always there, but that's a 4-minute commitment, you know. I think a lot of people, they're like, I don't want to distract Sid for a whole 4 minutes. I'm waiting on this 15-minute G.G. Allen thing to get over with, for God's sakes. For G.G.'s sakes. His name was Jesus Christ. I always thought that's the real story that's missing, that I remembered. I didn't knew that until years and years later, that his real name was Jesus Christ. Like, honestly, should have led with that. Really? I mean, I get it. You know, Gigi was like the name his brother gave him, I guess, because he couldn't pronounce Jesus or something. But, I mean, you know, if we had to do over again, you know, the punk singer Jesus Christ, I don't know, sounds pretty wild to me. Probably wouldn't really broken in. But I mean, imagine like all the stories of people thinking, you know, going to see that and then being like, oh yeah, and then this guy like took a shit on stage and started throwing it. We thought we were going to hear some good gospel. Really disappointed. Took the girls. And they were like, what? What's going on here? Why is this man... What did he cut himself shaving or something? What's going on here? You get a little boo-boo? Oh my God. On a completely unrelated topic, we're really good at that here at this channel. We try to keep it as unrelated as possible. It's like if ADHD was a stream. I've been thinking about how I might integrate a stereo master drive for a new case and ran across some info about using 4069 hex inverter CMOS. Remember? For a new case. I need more details. I don't get it. No. Oh, Porphyry. I'm sorry. I got all turned around. Right, your suitcase. For audio master drive? God damn it. Why does this keep doing this to me? Does it hate me? Does it know that I hate it? Ah, man. Hold on. Great location for these. Right by some giant fucking holes. Oh, to create like a pseudo stereo effect? I'm just not grasping the application. Well, the macrame just dupes the signal, if I'm remembering right, and you're just using the pan functionality of the inputs. Son of a bitch. Maybe I should use some sticky, gooey flux. To boost the... just to boost? Good enough, good enough, good enough, good enough. Zaya just wants to live in the hole. All right, well, let's see if this other one is going to be as bad. You got this, Sid. Yeah. You really know what you are doing there. It's questioning. No and yes. No and yes. I'm soldering these diodes in. These are 4148s. But what they do in the relation to the circuit, I don't know, but I don't remember, to be fair. I haven't looked at the schematic in like... Well, what year is this? Hold on. In a long time. We can look at it in a minute, though, and talk through it. I'm down to clown with the ghost of James Brown. I've never known that. A 40... interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that implementation. With a... No, don't do it! Stick! No, stick! I gotta fix that side, though. Hey, let's fix this guy. This guy looks weird, doesn't he? This 100K here? Oh, yeah, because he is weird. He's a little crooked. Oh, scheisse. Hold on. There she goes. Now she's pretty as a picture. And... nice. Oh, my way of soldering is insanely dumb, but I love it. It brings me so much joy. You missed out. We don't have any more chip resistors or caps to measure. The resistors are the best. Those guys, I just will them into place with my hot iron. The caps, they're a little wonkier, but they work, you know. I get, like, look at that. These guys are sitting on, oh wait, no, those are the 603s, never mind. But the chip resistors, oh my gosh, mate, it's my favorite jam. I do, basically it's like a reverse, or it's an upside down wave soldering kind of thing. I like to use this iron tip here, the old J-tip, or bent conical, as they call it in Greenland. And it's nice because you get a ton of heat, and you kind of have more directionality with it than you would with like a regular conical, which I hate. And although I tell everybody you should just do chisel, you like get a chisel tip. But, you know, as you said, if it works, it works. And it works great. I'm able to solder stupid fast, and I can be, like, really messed up on a lot of drugs and alcohol, and it'll work fine, you know? Well, okay, maybe half of that was true. The dog haft. All right, we got to get rid of this. And then we're going to get rid... Oh, that's it. We just got to clean that guy. We might clean these holes. I mean, look at that one. That's embarrassing. Did you take that home to your mother? But Chuck and welcome in. Yeah, we're all about soldering here. We like to solder. We do mostly audio stuff. try to get people into soldering. It's a really fun, rewarding hobby. I think that's the word, hobby. But not like a hobby horse, which never really felt more like a hobby. It felt more like a fake sport. Or a reason to watch women run around with a pretend pony. Are you a conical? Yeah, see? Different strokes to rule the world. I was saying earlier, though, I got a really nice YouTube comment where someone was like, I bought that tip and it's the best. They were like, I love it, you know? And I was like, hell yeah. It's not for everybody, but those who can do and love. Oh, cool. Let's see. I think we just got to put these TLO 72s on. And then we're done. Oh, Porphyry, before I forget, you asked earlier about lighting. Let's do a lighting breakdown here. I'm gonna take this camera. Let's see, can we? Well, it's kind of here. I'm gonna switch over to Boink. Whatever. We'll do what we can here. So for lighting, this actually looks really funny. So for lighting, god damn it. I've got there's our overhead camera. But as you can see, I've got a light here. I got a light there. Those illuminate the work surface. And then I have a panel light over there. Oh man, is this thing dirty or is this thing dirty? I have a panel light over here. And then there's its buddy over there. Whoop, whoop. And then obviously we got this one right here. And that one. Well, I can't put. Oh yeah, here we go. That one right there. And I should tell you what to do. So the panel ones are to light the green screen, and then these guys are to light my face, and then we have on a boom this rude boy, and he kind of just does general wash, and I don't have the light up right now because I'm tired, but normally I will have a light poking over this green screen here to hit the back of my head and light up the back so that you don't get this weird like perimeter shit. And it looks better. It makes you look less like you're like, because if you have all the light hitting you on one side, it just looks weird. So if you have it hitting you from the back, it's upstage lighting, it'll smooth things out. That is the lighting that I use. Yeah. That was it. I thought it was going to be cooler, but it really wasn't. It was kind of boring towards the end. The J-tip came with my iron. Wait. The J-tip that came with my iron are two check marky, really sharp bend. Oh, yeah. Don't do that. Those are dumb. I wouldn't recommend that. That'd be blech. Now, you want to get that Hacko. I think Veller makes one. I'm sure Veller makes one. I know JBC does, but obviously no one here can afford JBC, so why bother? Looks like a cutout. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Joe. It just looks dumb. And if you have upstage lighting, like I look okay. Like if I go if I go big, you can kind of see it. It's more noticeable. But we keep me small. No one knows. It's all part of that movie magic. Oh, hold on here. Ah! Sorry, just a second. I apologize, guys. I normally don't have to. Uh-oh.
Well.
Marza Panda with another OG 54 months. Let's fucking go. Mate, I'm doing a lot better. I'm doing a lot better. It's good to be home. It's good not to be in Texas. No offense to Texans. But on another note, well, not another note, but as a side note, there are better places. And, yeah. Yeah, this whole room is so wild. It's so small. Like if we go to bonk. Oh no, wrong one. There we go. So if we go here, you can see like there's Jamtown behind me and everything like that. If we go here, there's like my couch and all my electronics. And if I go here now, and this, these are my boobs. There are others like them, but this one is mine. Damn. Yeah, all the lights just work for me because I'm constantly needing a lot of light, and these cameras are like, oh shit, that's right, I forgot to put my, yeah, I normally would have a circular, or what is it, circular polarized, whatever the fuck, on, but I totally forgot. I took that with me, and then I need to take it out, so it's not on that camera. That's why that looks weird. I'll do it next time. Wait, what? You're replying to Sid. Oh, wait, the bot. Yeah, I need to fix that someday. Yeah, that's part of the wonderful Stream Avatars game. You know, I always forget about the Stream Avatars. So if you're on YouTube, in the description, there's the link for it. It'll pop up a little deal. You'll have to click a button that says authorize. It sounds creepy, but it basically just ties your account to the character. And then you can go in and choose any of them that you want. On Twitch, it's down below on the little panels. If you're watching us on mobile, it should be a little button that's purple. It says SA for Stream Avatars. Not trying to be like a South Los Angeles Latin gang. That joke took long. Yeah. ASA? That was the... fuck it. Just screwed it all up. Anyways. You can go in there. There's a bunch of characters. You can choose any of them on there. Try to make it kind of cool. But, you know, you can only do so much. And the fun thing is they have a bunch of different moves. If you do exclamation point commands in either of the chats, you should bring up all the different moves that they can do. There's some hidden moves. Certain characters have moves that are not listed in there, so it's kind of fun to find them. On top of that, as you got it earlier, Echo, there's little games. Automatically, we have the star game. That's fun. Then there's the Battle Royale. Those are both timed games. You can enact a Battle Royale with your channel points on Twitch. I don't know if it's doable on YouTube yet. I still need to work on that. But you can you do participate. It's an automatic game. There's no skill or anything. It just happens and then it's over. But it's fun. It's fun. And then there's if you want games with a little bit more skill, there is the boss battle, which is akin to a classic RPG style boss battle. You have your party. It can go up to 7 people, and you each take turns. It's all turn-based, and you have 3 different moves that you can do. Typically, one's an offensive move, one's a defensive move, and one's a buff. There's different archetypes, so you can be, you know, a ranger or a necromancer or a priest or whatever, you know, all the good ones. There's a bunch. And you fight the bosses. And it's pretty cool. If you want something a little bit more interesting, there's always basketball. Basketball will, there you go, you got a little dancer. Basketball will, it'll enter this little game mode. I recommend, if you're going to do basketball, to do free-for-all. The teams one is kind of annoying. But the free-for-all, there's no startup timer. It just starts. Anybody can join in at any point. And you're basically going, you're trying to shoot your little character out of a cannon of sorts to hit the goal. I like that one a lot. There's a challenge factor to it. One of our mods figured out like a whole strat for it that is completely bulletproof. So I don't bring it up because it's like a cheat code and a half. But it's also not very difficult to figure out what that strat is. Yeah, there's no skill. Yeah, exactly. It's not skill-based. No skill-based matchmaking here. This is a mustache scratcher. Man, speaking of, I keep noticing, like, I haven't trimmed my mustache in forever. It looks terrible. And I should feel terrible for presenting. I'm thinking of a Virtues. Welcome in. So good to see you. How are you? Are you staying, Guile? God, I hope so. God, I hope so. I hear. Yeah, mate. Yeah, man. It's like a Caribbean Australian. Man, I'm kind of hungry. I don't know what to do about that. Should just get a bunch of insurers, right? Just live off that. Oh, a la mercy. Oh, come on. Run things. Oh, this is bad. Let me slide this slightly. All right, that's great. It's perfect, in fact. Let's move on. I think I might need to add a little bit of flux. See, there's flux all over this board. It's like covered in this shit. It's that white, chalky, powdery shit right here. Look, it's all wet now. Just like, oh wait, no. Promise we wouldn't make those jokes. It's not my best. Oh, that's the end of the sentence. Oh, all right. I think that's all the SMD. Dynamite. Now we'll just put the through hole on and we'll be done. I don't know why I said it like that. Because I'm hungry. But I don't know what I could get to eat. It's like, it's the worst time to order food, too. It's Miller time. Man. Alright, I gotta fix this one camera. It's just keeps staring at me and I keep seeing it in the multi-view. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Here, we'll do that real quick. So, real quick here, let's see. Yeah, let's get rid of me. So, another crazy thing, there you go, there's your video. So we've got our video, our multi-view here, Lilu Dallas multi-view. And that's got all our cameras. Where is it? Get out of the way, you fucker. We got our camera there. Hey, look at that handsome son of a bitch. And then we got our overhead camera there. And then we got this guy there. And then the microscope there. And then there's the computer on the 5th one. And normally I have like a camera on 6. And then that bottom right one is like all the video feeds. Like there's our studio feed. And you can see when I did that, it sets up this preview monitor here, sets up for what the feed's gonna be. And then we've got our mixer, and then that other window right there is the records, if we were running records. And then that top one is this thing called the super source. We only use that in Jamtown. And then there's, of course, like all the monitors here. And then we've got our Mac there. And then, you know, there's all the tools you never get to see because they're out of frame. Got Mr. Hot Air, Mr. Oh, shit, I forgot his name. Tom? Dick? No, Bench Supply. Yeah, it's not my choice of names either. And then a bunch of other dumb shit. There's a PS4 and a Xbox for some goddamn reason. I don't know why. And then over here, it's kind of hidden. Is the video switcher itself. It's kind of hidden behind that guy, but that's our video switcher. If I take like a cue, I can set up one, and then you'll take cut, and it'll cut to it. When I'm streaming, I'm looking at this monitor, which is actually the feed, but it's a really low latency feed. But if I have to, I'll look at this guy. And if I need to, I have a button over here to make it full screen. In case shit gets real hairy. It's wonderful, really. I remember people were asking earlier, I think it was Porphyry actually, that was asking about like the gear that I use, and like the setup I have, I don't really recommend because it's like, it's a lot of extra work. But it really works for me because I don't have to rely on OBS. Like all that OBS is doing is these overlays and these graphics and alerts and stuff like that. I stay on one scene the entire time. Because I'm insane. Now the nice thing is this stuff is super rock solid reliable. I've had that video switcher crash once, I think, and it's got thousands of hours on it. No exaggeration. And it's replacing a smaller version of it that I still have, and it's only messed up like once. And it was my fault because I blocked the coolant intake part. Oh wait, let me catch up on chat. I'm behind. We were way out into Portland suburbs last night to get to U.S. Chinese. What, for like food, or I'm lost, Marza? Now here's a question. Which guy on the cam is the laziest worker? The guy with the guy with the, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say it. I want to get canceled or renewed or put on hiatus. I don't want any of that, so I'm not going to say what it is, but it's the guy with the, with the, and then he goes, and then, that guy. He's fucking lazy as shit. I hate him personally. And I hate everything he stands for or sits for. That's pretty cool to see, actually. Oh, cool. I'm glad you like it. I always feel like I should show it off, and then I feel like, what a waste of fucking time. Nobody cares. But at least you care, Echo. That's all that matters. And my dad. No, I'm kidding. Talk of food earlier. So my bad. I'm sorry, mate. That's dumb of me. Joe, like the security monitors and kind of. So what's cool with it here, I'll show you this. Well, here. So what's cool is so the way this hardware works is the other reason I have it. So I run the stream with not one, not two, but three stream decks. The third one is under the table. It's the foot switch one. And none of them are running that god-awful Stream Deck software that should just be destroyed. I'm using another program called Companion by this company called BitFocus. It's like an open source badass. It's used to run hardware. In the AV world, like people use it all the time. It's really, really nice, especially vidiots. And what was the point of that? I had a point to that. Oh, but then it all links back to this software here. This is the mixer part, but we'll go to the switcher part. And well, you can't kind of see the chats in the way, but this is basically a regular video switcher vision board laid out. You have your program feed, and then you have your preview feed. So I could instantly change cameras between that, but of course that's kind of chunky. So what you can do is set up your preview and then hit cut to go to it. The what's the other part of this I'm trying to think of? Oh, but the cool thing is you can program your multi-view here, and you can set it up like a number of ways, depending on how you want to do it. If you want to, each quadrant will have that, and then you can go in and say like what you want that feed to be. And you can have all these extras like turning on and off the audio meters on it, which I have it on some, but not on others because they don't have any audio. They're just cameras. And you can even put up borders, which you won't be able to see, but they'll frame it like a camera has. So you have bleed edge and so forth, and you're able to do like lower third, well, not lower thirds, but like, what is it? The rule of thirds, I guess. Yeah, recording status, super source, but you could just make it whatever you want. And that's how you'll build your multi-view. And one of the other reasons I have this, although I don't have any, if I had a Blackmagic camera, one of their cameras, you could do camera control. And then you get full-on control of the camera. You get iris, focus, zoom control, color correction. If you want to go deep, you can go into each one of the zones. And what's really neat with this is you can build, it has a whole system of macros that you can build. And like that's how we'll cue different things on the channel. Like, let's see. I don't know if is it on here? I don't think it's on here. Oh, well, yeah, I like cut and take. I had to make a button for it. So we'll do a run and then execute, and it'll switch, which is a really dumb way, but all those buttons all those macros are stored on here. So now instead of that, I can just hit that button and it'll run this macro for me. Ideally, I'd like to set up an overhead camera to have one of, to have this this functionality so I could build zooms and different apertures, or like different deals, so I could like be able to, if we have, you know, this blasts out, this shoots a lot of light and it'll kind of blow out the camera and you can't really see detail, but I could create a macro that accounts for that, and it's just like one button press and we're good to go. Yeah, and also has a really sweet mixer in here. You have like full DSP control, like you have like dynamics in here where you have expander, gate, compressor, limiter. It's pretty good. And then you can go deeper, you can get an EQ in here, and you have like, I think it's, what is this, 6. So you have a 6-band EQ. These can all be parametric if you want. Well, yeah, these can all be parametric. Oh, you know what? These are going to be, what do you call it? Well, it's not full parametric, but it's frequency. But these center ones are parametric here, and you can jump between frequency points. That's what these presets are. And cut. Obviously, I don't have anything like that, but if I was, I could. How do you reset this? Reset. Scottro. I don't know. I'll just reset it the old-fashioned way. I think that's it. You have like individual mic controls, and then you have other cool things, like you can have audio follows video and stuff like that. So if this camera's pulled, it'll automatically switch to it. Otherwise, it'll mute that audio. If you had like a multi-camera setup and you wanted to cut between those people, you could be able to do that. I never do anything that cool. God, no. And you got headphones output, all that. It's really cool. And what's funny here is like this software runs like all their stuff. So they have the ME, which is like their bigger one that has like, you know, 16 inputs or 24 inputs and 24 outputs or whatever. And that's the same program. You download it from their site. It's the same program as what I'm using here. It's just those buttons aren't empty, and that one, these are full. And it actually gets larger too. Like it'll create more rows as you go, I think. But it's pretty neat. I had an older one that was just 4 inputs, and that would have been fine. But eventually, I kind of wanted, this one doesn't have that much DSP, or that one didn't have that much DSP. So each one of these, so this is me, this is the pip of me. This is the pip of, it's actually focused on that. This is that same pip, but it's up in the corner. And then there's floating me with the wrong color correction for the background. And you can queue these up to where they'll be available in the preview. Like you can't see it, but it's in the preview, and then it's not. And then the super source. When you go to set these up, you'll go to your they call them upstream keys. So you have each one of these. So I could change this to whatever camera. We'll go back to camera 3. There's that one. And then we go back to camera 1, which is that one. And this is where you'll do it. This is what makes it really badass. So I can't show you because it'll knock everything out. But if I turn this off, that lights up. And what you do is you'll click preview, and it'll show the preview window on the monitor, and you'll have a little box that shows up, and you can move that box around, and it will and wherever that box is your color sample. So actually, let's fix that 4 real quick. So let me put me back on, and we'll go to key 4, and it's a little bit off. So there's the box, and you don't see it in the deal, but it's in there, and I can. Oh yeah, you can even see me get in the way of it. But I'll go through, and that's where the green is there. That's where the green is there. There's me. And that's how you'll set your color key instead of trying to fucking figure it out on your own, which is how OBS does it. At least the native one. And then once you're done, you'll click that. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Yeah. And then you're good to go. Oh, I didn't realize that. That changes your sample size. Even cooler. Yeah. And then once you take that off, it's normal. And now, let's see if it fixed it. I'm going to get rid of me and put me in. It did not. Let's try it one more time. Let's see if we can fix that. Oh, I think it's actually these settings here. Here, let's reset it real fast. Reset chroma correction. Reset chrome key adjust. All right, let's try that. Let's see if that. Okay, so there's a little bit of a greenish tinge. We'll go in and do that maybe. Maybe that's a good spot. I can't really tell because I'm not caring. No, it's still there. What am I doing wrong here? Let's cheat and figure out what the settings are. Oh, that's why. So you got to take background up. I thought I reset this. Yeah, there you go. So you can see it fixing now. And then we'll take key edge up. And it's almost gone with the green. Here, it's making me bigger. So it has all these cool things, flying keys. So we'll go to full. And you can still see like coloring. A little bit. It's actually not too bad. Yeah, there you go. You get the little halo there. But I can get rid of that on my hair. We could do foreground. Take this down. This key edge kind of messes with it. Oh yeah, spill. That usually tightens it up. So if we crank spill up. Flare suppression. And then you have regular color adjustments here in the camera itself. And then, like we said, good old flying keys. And then these are really fun. We'll go full screen and then we'll boo. 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 Oh wait, we can't. We gotta boo. Or we can meow. Meow. Just in. It's really fun. If you're high, it's great. It's just like, it's like the funniest thing in the world. Wait, where am I? And that is how the stream is made. Way, way overcomplicated. Don't even use half of the features. Well, we do use this one. All right, let me catch up on chat. I think I'm way behind. I kind of fooked up here. Are those things very expensive, seeing OBS? So the 4-channel one that I had before, which only gives you one of these. So you can only do one of these. You can only have 2 images present at a time, while this will allow you to do 4 effects. And you can actually do a super source, which is, let's see, we'll switch it. So you get 4 effects and a background as well. There's like a background video going. Oops, get out of this. Get out of it! And but the other one, it just has that and it has no super source. You can pick that thing up for like $400, maybe less. The one I have is like it's pretty expensive. I don't know what it's going for right now. Let's ask the internet. So I have the ATEM Extreme ISO, or ATEM Mini Extreme ISO. And hey, look, it's down to like $1,000. I paid like 12 for mine. Oh, this isn't the ISO. We want the ISO version. So what's different from the regular and the ISO, oh, they have the G2. I just want G1. Is that, oh, they may not even make the ISO. I guess it's gone. Let's see what the G2 looks like. No, yeah, that's kind of cool. Way more expensive, though. Jesus Jones. Oh, it's got a T-bar? Who the fuck needs a T-bar? Who uses a T-bar? Nobody. Yeah, they don't have the Extreme ISO anymore. I wonder what that is. So the difference is that when you, in the record section of, so here, when you have records, this is ISO. It's this checkbox. And what that does is if you have a regular one, you record, it's just the program feed. So it's everything that you see in the stream, which is fine. The ISO version gives you isolated camera feeds. So when you're recording it, you have 8 camera video files, you have 1 program video file, and then you have a folder with 12 audio files of it. You've got the 8 camera feeds, the 2 microphone inputs, and then you have a version of the program. And then it also produces a file that can be read in, oh my God, what's that video software? DaVinci. And it will, when you open up DaVinci and you go in there, it'll automatically look at that file and it will string all the videos together, create your multi-view, lock everything up so the timing's the same, and you're done. It's like a one-stop shop. I don't use DaVinci, I use Final Cut, but still a neat thing to have, but it is an absolute hard drive destroyer. Positive light, exactly. News is always dogging on that. Bubble tea. Oh man, maybe I should try to get some of that. That does sound good. I haven't had any of that in a while. Bubble tea. Yeah, like I said, my setup is very impractical for most streamers. The 4-channel one might work, but yeah, it's still more expensive than a capture card, and you still have to do a lot of work. I should have mentioned too. So all these Stream Decks, they're running on a Raspberry Pi 4. I think it's a Pi 4 I have. Because it has like a shit ton of USB ports, and each one is ISO'd, or not ISO, but it's treated as its own port. It's not a hub, and so I'm able to plug these 3 things into it. It's a headless unit. I mean, I just power it on and wait 2 minutes or a minute, and then all the Stream Decks come alive, and it has to interface with the network in order to talk to everything else, but. I like it. I think it's a cool setup. It works for me. I haven't found anything better than that, and if I can get my hands on a fucking inexpensive Blackmagic camera, we'll be set, baby. I put that on there. We're done. We're done. It's gonna be the best stream ever. People will be fighting to watch it. That reminds me, Fragile, there was a comedian one time that he's like, it was like, with drugs, a lot of the times they just kind of, you should just do whatever it says. Like, oh, don't inhale this this Scotch Guard. No one's going to tell me what to do. But of course, it doesn't work everywhere. You're reading like a little jar of whiteout and it says, keep out of eyes. And you're like, I'm going to see things. And you don't. It just burns. I think I screwed that joke up. That was a terrible joke. Let's never let me tell jokes again. Okay? Yeah? Yeah, $2,000. I'm pretty sure you can get ATEM Mini Extreme ISO G1. Oh, you can get the ISO B&H. Wait. That's still the regular one, dog. Well, here's kind of one, but it's the SDI version, which you probably don't want to fuck with. Because then you have to get a bunch of SDI converters, unless you're running that natively. SDI is fucking awesome, but not for what we're doing here. The benefit is you can get like a single coaxial like cable. You have to get special 12G SDI cable, but well, I think you probably don't need 12G. You could probably do their 6G cable. Your distance is limited, but that's the benefit is it's one cable, and audio, video, up to 4K. I think it's 4K 60 can pass down. And you can, of course, if you dump to 2K or 1080 or whatever, you can get higher frame rates in it. The ATEM system just supports 1080. The ATEM Mini system, anyways, just supports 1080. So, I guess it would work, but it's pretty impractical. I have one DSLR with a nice old Olympus lens, but I DJ, so my focus is good sound quality to begin with. I don't have a 62 camera. I don't have 62 cameras, thank goodness. Yeah. I've seen a couple of DJ streamers, and they have like a pretty elaborate camera setup. It's always set on a timer, so it just kind of... But it's cool. I dig it. I think it's neat. Fight me. All right, I probably should get back to finishing this. What time is it? Man, it's not time to eat. I'm still hungry. Is that ever going to go away? The hunger? Or am I like a vampire? But instead of blood, it's macaroni and cheese. Have you ever looked into those Raspberry Pi cookie tracker interceptors you can put between your modem and the router for your whole network? Yes and no, or no and yes. So I've used a Pi in the past as a, what do you call it? A VPN portal. But the problem at that time was that you're trying to shove all this network data asymmetrically through like a single cable. So it basically kind of halved my network speeds when I did that. And then you have the fun of like, oh, what the VPN is going to slow down. And this was years ago. VPNs and this stuff's a lot better now. But the extra routing and all that really like chugged the speeds down to where it was just like a bad idea, and I tossed it. I don't know if that system you're talking about is like the same, but yeah. Pi-hole, yeah, I think that's what I was using. Yeah, I didn't like the deal. I have some stuff, but I don't think it's smart for me to talk about it, because there's definitely going to be some exploits possibly, so I won't put that out. But I do have a thing that kind of does that and I don't suffer. I only suffer like a 5% speed loss at best, and then maybe 10 at worst. It's really it's never been an issue. All right, there's some of this. I think I have to get another strip. Man, I feel like I'm yelling like all the fucking time. What the hell is that about? Well, I might look into that again. I need to get another Pi, though. The one I have is running the stream. Holy shit.
Have some money, why not?
Anonymous with the $30 donation. Mate, thank you so much. I don't know if it's the same Anonymous, but Anonymous is through some donations on when we were out on the road, and I absolutely utilized that after the stream or the next day. So super appreciated. Wish I could have a toast, but I don't. I need to abstain from alcohol until I'm done with these antibiotics, because I don't want to be biotic. That's all. Thanks so much, Anonymous. Really appreciate the donation. Means a lot. Stay guile and keep it guile. Yeah, I want mac and cheese, man. I already had some today, but it was kind of burnt, and it wasn't that great. I know I could do better. Oh wait. Oh, but they make such tiny servings. That's the problem. I'd have to order like 4 servings of it to equal the amount that I hunger. Let's since we got a little donation, let's put it to use here. Let's see if we can put it to use. Comfort food. That sounds about right. Yeah, I'm not ordering from those guys again. They can beat it. No. Let's see. Let me just type in mac and cheese. Mac and cheese. Whoa!
Mac and cheese.
Anonymous with the $20 donation, outdoing Anonymous with the $30. There's an anonymous battle here. Thank you so much. Now I guess we have to get mac and cheese, don't we? Wow, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Oh, wow, this place has mac and cheese? I didn't know that. Are they open? No. That sounds really, really good. You're really pushing it, aren't you? Yeah, thank you again, Anonymous, for that donation. You're too cool for school. That sounded like a backhanded compliment, didn't it? But I already had it, but it was really good. Trying to eat food that's easy on my teeth. Oh wait, this place has Domino's Pizza has 5 cheese mac and cheese. I wonder if it's any good. You can put bacon on it. Oh shit. They have Coke? Oh, Coca-Cola. I'm sorry. I was I was like, "Oh my god. This is the best day." Oh, they meant Coca-Cola, right? Oh, that seems really tempting. Let me see. Is there any... I got to get something for the missus, though. But I don't think she's... I think she's napping. What if I got her... chicken Alfredo? She likes that. All right, let me go check with her. Make sure I don't get in trouble. She doesn't want mac and cheese again. But let me give me 2 shakes. I'll be right back. Thanks again, Anonymous. All right. Just like much in life, we're just gonna have to guess. I think she'll be good. So I'm gonna get the missus a little chicken Alfredo because I know she loves it. Was there anything we could add to the Alfredo that make it yummier? Nope. They just tell you eat it or die. And oh yeah, they discounted it. Oh, here, I'll just leave it as it is. Processing. Order placed. Order confirmed. All right. Here, let me open up the door and make sure the porch light is on for our delivery specialist. And thanks to Anonymous, we're gonna live high on the horse of macaroni horse. Mac and cheese, when the noodles aren't fully cooked and stick up above the water. Nah, I like my noodles pretty gooey. I'm weird like that. Tyrone Biggins breaking into the Domino's. $1,000 free Coke giveaway. Up a line of fries. And a bump of ketchup. Just a bump. I'll take a key bump of ketchup. They do have ovens they could technically make crack. You know, let's not give them too many ideas. Love their mac and cheese, but it's been indulgence in udon noodles lately. Oh! Echo, don't send me down that path. One time, I bought like, I don't know why, I don't remember the exact serving, but I bought like a 10-pack of udon noodles. That's like each pack was enough for like a family. And I bought like a 10-pack for some reason, and it like, I just kind of tore through it. But like the missus was like, she checked out on the whole thing a while back. And I was also kind of in this weird hot sauce thing where I was trying to get into hot sauces. So I cook up udon noodles plain, maybe throw butter on it, maybe oil, but just, you know, plain. And then I'd like put some hot sauce on it and just eat the noodles with the hot sauce. No meats, no, you know, pretty minimalist. Because I was trying to get rid of them because I was like, oh my God, I made a horrible mistake. There's way too many noodles here. And I think I still have maybe a pack or so left. Luckily, they don't go bad. Key bump of ketchup. That's right, Fortune. Just like any other time that one would come into a channel such as ours. Just a dab of mustard. Udon over ramen? Oh, I like udons because it's like the steak of noodles. Like the noodles are just big, and you got to chew into them and stuff. Like, you know, they're heartier. And I really like that texture over like a thinner noodle or whatever. Can't think of the words. You just said it too. Ramen. Yeah, I like the texture. I like the thickness of the noodles. And I feel like it almost feels healthier, like I'm eating healthier noodles or something, which I have nothing to base that off of. Oh, mate. I'm glad we ordered food because we're talking about noodles and shit. Now I'm like, oh, man. Or I could eat the hell out of whatever the hell's coming. We'll have to find something interesting to watch while we snack, or maybe I can do shifts. Shifts, not what you said. Not what you thought I said. Or did I? Some people like the extra. Oh, I felt like it absorbed more, like with the hot sauce. It felt like it played against the hot sauce better. Like the surface area and the texture was like more enjoyable. Sometimes I just cook up like jasmine rice too, and put hot sauce in it. Yeah, with ramen, I feel like I just like the dish itself, not necessarily the noodles. Hell, for all I know, that's the same noodles. 3D lasers. Welcome in, mate. Yeah. Mrs. Heresy, she loves, you know, the little packs of ramen that you buy at the store and stuff, you know, like Smack Ramen, or what was the other one, Munchin or whatever. And oh, damn. That's sick. And but she never really had like good, you know, like real ramen, just those little packs. And so There was like a restaurant that opened up. Weird restaurant. They would make, it was called like Noodles or something like that, and they would make Asian dishes with noodles, like ramen and whatever. But then they'd also make spaghetti. So it was like Italian and Asian. And I don't think that place is still around because it's an asinine idea. Unless you were like us, and I was like, well, I don't really like ramen so much, but sure do love my spaghetti. Let me put your hands up. Sorry, I'm a clown. Well, that's good. Because just like the USA Channel, characters welcomed. Kraft spaghetti in a box? No, that sounds like a sin of some sort. Yeah, I know, Echo. It's like, I get why, but I don't understand why. Yeah, it's just weird. Because they're like totally different smells, and you walk in there and you're like, It's, imagine working there. That's got to be the real hell. Like one hand on the table, exclaiming, I had to figure out. Boo! Or here, this one's weird. That one's the one that messes with me too. Or when I try to show something and it's like, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like ramen and udon and all that is rice. And then like spaghetti and Italian, it's just flour, right? I don't know. I don't know anything about food. I just know how to eat it. No. I'm in a weird puff ice phase. Ooh, I love big puffy rice too. Like my always at it one is jasmine rice. Like I just buy it by the big ass bags because it's like it pretty much goes with anything. It's nice hearty rice. It's not too big. You're probably thinking of something. You're probably enjoying something a little bit poofier. But like it really, I like it because it just takes the flavor. It's like the udon. It's just like it's a good flavor and combination. Oh, cool. My you guys probably know the streamer Julie. There's a number at the end of her name. We raid her from time to time. Maybe if the way the stream ends out tonight, we might raid her. But she's a really, really incredible Twitch streamer who does live animation and art, and her art style is super unique and really interesting. Her live animation, her whole Doodle Town and everything like that is just like nothing out there. It's one of my favorites. And I was hanging out in her channel yesterday or the day before. This is the day before. And she just got back from TwitchCon. Everyone's getting back from TwitchCon. And she was like, she was mentioning these other streamers that she saw in their stores. And I was like, oh, let me go to her store. And she had a whole bunch of stickers. And I was like, oh, hell yeah. I bought like $60 worth of stickers. I was like, I gotta have Doodletown. I gotta. Yeah, let me, I gotta get the name right, because I always, is it Julie22? I think that's it. Yes, and it doesn't look like she's live at the moment, but, oh, that's not gonna work. There we go. There's a shout out to Julie22 in the Twitch chat. Easily one of the most unique streamers out there. I didn't catch it lately. She's rated us once or twice too, which I'm always grateful. She has a nice big audience, so it's always nice when she comes and raids in. Get a lot of new friends, a lot of new faces. I always worry though, because her channel is very family friendly, and then I swear like a sailor, so I always like go, oh shit. What the heck?
Juliet22. That's how I found you. She raided you. She's
Really?
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Awesome, Anonymous with the $20 dono again. Let's go. I feel like a dance party is almost required for that much generosity. And that's how you found the channel. Oh, that's so awesome. Well, I could only try to return the favor a little bit to her, because yeah, I love her channel. I gotta remember, next time she raids, I have to watch my tongue, or at the very least, bring up, hey guys, I swear a little bit, so if you've got, grandmas in the room or whatever, or you got a cat who's got sensitive ears, doesn't want any swear words on your kitty cat, I'll see you later. Sorry, I can't help it. The doctors tried everything, they gave up. Drac, you as well? Oh, well, that's cool. Wow. Oh man, that's so cool. I honestly am just beyond honored that she even raids the channel or comes by or likes us at all here. It's a huge honor, because again, I have nothing but admiration for her content and her art style and just her whole vibe. Like everything about her stuff, I just love that vibe. It's so cool, and we all know, we all love the Julie laugh, right? This is the best. So, wow, that's so, I'm a little ear to ear. Gosh, guys, that's, I don't know what to say. That's awesome. Uncle Ben's, there you go. Yeah, if you guys like, if you like very chill, relaxed, kind of similar to what we're doing here a little bit. She probably doesn't, I don't think she goes on with such endless, mindless stories as me, but, hide your kids, hide your name. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I'm a Danish streamer. There aren't swear words at all. I should just do that. Just speak in a different tongue. We still preparing our order? I feel like we ordered a while ago. Fucking Domino's, man. Wow, that's so cool. That's funny. Well, I just got a notification that my stickers are are on the way. And let's see here. Yeah, order shipped. When are we getting it? When are we getting our stickers? Yeah, I can't believe I ordered $60 stickers. But I couldn't. I was going to go more because she had one pack and you could get like a ton. I don't know how many it was. It's probably like 40, 50, 70 stickers. And it was like $100 and I had to stop myself and go, come on, Sid. Let's make that a separate order. Oh, I can't wait to get that in the mail. That's going to be great. We'll definitely open it on stream. I'll wait until I get it so we can check it out on stream together. I'm going to put this over here. Let me do, just a second here. I got to do a little fucking minor maintenance here. Yeah, but I mean, it just runs it through the oven. They haven't assigned a dasher yet. So there's like, you know, normally you got, oh, I've sit mistaken. They're heading this way. I guess they're just got to be a little bit more patient. Just a little bit more patient. Isn't that what Guns N' Roses tried to teach us so long ago? Yeah. Yeah. Just a little patience. Yeah. Yeah. I was walking the street at night, just trying to get it right. I can't remember the rest of the lyrics, so we're going to go to Welcome to the Jungle. Me, 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 me. Ow, I want to see you scream. No, 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 no. Forget your two. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so cool. Yeah, yeah. Julie's, I don't know. I think it's such a cool stream. Such an amazingly unique channel. And such great artwork, such a cool gal. So cool that, yeah, what was it, Drex and, fuck, I already forgot. And Anonymous, that's right, it was Anonymous that said that. So we'll never know. That's how they found the channel. That's so wild to me. That's so cool. Well, I remember when she did her raid, she would do the train. I haven't seen it lately. I haven't seen the end of her stream in a while. But she'd do like the little train and she'd be like, you know, hey, we're heading to so-and-so's channel for blah, 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 you know, whatever they're doing. And then she'd do it and then she'd say it again in Japanese. And I'd just get tickled pink because it'd be like, you know, blah, 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 Sid Hirasi, blah, 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 blah. And I'd be like, that's me. I think somewhere I have like a clip of her channel where she brings us up. And I remember I used to watch it a little bit more than I probably, you know, the therapist would say is healthy. If your therapist was Axl Rose. Me. Ow. There we go. And that is how you put a connector onto a thing. Join me next time where we'll put stuff onto other things and then put them to good use. Or bad. You decide. You're thinking about the jungle too? Yeah, I know. It gets worse here every day. If you ain't got the money, honey, though, they're ready to play. I don't think that's the lyrics. Now I don't want to. Part of me wants to, but I will not. I will not memorize the lyrics to Welcome to the Jungle. I'm trying to see if the dasher, like, I think it's like a lag. So it shows them still at the restaurant. And it's like a straight shot from there. I live in a very metropolitan-friendly area. Toes. Sha-na-na-na. By the way, CET just went back to wintertime. Wait, what does that mean? Are you talking about CET? Central Eastern Time? That doesn't make any sense. I'm just putting words together, aren't I? Centered Ether Time? Ether Time? Central European Time. God bloody hell. That's good to know, because here in the wonderful state of Arizona, we do not recognize daylight savings time. And as someone who's lived here for 20 plus years, I love it. Like once or twice I've been out of state and had to go through DST. Guys are living in the past. Arizona, we're in the future. I mean, well, half of the year. And the other half we're regular time. Mr. X time, X gonna give it to you. Sha-na-na. Man, it's really great to see you guys. It's really great having people in the chat. The regulars, the newers, even a couple of lurkers popping out. Appreciate that so much. Yeah, I'm up here right now. Not gonna lie, I'm up here. I was over here, but now I'm up here. If we go any higher, we'll go out of frame, and that doesn't make sense. So let's keep things making sense. Yeah, I'm up here, mates. Gosh, thank you so much, guys. I don't care what they say about you. Not that it's too bad. I'm now doing 240 for the second time tonight. Wait, what? Oh, the timing, the time. Oh, wow. Oh, it is late over there, isn't it? Oh, you just reminded me of a good story, though. So I grew up in Oklahoma, and one time, like the stars aligned perfectly. It was kind of this. I don't think it'll ever happen again. Definitely not with me around, but I'm gonna see if I can get to. There we go. So it was Halloween, and it was on like a weekend. And so we're hanging out at my friend's house, and they live near. This is in Oklahoma, in a college town, and Stillwater, and like we're hanging out at his house. We're near campus and everything, and we're just enjoying Halloween. And someone goes, "Hey, isn't it daylight savings time? Isn't it like the end? We turn the clock back?" I'm like, "Yeah." So we call our favorite bar, because it's like midnight or whatever. I don't remember. It's getting late. We call our favorite bar, and we're like, "Hey, how are you guys recognizing the change of the time?" And they're like, "Oh, well, when it gets to midnight or 1 o'clock or whatever it is, we're just going to roll the clock back and do it again." And we're like, "We're on our way." So we walk over there, party our butts off, have a really, like, probably one of the funnest times. I remember it being just insanely fun, because I was like, wow, this is like watching Halley's Comet, but instead it's Halloween and beer. I see where I messed up there, but whatever. And it was so cool. And every time I think about it, that's the only thing I miss is like for that opportunity to happen again. Because it was just so fucking cool. That's the only thing I miss about DST. That and their cool rap jackets. Rap jackets? Rap, that's not a word. Citizens. Oklahoma was Preston's safe word in Jackass. That's so fucking funny. That's great. Oklahoma, Oklahoma, Oklahoma. Why would you Why would you choose a 4-syllable word as your safe word? It's supposed to be like 1, maybe 2. That one takes like a whole minute to say. My safe word is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Your funeral, pal. My safe word is automatopoeia, which, unfortunately, some people will mishear and think that I'm into europhagia. It's happened once or twice. It's very awkward. Well, you said pee on you. No, I said automatopoeia. Yeah, I thought that was some sort of robot pee. I don't know. That's why I did the beep, bop, boop, bop right when I was pissing on you. Oh, that's what that was. Okay, things are starting to make a little bit more sense. But that's not what I meant. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't think I've seen it in a long time, but that does sound familiar. The autopy. A world of Warcraft. Release the automatopoeia. Are you sure? Yes, damn you. Do it. But sir, don't but sir me. All right. Zip. What the hell is this? I thought this is what you wanted. No. I want you to go, that's an automatopoeia. You can't hear Oklahoma without thinking that, yeah, that is most unfortunate for you. All right, I'm watching the driver, or courier, sorry. Didn't know we had to use those terms now. Heading over here with the fruits of our of chat's generosity, of Anonymous's generosity, or anonymousi, anonymousy, anonymous. You know what I hear when I hear Oklahoma? The goddamn musical. Oklahoma. Oklahoma, Oklahoma. What the hey? Oh, that's not what they say. Sorry. Oh no, the screen went away. I didn't touch it in time. Let that be a lesson to all of you. Touch your screen, but only in time. One last audio question. Mate, you can ask as many audio questions as you want. Eventually, I just won't have any answers for you because I won't know it. But until then, let's see how far this turkey drives. Did you ever learn to project your tongue clicks to... Oh, yeah, I do that all the time. I do that all the time. That's how I check speakers. Because like when you go check, 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 and so forth, it's... you can get a false sense because of your, you're hearing yourself through your skull. But when you go... you don't really hear that so badly, and, wait, what the fuck is that? Oh. There's 4. I thought there was only 4 jacks. What is this? Oh, that's an LED, you schmuck. Alright, we gotta start over. 5 millimeters. Oh, wait, our food is here. Alright. Give me a couple minutes here. Give me 2 shakes. And then we'll get back to it. I have the mic on, I just go... because you can hear delays and stuff. Here, I'll be right back.
Brand new!
Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Whoa! Will you look at that? Look, I came back right at the right time there. We got none other than Booze Modular coming in with that piping hot, won't stop, skilly bop. Oh my God, freaking hot. You love it. Ray! This stream can't get any doper, right? I mean, the next thing that's gonna happen is I get a crown or something cool, like a tiara. I'd prefer a tiara over a crown, you know. Guys, if you are not familiar with our good buddy Booze Modular, let me help you with that. Oh wait, let me first figure out how to work this internet. Did it work? It did. Booze is a modular mayhem streamer. Totally DIY'd at a level that even I can barely comprehend. So awesome to see you, mate. So glad to see you rating. How was your stream? What were y'all up to? Hopefully good. Let me catch up on chat here. I just... Hey, and I missed a follow there. What is that name? I never know where to go. Wavering, what was that? Wavering Lilac? The I and the L's, they confuse my old madness. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. Stay guile. Keep it super guile. Appreciate it so much. And then, yeah, we got our good buddy Booze in the channel. Dopest stream. Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. Just protecting fixed NADFAM and new sound card. Sound card was crap. Going back to the old one. You know, at least you got it figured out. Hey, Much Panda, lurk away, my friend. Look, I'll wear the way you lurk it. No diggity. We just we've had some generosity this evening. So, and I've been thinking about mac and cheese because I had not very good mac and cheese before the stream. And we're fixing that right fucking now. With this Domino's mac and cheese. It looked good in the picture. It still looks good. It also looks right back at me. It's like the void. Got the focus right, red, but it's unstable. Oh, weird. That's another audio interface I need to disassemble, document, and then eat. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Kudos. Thanks again, everybody. Thanks again, chat, for chilling, putting up with this little mealtime break, and then, and also, you know, your generosity, anonymous, wherever you may be. Thank you so much. I'm gonna be eating well tonight. I'm gonna get fat. Sprinkled with interfaces. This needs salt. God damn it. Doom 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 doo 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 doo. Doom doo 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 doo. Rock salsa. Ah. Good old kosher salt. Just like Mom used to say. But first, for me, it's 4:20. There you go, mate. Get that going. Get that rocking. Excuse me. That was not what I meant to do. Repaired K2 seems to work okay. Now it's been running for 3 days. Oh, there you go. B-52s are underrated. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. I used to have, in high school, I took photography, and it was in the journalism room. I didn't take journalism, I just took photography. And the journalism teacher / photography teacher was this massive B-52s fan. And one of the reasons you wanted to get that class is that he always let the radio play. And anytime a B-52s song came on, he'd just sing along with it. He'd like stop whatever he's doing and like bust into Rock Lobster or whatever, you know. It was always funny. Like, he had this kind of effeminate, you know, way of speaking and everything like that. Hope I'm not being rude saying it that way. I don't intend to. But you know, he was cis. You know, he had he was married and everything, and had kids, and I think he had kids. I don't know. He was like my first introduction into don't judge a book by its cover, kind of thing. And he was honestly really cool with me. He let me get away with a lot. Like, I took a class called Photography 2. It did not exist. I was the only student enrolled in Photography 2. But then he got me because he didn't want to teach the photography class that was the same hour as mine, so he just had me teach them. That was annoying. Yeah, I had to add the bacon. It was $1 more, worth every penny. This is better than the other one. The other place I ordered mac and cheese, it was burnt and they forgot the bacon. Oh, this is penne pasta. Someone was talking about different noodles for mac and cheese. I forgot about penne. This is probably not the greatest representation of mac and cheese, but whatever. It tastes good. Do a little bit more dash of snalt. Oh, wow. Interesting. Homemade. Sound cards. Just like Mom used to make before the robots took her away. To slave in the Iridium mines. Well, Booze, so good to see you. Guys, if you're not familiar with Booze, we threw the link up in the chat. You can click on their name and you can get the link. Definitely put them in your follow list. If you like modular, you like mayhem, they've got it. Well, Biz, I'm back from Tejas. Have a lot of dental issues that came with this whole thing. But, you know, getting them under control now. I mean, I'll come back next week and I'll have, like, I'll just sign. I did study sign language before I moved here to Phoenix, but then I never really retained it because I didn't have anyone to practice with. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I'm going to study ASL and not have anyone to test it with or correct me or any of that. This should go great. Almost done with this. Got a few more big O chomps. We're back at it. We're working on this envelope follower from Nonlinear Circuits. I hear it follows envelopes. We're here to find out if that's true or it's all fake. So that I tend to not make anything but noise. Join the club. Dues are every third week of the month. Very minimal. But it's a good club. We've got cool hats that say, I'd rather be making noise. We got the shirt that says, your mom said my noise was good. That one's a little weird. It's supposed to be a dig, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. And then the keychains are cool too. It's just a bunch of yarn, like a long string of yarn. That's the keychain. It's about 7 meters. It breaks. It breaks pretty quick. But, I mean, it's yarn. What's more noisy than that? The Beastie Boys fought for your right to party. God bless those young men. I mean, they're old now, and one of them is passed on. But still, they were young when they were giving us their gold. Back in the mac and cheese noise club handshake with the udon noodle twist. Boba tea and udon noodles. I know Adam was one of my favorites. Yeah, that band was amazing. It's I'm kind of bummed I never got to see them perform really, but I've seen their TV performances and stuff like that. And I feel like that's a pretty good substitution. Damn. This is really good. Yeah. I hope they keep to that. I hope they never need to, they find some financial reason to. It seems like a lot of entertainers and performers forget that, you know, money is like not the reason you should ever perform. Seems like this day, a lot of entertainers, they're just doing it for the check. And the punk rock in me is like, just, I can't extend my middle finger hard enough at that. Like, what the fuck, guys? Money's just this thing. You make it, you spend it. It never ends. Why, you know, why care about it? Oops. God damn. Thanks so much for putting up with the mac and cheese meal break. For the donation to help fund the mac and cheese meal break. And, ooh, that was trippy. And spending your Saturday night here. Or Sunday morning, depending on your point of view. Just a second, I got some food stuck in my teeth here. I might have to get out the big guns. The toothpick may not work. All right, I give up. I'll brush my teeth here in a little bit. Let me let the tongue do some work, and then I'll do the rest. They'd rather be broke than... Yeah. Well, I mean, those guys aren't slouches. I mean, they could easily, each one of them, you know, they all had tremendous amounts of talent. They're the have. So they could feasibly get into the production world, you know, producing albums for artists. I'm sure they do that from time to time. Or doing management or scoring. I mean, you know, the list goes on and on. There's a bunch of crap that they could do to earn their nut, you know, make their cheddar, get their bread. I'm probably not as much as like a Beastie Boys world tour, but it's probably enough to live off of. And I mean, I would assume with that long of a career, you'd have a reasonable amount of savings and investments and things like that that you could fall back on for to pay, you know, your rent and get groceries and shit like that. But I don't know. There's a lot of entertainers out there. I just don't get it. I just don't understand, and I'm kind of like, whatever, bruh. Whatever. What colors? Oh, so this is going to be a gate. We'll use red. Red, red light. Get close to me. Should we do these guys? These guys are kind of freaky. Or should we do Red light will make me feel so tight. That doesn't. That sounds bad. We got red here. We got water clear red, and then we have the Berberdoo red. I feel like this water clear is going to be brighter than the fucking sun. So let's go for it. They've got a podcast. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, they're not stupid. They could make money a million fucking ways without performing as the Beastie Boys. So, I don't think they're ever gonna betray that promise or anything like that. I mean, we should mark this day. Because I'm telling you, all my heroes sometimes, they're just like, what? Are you kidding me? Bro. But whatever, man. People are dumb. People are dumb. So I should have put this LED in first because this is going to be kind of tricky. Two rock. It's tricky. Oh, that's not the Beastie Boys. That's Run DMC. Run DMCA. Or what's the other one that Run MDMA? Andrew, watched a couple of your streams with the space station. That's about a hell of a monster machine. I love Space Station. It's a bit life-changing for me, and thanks to some of y'all that have also dipped your toes into the magical world of NLC, have really taught me, like, you know, I need to take this synth shit to the next level. Because the Jamtown, I'm pretty almost pedestrian, I feel like, with my patching. You know, it's like something any schmuck would do. But Space Station, you can really go into uncharted territories. Or territory. Well, yeah, let's do it this way. Biz Marquee is doing? Nobody beats the Biz. It died in 2021? Oh, shit, I was wrong. Someone did beat the Biz. That sucks. All right. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta get this chunk of food out of my teeth, brush my teeth really quick, and then we'll come back and solder this bad boy right here. Look at this, sons of anarchy. I didn't have the heart to tell you now. Yeah, I didn't know about Biz Marquee passing either, so that's news to me. It's too bad. Oh well. Even the good die young. Be right back. goodness. Ooh, a battle royale. I ended up having to like mega brush my teeth, but I got it out. That was way more work than I was expecting. Tronics, welcome in. Welcome in. There we go. That's better. And what was that ring-a-ring from? The Dubhorn Hype from Calderillo. Thank you so much. Muy bien. And then Kelton with the, I swear it isn't. I know where it is. I know where the monster is. I know who is that brought the blood among us. I think I can actually play that song because I don't think it gets tagged. I'm not 100%. I don't know. I quit reading fiction a long time ago. Started just reading manuals. So dorky. But, I mean, it got me chicks. They're like, oh my god, how many synth manuals have you read? All of them, girl. All of them. And then they'd be like, oh my god, put your meanings inside of me. No. That'd be neat, though. People actually were impressed with the fact that you read the entire manual to the Kurzweil K2500 keyboard. That fucker is spiral bound. Spiral bound. Not spellbound. That's a song. But spiral bound. Anyways. Maybe that's what the song was about. Spiral bound. Spiral bound. She was singing about the K20. Well, that was before that, though. Ooh, premonition. Well, yeah, I mean, you guys, you know, a happy chat, a good chat, an active chat, rockin' chat. You guys chatted up more than any chat I chatted with. You're having a hilarious thing. Thank you for that compliment. I appreciate that so super much. You know, it's funny, like, when I was younger, I really wanted to do comedy. But then I got into the guitar, and I'm not joking. I literally was telling myself, all right, man, you got to pick one stupid plan. Either rock and roll or comedy. You can't do both. That's insane. And so I chose the guitar part. But then I started streaming, and I was like, hey, I can do comedy on the stream. I can kind of work on my jokes and my jibs and my jerps. And then I remember, this is, you know, of course I started streaming around COVID, like everyone else. And I remembered I was watching, you know, all the talk shows and stuff. They had to do their COVID shows, and they would do it from their house or whatever. And I remember it was actually Stephen Colbert, and I believe he was talking to, oh shit, I forgot his name. Not Jon Stewart, John Oliver. That's right. John Oliver, British comedian, has a really popular show on HBO and everything. Anyways, and they said something that I was like, oh crap, I'm not going to work on anything. Because he pointed out, so how do you deal with not being able to hear the crowd? You know, you're just, you tell a joke and you have no idea if it lands or if it's funny or if it's not so funny or anything, because you're just talking to a camera. There's no audience. And even if you get that feedback, it's delayed, you know, it's like a 20, 30 seconds, minutes, 2 minutes later, you know, whatever. And of course, John Oliver said, well, Stephen, I'm a British comedian, and I've been used to telling my jokes to a room with absolutely no response. Or something like that. I fucked it up. I fucked up my John Oliver impression, too. But he did tell a really good story about how he would absolutely eat a big fucking shit sandwich. Like, no one thought he was funny and stuff like that. But, yeah, Stephen, quite used to not getting a laugh I'm a British comedian. We thrive on it. If they're not laughing, that means I'm doing the correct job. Doing a good job. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other part of like, I thought about doing, even like trying to go out and do some stand-up. But one, I haven't really gotten off my butt to actually write a stand-up routine. You know, and you got to really just like write jokes and write a bunch of it. You know, you really have to, and then go and try them out and mark down like, oh, that didn't work. And then, it's a tremendous amount of work. And I'm like, again, it comes back to, come on, man, how many fucking hobbies and plans and little things do you need, man? What hole are you trying to fill here? Yeah, if the audience isn't like, oh, yeah, I think that's what he said. As long as they're not trying to throw me through the guillotine, I'm doing all right. It's a terrible John Oliver impression. I know. Although, I got the bug not too long ago. Like, this bar that my buddy and I will go to all the time, they always have weird things on the nights that I go. And sometimes the other nights, I like, you know, like a Wednesday or something, there's always kind of a weird thing. But one time we went there, and they were doing stand-up comedy. And I think I told this story before. I haven't, but I'll tell it one more time just for good measure. And we go in, and the way that this is like at this place that is like a really weird venue where there's a bar, and then right next door is another bar, and they have a door that goes between it that people will pass through. And it's two separate bills. They're not the same bill or anything. You can't, you know, go to one bar. It only stays there. But then the other bar has a stage and a band, live music, and it aims directly at that door. The speakers and the stage, everything aims at that door. So when the band's playing, you open it up, it's just a blast of music comes into this bar, and then the door shuts and it goes away. Or it gets muted, at least. A little muted. And so we went in there one day, and there was this and there was like they were doing an open mic stand-up comedy thing. And if you've never gone to an open mic stand-up comedy deal, it is like watching tooth surgery or eye surgery. It is hard. It is so hard. If you're used to comedians actually memorizing their jokes and telling them in a beautiful timing and reacting quickly and so forth, then open mic comedy night is not for you. You are going to have a bad time. And this was no different. But I was sitting there, and I'm watching this guy, like, really just, I felt bad for him, really did. But I mean, hey. Ouch. Okay, there we go. I was like, hey, he chose it. And he's telling jokes and everything. You can barely hear him. He's really nervous. And you know, they like, if you ever seen like really, really early bottom tier comedians, they write their fucking jokes down on a piece of paper, or they write it on their hand, or they put it on a notepad and put it on a stand, and they look over and they're like, and it's very distracting. It totally breaks the immersion that they're funny. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, normally you see a comedian and they're saying all this stuff. George Carlin is a great example. George Carlin, I remember I saw an interview with Kevin Smith, and he, like, George explained to him, like, no, man, all that shit I said, I spent weeks, if not months, writing, rewriting, fixing, tweaking, on and on and on until I got it to that spot. And then he presents it like it just came off the top of his head. And that's, you know, a little bit of the acting aspect that a lot of comedians will do and whatnot. But it gives you that illusion that they're just naturally funny. And they just always have this stuff. But when you see someone who didn't even bother to memorize their own jokes and can barely laugh at them, it's painful. It's painful. It's hard to watch. So that's what we were watching. And Adam Fighter, welcome in. Oh yeah, you were here. You were here at the beginning, weren't you? I think so. Well, good to see you in chat again. How's that? There we go. Duck and run. Ambulance is on standby. So, but I'm watching this guy, and the whole time I'm like thinking like, why are these, because I think I saw like 2 comedians, and we came in on someone's act. I really didn't pay attention, but the second act I kind of was watching, and I was like so confused. I'm like, why are none of these comedians making a joke about this elephant in the room? Why are they avoiding it? And that elephant is that there's a band playing next door, and every time someone walks in, it's a blast, and it throws timing. You can't hear anything. It's wrecked. I'm like, that's your act. That's your comedy. That's your bit. You could approach it so many different ways. And I started like sitting there thinking about like what I would do in that exact situation, and like how I could make that funny and whatever. And the joke is that band, the opening the door. And I'm like, oh, you could just you could pretend like you're in the band for that split second and then go back to. So anyways, have you seen these laundry mats? What's with the internet? I went on the internet today and it told me to get off. So I did. But your bit could be like, that music like fly, or it like you could just address it. Like there's so much room to make fun of this terrible, stupid situation. And I thought that would be the bit, like that would be the joke you would do, is like, great place here. I'm just waiting for that band. Any minute, someone's gonna come through that fucking door. Okay, maybe not. So anyways, and that kind of got the little bug in me, like, oh man, maybe I should do that. Hey, we'll use this jack. I don't know why I have it here. I don't know what it's from or what it's for or why it exists, but here it is, as beautiful as the day is long. Oh wait, we gotta TRS this SOB. Oh yeah, check my hairline here. How's it doing? All right, it's doing great. Which is tip? I'm not gonna try to figure it out by staring into the void that is this jack. I'm gonna use my buddy Multimeter. How you doing, Multimeter? Huh? Really? Completely naked? Well, did you do? Oh. completely off. Oh man, sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully you can find a good good mechanic. So that's tip. That's sleeve. Oh, that's sleeve 2. Sleeve 2. The sleevening. We'll use this one because it looks sexier. So that's sleeve, that's tip, and then F the rest of this. Love it. Do we have some tiny wires? Hold me closer, tiny wires. Oh, we got these, we'll just use this green because that's what I have out. And I don't want to go hunting for more wire like some sort of civilian. So what are you gonna be for Halloween? Good question. I hadn't thought about it. Professional wrestler, maybe? Ooh, I could be the Muscle Man. I could be Randy Savage. Ooh, yeah. I can't really do a good Randy Savage, but I'm willing to try. The cream rises to the top.